Well, a very good welcome to everyone watching this live watch along for day two of the fourth test between England and India. And a huge blow was dealt earlier this morning. I mean, there was no real surprises, really, that Rishabh Pant will be missing time off, and it turns out it is going to be 6 weeks at least. So, India will be without him for this innings and the next and the fifth test at Oval. So huge problems for India to try and solve. But it's Jadeja and Shardul facing the first delivery in day two. Here's Shardul on strike with a very watchful defense. And how well these two played yesterday as they were looking to navigate that session. We saw the dismissal or the unfortunate incident regarding Rishabh Pant where he was trying to reverse, takes an under edge and cracks him right just below that pinky toe, and it immediately swelled up. So he had absolutely no chance in terms of recovering. It would have swollen to a size of a tennis ball at least, and there's definitely a fracture. Something's definitely cracked there. So our batting has been severely compromised. So it's more important that Jadeja, Shardul, and then Washington Sundar after this managed to bat a bulk of the day today. We are about, I would say, 136, 150 runs away from what I would feel as a comfortable score. But even with England, man, 400 just doesn't seem enough. But you have to get there first. Chris Wokes with the new ball. He's a challenge for us. And Shardul looks to just cut that on the back foot towards point. Well, England would have felt a bit disappointed in terms of how they couldn't navigate wickets in the first session, but they did so well to come back in the second, picking up 3 wickets, both the openers and Shubman Gill, who was trapped right in front without offering a shot. And that was an unfortunate way for Shubman after his heroics at Edgbaston, not getting the runs at Lord's, and now at Old Trafford. We just want Shubman Gill to get into some sort of form because we know that the batting has to try and bail us out. Well, Wokes has started with 4 dot balls on the trot here. He's very accurate. The only delivery that a bit of width was offered. You saw Shardul looking to cut at him, so he is looking to score. He was very positive, especially with his running between the wickets yesterday. So that is something that we would like to continue seeing today. Chris Wokes is bowled with great discipline so far. 3 slips await any sort of edge, but Shardul presents the full face of the blade. Well, the target for India has to be now. Look, I don't think the run rate is going to be in the forefront of our thinking, which is not the right way of approaching it, but considering the situation and how we just lack batting depth now, that Rishabh Pant will not be able to. I mean, I'll be very surprised. Never say never, but he couldn't even put weight on it, so I would be very surprised to see him walk out at any stage. And Shardul just navigates that, and it's a swingy first over from Chris Wokes, getting the ball to nip around a little bit, but the first over navigated without any fuss. It's a maiden to start off with. It was a highly enjoyable stream yesterday where we saw India dig in at various stages of the first day. Had to alter our approach, be a bit more reserved in our approach, you would say. Saw the likes of Jaiswal not really chasing after anything early on. Will be very disappointed in the manner of which he was dismissed. Well, it's Jofra time. England wasting no time to bring on their lead bowler here. Now, they didn't take the new ball yesterday. They decided to play out the old ball with Liam Dawson and Joe Root, and they waited for Jofra Archer to get a good night's sleep, and he's got the new ball in hand against Ravindra Jadeja. He's got a big smile on his face, and now It's laser focus. Here he goes. Ooh, gets the leading edge. It doesn't carry. Well, perfect delivery there from Jofra Archer. Ben Duckett there at gully. Well, it wasn't going to carry, but Jofra Archer asks the question first up. Brilliant delivery this. Squares up Jadeja. Yep, Jadeja, no idea. Happy to see that just land in front of Ben Duckett. Well, that will give Jofra Archer all the encouragement needed. Ben Stokes at that short cover region, trying to make himself a nuisance, but well, Jofra pitches that a touch fuller this time, and Jadeja dabs that down the onside for a, should be a couple here, but he decides to just take with one. Well, it's now Shardul's time, and that's the first runs of day 2. Better late than never. As Jadeja now on 20, he scored a half century in, well, the last 4 innings, and that is outstanding. I mean, you just want that to continue. Just adds that solidity with the bat. Well, so far, it's going to be Shardul Thakur facing his first delivery of Jofra Archer with the new ball in hand. Ooh, that's a beauty again. He completes his drive but misses out on the ball completely. Could have taken the inside edge on that occasion. Well, Ben Stokes is getting enough encouragement and motivation, and he'll fancy himself with that new ball too, but he's given it to Chris Wokes early on. And Jofra Archer, well, that's a poor shot by Shardul, really. He's looking to take on Jofra Archer first up here. This is not the level of caution that you expect from an all-rounder here, really. Fuller delivery, edge, and it doesn't carry. Well, it's all happening in the Jofra Archer over. Shardul Thakur is looking to take him on here, and it is not a good tactic. It doesn't carry to Harry Brook. Jofra Archer has got the leading edge of Jadeja in the very first delivery. He nearly got the inside edge of Shardul Thakur. And in this delivery, it's a fuller delivery. It invites Shardul for the drive, and it's such a poor shot, and very fortunate that neither of Jadeja nor Shardul's, well, you'd say just prods forward, have carried. We have to do better in terms of navigating the new ball here. I know that runs will be of a requirement, but not at so much risk. Again, Jadeja. Oh, he's caught him there. It's brilliant from Archer. Well, Jofra Archer has brought absolute fire in his first over. He's got the edge on a couple of occasions, this time of Jadeja, and it carries its slip. It seemed that it might have just kept a touch low, and India have had the worst start to day 2 here. It's another magical delivery from Jofra Archer. This time he just brings his length back a touch. This is a magnificent catch. Ooh, has it touched the ground there of Harry Brook? I think Brook has got a clean carry on it. Jadeja has walked. India in trouble at 266 for 5. What a first over this has been from Jofra Archer. I mean, every delivery has been on the money. He is a game changer. He is an enigma. He is the maverick. And England will be so happy to see Jofra Archer being able to perform in back-to-back tests. Created all sorts of problems at Lord's. And now with Jadeja back in the hut, I mean, we didn't even last 2 overs in terms of a resistance. And it didn't look good as soon as Jofra bowled that first delivery. And even Shardul's couple of shots that he decided to play, I mean, poor, very poor. Well, now we've got our 2 all-rounders in Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur. A left-right combination for us, and Washington Sundar's first task will be facing Jofra Archer with the new ball, who has bowled a quite sensational first over so far. Washi's average just sub 39. We'll need a score of that to see us in a comfortable situation, but it's all problems now. Here goes Jofra. Again, he's got movement immediately, and Washi is happy to see that blaze past. Well, it all happened in that Jofra Archer over. He strikes early on in his very first over, and you talked about tactics. England waiting to take the new ball. They waited for day 2, and Jofra Archer in his very first over caused all sorts of problems. Well, we were kind of hoping that India would be able to drag this batting performance along for as much as possible, but man, oh man, with Jadeja's dismissal, it just feels that Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur will just have to, as negative as it may sound, we just have to look to bat this along. In the first delivery from Wokes off to Shardul Thakur, he navigates that onto the leg side for a boundary. We get the first boundary. Now, whether or not that's off the glove, we'll wait and see. No fine leg in place, but 4 runs to the Indian cause. Again, steep bounce there, and the new ball doing all sorts early on. Will that leg slip come in place? We saw Shardul being tempted on a couple of occasions yesterday. Well, England going with this game plan, not using Stokes. It is overcast in Manchester, so the ball is moving around. Shardul Thakur will have to take the lead role here. Oh, he's caught right in front, but he's got a long stride forward there, Shardul. Now, what India cannot afford to do is go into their shell. And we talked about trying to be negative here, but we still have to look for those singles and twos. We got the boundary early on. We'll take that. Shardul will absolutely take that. His first boundary of the day. But even Washington Sundar, he's known to be a very defensive batsman. He looks to put a price on his wicket. Cannot afford England to get back into this. It'll be very confident, and especially with the Chris Wokes over, again just targeting the top of off stump. It's a very good delivery there from Chris Wokes. Well, Shardul will know that he cannot afford to miss here. He will have to try and play. He has to almost adopt that Sai Sudarshan technique where he withdraws his bat, almost keeps it close to his pad, just to make sure that the bat doesn't dangle in that 5th, 6th and even 7th stump line. So it's good to see so far, but we navigated half the Chris Wokes over. Oh, with on off, a good shot there from Shardul. Well, confident looking shot. Shardul Thakur helps himself to a boundary through the offside. It is a very good looking shot there. Middled it. Then he gets into position early. He rocks back. He's almost on 1 foot here. Let's have a look here. Yep, he's on 1 foot. Great balance. And between the cover and point region, helps himself to a boundary. Well, that was expansive from Shardul. And 8 runs of this Chris Wokes over so far. And he nudges that again down to fine leg. Should just get a single. It's a good start in terms of getting runs on the board. It's, well, bad in terms of losing Jadeja early, but we just knew that that new ball with the overcast conditions, Chris Wokes and Jofra Archer will ask the questions. It's all up to India to try and answer them. We've got 2 steady bats here. Shardul Thakur has nearly faced 50 deliveries for his 29. Washington Sundar yet to get off the mark here. Being trusted a lot more with the bat, and we need Washi to step up and get those big runs. Hopefully he can get his first century in Test match cricket. Final delivery of the Wokes over, and it's a safe leave again from Washi. 86 overs gone. It's 275 for 5. But it looks like Shardul Thakur might just take the aggressor route here and let Washington Sundar look to bat with the tail as much as possible. Now we've got Bumrah, Siraj and Anshul Kamboj to come. So there's absolutely no batting after this pair. So they have to really put a premium on their wicket now. Cannot see anything foolish in terms of going after, especially Jofra Archer. Cannot be allowing Jofra Archer back into this game here, but soon, as long as that new ball is there, Jofra Archer will absolutely fancy his chances. Let's look at his pace now in the second over. Just takes an over to warm up, but he bowled with great seam presentation in the first. Fuller delivery for Shardul. Well blocked. Let's have a look at Jofra's pace here now. Well, what a first over that was, man. I mean, it was length, it was full, and then he went couple of deliveries full to Shardul. Shardul tried his best to navigate, but he went length again to Jadeja, and that's where he gets the wicket. Outstanding. I mean, 3 deliveries in that length area. Perfect. Fuller delivery again. Shardul helps it on the onside this time. Flicks that off, and Jofra's pace, nothing really concerning so far. 139 coming onto the bat nicely here. And with that new ball, when the deliveries are full, we have to try and take advantage because it is coming onto the bat a lot nicer. So you want to try and take advantage of it. And Shardul has played a very valuable 30 here. 30 of 51 deliveries. And what he's done is he's held up his end very nicely here. And Washington Sundar will want to get off the mark as quickly as possible, but he'll know that Jofra Archer, easier said than done. Again, he's getting the ball to nip away from the left-hander. Well, Washi is happy to just have a look and let these ones go. Beautiful outswinger. Look at that from Jofra Archer. I mean, it's perfect. It's textbook. Just try and get that to start about middle and off, and then try and hoop that away. Almost tempting Washington Sundar to play a forward defense and try and square him up here. Fuller delivery again. That's perfect from Archer. That is brilliant. Again, Washington Sundar is not one to get tempted. He is the epitome of patience and grind, but Jofra Archer, this time varying his length, goes a touch fuller. Just a touch fuller. It's still on that length area, but he just wants to trouble. I mean, that delivery. Oh, just keep looking at that Jadeja dismissal. Every time it looks like Harry Brook might have just touched that on the ground, but that's by the by. Washi been watchful. Again, fuller delivery. Washington and Sundar is not going to take the bait here. He wants that delivery to be about middle and leg before he tries to work Jofra Archer for a couple of runs here. Anything outside that off stump, anything that is looking to just shape away from the left-hander, Washington Sundar is happy to just let that go. Well, this has been the kind of Jofra Archer over we want to see, where nothing really happens. We got the single off him. And Washington Sundar still yet to get that first run, and that's a fuller delivery from Archer. Not too much on the pacier side. And Washington Sundar is happy to just jam that out. 87 gone, it's 276 for 5. And so far so good in terms of damage limitation. This partnership has to go long. I mean, bare minimum, they have to bat till lunch. It might not be the most enthralling of battings. We might not see a lot of shots being played, but what they cannot afford to do is expose the tail any time before lunch. We wanted to see how long we could bat today. Well, it all depends on this partnership. Well, Shardul Thakur has taken his opportunity with the bat. The unfortunate injury to Nitish Kumar Reddy means that Shardul Thakur has contributed with the bat and will be expected to do so with the ball in hand too, as maybe second change maybe. Good delivery. Again, he's just trying to target that off stump. Shardul works that on the onside for a single. Well, Chris Wokes has been trusted with the new ball, which means that we might just see Biden Khas as the first change. Then we might see Ben Stokes bowl towards the end of the session, where he just tried to create that extra level of panic. Because every time Ben Stokes has the ball, something or the other happens. So he'll fancy himself at one of these batsmen towards the end of the first session. That's assuming that these two stay the course. Well, Washi is just going to watch all those deliveries fly past his off stump. He is showing absolutely no temptations there. He's happy to see those deliveries whistle past. It's all about looking to score runs too, though. Just try and get those singles and twos, but England are not going to make that easy. That's for sure. They're going to make it as difficult as possible. They know that they have the upper hand currently. Can a fuller delivery. Washi again just gets a nice stride forward, but just withdraws his bat. Not looking to offer a shot whatsoever. Well, Washi has faced 8 deliveries. Hasn't really got his bat too much. He's happy to just get his eye in here and make sure that he navigates the conditions, because again, Jofra Archer has just bowled a couple of overs. He's warmed up now. He's got the wicket, so he's fired up too. So it's all about trying to mitigate the damages. And it's a safe leave there. Vokes keeps tempting him. Washi says, not today. Well, Shardul Thakur's 31 of 52 was, I think, yesterday when he came in, when Rishabh Pant suffered that unfortunate injury. He looked positive. It's not like he just wanted to stay at the crease. You saw him take a couple of quick singles. He was getting the scoreboard moving, and fair play to him. And I think that kind of rubbed off on Jadeja as well. So both of them kind of, matching each other's energy. Now Shardul has to do the same with Washi now. Again, Washi will do this all day here. Vokes trying to hit that 5th stump line. Washi just happy to see that sail to the keeper. Talked about the run rate now. Pretty much played at 3 and over yesterday. Might expect that to see that dip to about 2.5 maybe in the first session. That would be a significant decline, and England capitalized, because when they score quick. So may not. Oh, beauty from Vokes. Nearly ends the over with a peach of a delivery, invites Washington Sundar forward. This time he presents the bat and nearly pays it. What a ball that was from Chris Vokes. Washi survives. Well, you're going to have more of this with the new ball, doing all sorts with the overcast conditions. Just feel that you just have to try and withdraw your bat as much as possible. Been a nervy start, to say the very least. We want India to try and take control of the first session, but it seems that pendulum is just shifting towards England after the first 5. Here's Jofra now. He's warmed up. He's ready to go. He's got a leg slip as well. It's a beauty. Oh, Shardul Thakur. Well, he's been invited forward, and wow. Well, Jofra Archer, he is a menace. Outstanding delivery. That touch fuller invites Shardul forward, and despite Shardul being set, having faced 53 deliveries, he's beaten all ends up. You can see what he's trying to do, be positive with Jofra Archer, because he tried doing that yesterday towards the end of his innings there. Oh, that's onto the leg stump. Oh, it didn't carry. Well, Shardul is known to, try and prod that when it comes towards that ribcage area. And they have a leg slip in place here. So Jamie Smith does very well to get his gloves to it. Again, it's bowled with real pace and bounce. Again, Shardul with a very lazy hand thrown. Has to be a lot more tighter in his technique, especially against Jofra. Any sort of mistake, 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip, they are attacking. Ooh, this one catches him on the back leg there. Sore one for Shardul, but you can see how Jofra Archer has been on the money so far in this over. He just looks to create wicket-taking opportunities. May not always be the perfect delivery, but just sets you up in terms of making you as uncomfortable as possible out there in the middle. In terms of the first 3 overs, the morning smell for Jofra Archer has been perfect. Again, looks to work that in a quick single. Good running between the wickets. We need to see more of that from Shardul and Washi. Shardul has already gotten a taste of it yesterday when he was forming that partnership with Jadeja, and now with Washi pretty much dropping anchor at one end, he had to get off the mark. He's got 2 Jofra Archer deliveries to try and navigate, and won't be easy. Again, I'm very, very curious about the length here. Where does Archer go? Because he's just going to get that to shape away from Washi now. It all depends on where that length is going to be. So intriguing to see what's going through Archer's head. It's going to be difficult to get this ball to get swinging into the left-hander, so he is capable. Can he get it to shape? It's very good bowling here from Jofra Archer. Doesn't carry to the slips. Again, it's just 140 Ks. Washi is just looking to get his bat on it in a solid manner. Yeah, he has created so many problems. Final delivery of Jofra's third. Washi yet to get off the mark. Oof, well, happy to see that go to the keeper without an edge. Jofra Archer creating all sorts of problems here. 89 gone, 278 for 5. Well, they've pretty much stopped the flow of runs from Jofra's side. And if you try to look at Chris Woakes, he keeps offering a lot of width to our batsmen, and fair play to Washi, who hasn't really bit so far, but almost feels like a matter of time before he decides to try and play one of his natural shots to the offside. Outstanding to see Old Trafford full here. Well, nearly is a full ground, or the cameraman has got a good angle of a stand that is filled, but yep, bird's eye view, it's brilliant. Here goes Woakes. Again, nudge to the leg side for a single. I think England might have just missed a trick here in terms of trying to go after this partnership because of the importance of this. Whether or not Chris Woakes is the right bowler to do so, I mean, he is reliable. With the new ball especially, he can get the ball to take the outside edge, but I think they might have been better off going with Bryden Cast, but it's apples and oranges. Well, the stitch of the ball has already been removed here. A bit of Woakes making sure that whatever he does with the seam, he does it right in front of the umpire. Well, 13 yet to get off the mark. Nice delivery, plays with soft hands there. Almost got like 5 slips here. And the 4th slip area is vacant. They know that the carry is there, especially with Woakes. He will offer you width outside that off stump, so they're expecting Washington Sundar to try and go after one of these deliveries and hope that it nicks and flies to the slips. So it's a good ploy. It's an attacking ploy. You say that might concede a few runs, but it's definitely a chance that try and get this all-important wicket of Washington Sundar, who withdraws his bat, Sai Sudarshan style, just brings it back close to his pad. Well, Woakes keeps offering width to Washington Sundar. Sundar are happy to see these balls just fly past into the hands of Jamie Smith. .279 for 5 now. Again, that full delivery. Good carry to Smith as well. And Wokes is looking to just crank this up in terms of pace, but Chris Wokes isn't the most express bowler. He bowls at a very steady 130, but once it just goes off the seam, you can see the carry to Jamie Smith there. And it's all about being solid here. Good delivery. Washi looking for a single, tentative, sent back by Shardul. You can see that Washington Sundar is now reaching that desperation point where he wants to get off the mark. 17 deliveries, yet to trouble the score, and England won't mind this. If they would have come out thinking that if we can limit India to sub 350, I think they would take that. But if they can break this partnership, they'll feel 310, 320 is very much, I mean, that's a generous 30 runs that I'm adding with the tail for us, but it just shows you how much this game hinges on this partnership. Wokes' final delivery down the leg side. It's a dot ball to end that Chris Wokes over. Just the one run coming off it. 90 overs gone. It's 279 for 5. Well, we know that Jofra Archer will continue from the other end, and Jofra caused all sorts of problems in that first over. I mean, he got the edge of Jadeja in his very first delivery, caused all sorts of problems to Shardul Thakur, and when Jadeja is back on strike, went with that length delivery, gets the edge, and Harry Brook with an excellent catch at second slip. So it went exactly to plan for Jofra Archer. Archer will continue here. Shardul on strike. He has looked to go after Jofra Archer here. We talked about that run rate, which is going to be about 2.5. And we look at the first session summary already. 7 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Perfect in terms of run rate and that wickets column for England. This is where India's mettle will be tested. We aren't an aggressive side, apart from Rishabh Pant, where he looks to really, change the game by his lonesome in a very quick time. England have those players in abundance. I mean, look at Jamie Smith. I mean, he has absolutely no fear, does he? I mean, oh, that ball almost carrying to first slip. That kind of movement. Jamie Smith does make the catch, but you can see the amount of movement Jofra Archer is getting there. Again, it's not the quickest of Jofra's deliveries here. 136 Ks. Let's have a look here. Where's that pitched? Again, it's Jofra's almost just trying to set Shardul Thakur up here. Keeps getting the ball to move around. That's a great take behind the stumps by Jamie Smith, by the way, at first slip. Leg slip still in play. Again, Jamie Smith has had to fly around already, this time down the leg side. It's good to see us using a bit more caution to try and navigate Jofra Archer here. Three deliveries left of this Archer over. Watchfully defended. Washi has been sent back, and rightfully so. Fair play to Washi, wanting to get on strike and get his eye in a little bit more. We'll need to start seeing runs from the bat of Washington Sundar at some point. He understands the importance of his wicket. See Jofra's speed here. The quickest he's bowled is 143 Ks, which is nowhere near Jofra Archer's absolute rippers. It's not bowling at that 90 miles an hour yet. 144.5. That's when you know that you have hit that 90 mile an hour mark. Short delivery. That one should be a boundary. Jamie Smith can't gather. We'll take the boundary. It'll be buys and wide and buys. Brilliant. 5 runs to the India's cause. 284 for 5. Again, I fail to see Jofra's... He is trying to make Shardul uncomfortable here to try and get that ball, for him to try and fend that from his ribcage area and get that leg slip into play, but he's missed his mark by some distance here. 2 more deliveries left. We've got the runs off this Jofra over. We can be conservative again. Fuller delivery, chases after it. Whew. Shardul has rode his luck on multiple occasions. Again, tempts him forward. Shardul happy to just play that through the covers. Instead, nearly gets the nick. Nicely bowled. Oh, it's such a poor shot. It's a lazy shot by Shardul Thakur here. Again, it's a nice outswinger. He's gone. He's almost expecting that full and straight delivery at this final delivery. It's yet to come. Archer not tempted to bowl that full and straight. Nicely played through the offside. .284 for 5 here. Jofra Archer's over. This turns out to be a non-incident one, and after we saw trying to go on that front foot and almost get the nick off Shardul Thakur. Nicely bowled here. Good to see that since Jadeja has been dismissed early on, they have made sure that the momentum doesn't swing any further. Well, Chris Woakes is back in the attack. Washington Sundar looking for the single, and he'll get there finally. Well, it's taken him 19 deliveries, but Washi finally manages to get off the mark. Nicely done there by Washington Sundar. We needed the singles. We might have to deal with 1s and 2s for a large portion of this first session. Shardul Thakur has looked unfazed. Fuller delivery again. Watchfully played by Shardul. Again, Chris Woakes not really troubling us with the pace, inviting the batsman forward here. Hi Jagannath, nice to meet you. Thank you for tuning in. India 285 for 5. We find ourselves in a situation where this is our last recognized batting partnership, really, with Rishabh Pant unable to continue. Oh, beauty from Woakes. Excellent bowling here. Again, the length. Perfect there from Chris Woakes, and then just shapes away from Shardul's defense. It's cross-seamed. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Shardul has rode his luck on a couple of occasions, multiple times really. He's yet to really get that outside edge. Almost feels like that new ball, overcast conditions, you almost have a ball with your name on it, so to try and make merry just like that. Good shot. It's a quick single. Washi was caught on his heels. It's not good from Washi, but he makes his ground. Again, it's that full delivery. And every time that full delivery is on offer, we feel that runs are definitely on board for us. 286 for 5. Chris Woakes picked up that solitary wicket. It was off his bowling, I'm sure, that Rishabh Pant got injured. He tried to just reverse him. He went after Jofra in the over before, and that struck him on the pad, the thigh pad really. Again, good movement off the pitch there. Washington is happy to try and fend these off, but Chris Woakes is such a clever customer. He just gets that ball to do bits in the air. fantastic to see Old Trafford nearly packed. There's something about test matches in England, man. It's just brilliant. The crowds turn up, the quality of games are high. Well, all three tests have been brilliant. They've gone all the way to the final day. That's what you want to see. Fuller delivery. Washington plays that with soft hands. He's got that through to third man. He should get a couple. Good running between the wickets there. It takes time for the first one, and then Washington Sundar now looking a lot more comfortable. He'll take 2 runs and forgo strike to Shardul Thakur. .288 for 5. Here's Jofra Archer again. Ooh, it's a good bouncer there. Shardul Thakur does very well to get out of the way. Steep bouncer again. Jofra is not really putting in those efforts in terms of pace. 139 Ks. Nice fluid action. Drops the length. It's a nice carry there to Jamie Smith. Again, acknowledging that there's something in the pitch here. There's something definitely in the wicket. If you are to try and put that effort delivery, try and go short. Shardul, 34 of 67. Nicely played. They're looking for a quick single again. This time Washington Sundar on his toes. Completes it. India inching towards that 300 run mark, where we were thinking of 400 being an excellent score. It's a long way away from here now. Take it step by step. Have to try and bat as much of this session possible with these two out there in the middle. Because England will feel that however comfortable India are looking, if England are to get 1, well, they can get 4 in a hurry. Here's Jofra. Fuller delivery. Well blocked there by Washington Sundar. Well, Sundar is known for this approach, isn't he? He just likes to play in that measured fashion. Isn't really looking to take on too many in terms of unnecessary chances. Here's Jofra now. Watchfully defended by Washington Sundar. Well, India's tactics here are to block, defend and survive. Especially the first Jofra Archer spell. That is the one that is really going to trouble us the most. But it's the Jofra spell at the beginning and Ben Stokes when he comes in towards the end of the session. These 2 periods are going to be so crucial. Fuller delivery. Well, Washi is again his discipline showing there. Thought about going for the drive. Withdraws his bat at the last second. Does that nicely there. Jofra knows that he is looking to try and tempt Washington Sundar as much as possible. So far, no luck for the fast bowler. Well, Jofra's accuracy in the morning session has been excellent. Nicely played down to fine leg. Should just get a single. Completes the over and he'll keep strike. It's 290 for 5 after 93. Well, I think the first order of business would have been to get to the 300 run mark. That's when you know that you've got a solid enough base. And then considering what we have after this partnership, just feels that anything after that 350 might seem like a bonus. But if these two hang about and just stick in there, hang in there, weather all the difficult conditions. Might have a just change in momentum. Well, they continue with Wokes. Wokes and Archer picked here for the new ball. Washington Sundar, 4 of 25 deliveries. Had to really get going, but he knows that he's at a situation where he has to exercise the maximum amount of caution. Wokes still's got 3 slips and a leg slip in place, and Washi's happy to just withdraw his bat. Chris Wokes is just trying to make sure that he holds up his side at the end. He knows that Jofra is bowling a lot more attacking, trying to almost attack the body and invite the drives forward. Wokes has not brought one back into the left-hander yet. Keeps going away to Washington Sundar. And so watchful leave again by Washi. Almost feels like he just tempts him with 3 or 4 deliveries outside the off stump and then brings one closer to the body, and hoping that Washi looks to flick that towards the leg slip area. Almost like a chess match here with Wokes. It's a huge exercise in patience because it's exactly what Wokes is hoping to do here. Oh, that's wide and boundaries. It's happened on a couple of occasions. 5 runs added to the scorecard and having to do absolutely nothing about it. Completely misses his line there, Chris Wokes. 5 runs added to the total. Again, that's 10 extras just been gifted to India. Wokes with the shake of the head. You can see there, yeah, he's just trying to pitch that in that middle and leg area. He's missed that by quite a bit here. And let's have a look at the release. Nothing wrong with the release, just completely misses the line. "22 extras definitely helps." Excellent, excellent delivery. Again, tempts Washi forward. The fact that Washington Sundar is just happy to withdraw his bat with those deliveries. Well, it's just perfect, isn't it? The way that he's just pitched that in that length area. Just tempting Washi forward. Fuller delivery, plays that down to third man. He's got enough bat on it. If he hurries, he might get 2 here. And they do manage to hurry and get 2. Excellent. Well, we're heading towards the 300 run mark rather swiftly here. It's another productive Chris Wokes over, and it's largely down to him contributing with that wide boundary. But it's good to see us still finding the boundaries, even though they're accidental, but works in our favor. England will feel that just a touch sloppy here. Again, Washi nearly getting squared up there, but it's a dot ball. It's got one more delivery. 297 for 5 here for India. Having seen Jofra Archer pick up Ravindra Jadeja in his very first over, and I implore everyone to go out there and watch Jofra's first over. I mean, it was absolutely brilliant. All 6 deliveries really outstanding. Washi on strike, final delivery. Looking for a quick single, a bit of hesitation, and they managed to get there somehow. Washi will keep strike, but it's a bit hectic in terms of getting a single, but it's 94 gone. It's 298 for 5. Washi looking to farm the strike a lot more to try and maybe go after Jofra Archer in the next over here. It's a bold tactic, but I think Jofra might have an over or 2 left in this spell, And if he can navigate that Jofra spell, almost feels like might be in business here. Try and go after the England bowlers. You'll see Liam Dawson at some point. Might not see him in the first session, but well, Archer back in the attack. We know all about him. Washington Sundar, 7 of 31 deliveries. Gets squared up there, but it goes through the slip cordons for a boundary. It's an excellent delivery from Jofra Archer, but he does not get the rewards. Instead, the 300 comes up for India. Well, Washington Sundar gets squared up a little. Again, he plays that with soft hands, and that's why it doesn't carry to the slips area. But again, very good bowling. Again, it goes through that one vacant area where the fielder wasn't placed. And a boundary for India, and the 300 mark. First objective achieved. We were hoping that that objective would have been achieved without the loss of a wicket, but having seen Ravindra Jadeja being dismissed, Shardul and Washi, again a very good delivery there from Jofra. Again, the pace and the bounce that he gets, such a game changer for England, really. Well, India have played 418 dot balls. Make that of what you will. Just shows you the kind of patience that we have exercised throughout this first innings here. Having lost the toss, well, we've lost all 4 tosses in the series. What is that, 16 tosses in a row? Incredible. Well, Jofra Archer cannot believe he doesn't get the edge of Washington Sundar. It's another brilliant delivery, this. Again, the textbook of just get that movement. The outswing is perfect. He's flooded that slip cordon region here. And watchful defense there by Washi. Like I mentioned before, Jofra might have an over after this to end his spell. We don't see long spells from Jofra Archer. England want him to play as much as possible, but also not burn him out here. Wide down the leg side, Archer just missing his mark on a couple of occasions here. You can see what he's trying to do here, just trying to get that ball to shape away. He wants the ball to start at middle and leg. He'll feel the touch unfortunate that on more than a few occasions he has tested nearly the outside edge of the batsman, and this is not a good sight to see here from an Indian point of view. Ben Stokes is warming up. That can only mean one thing. He's ready to go. Again, Washi gets squared up. It's a dot ball to end the over. Well, it was a similar way how he got dismissed at Lord's in the second innings. Jofra Archer squared him up, but on that occasion he took a tremendous catch off his very own bowling. He likes to square up Washington Sundar here. Again, bowls with that angle. He knows he wants to try and test Washi outside that off stump. So far so good, and I think we might have one more Jofra Archer over after this. But as I mentioned before, we did see Ben Stokes warm up in the background, and that means that Ben Stokes, this feels like a matter of time before he hands the ball to himself. Well, good to see Rishabh Pant. He is standing by the looks of it, and he is testing out the foot. That is potentially great news for India if Pant decides to come out there and have a swing, but it's a fracture, it's painful. they would have given him all the painkillers that they've had. If they had any intentions of getting him to bat this morning, we'll wait and see. But what we don't have to wait for anymore is the arrival of Ben Stokes. He's gotten Wokes and Jofra Archer with the new ball, and about 12 overs later finds himself bowling to Shardul. Ben Stokes has got 2 already. He got the big wicket of Shubman Gill, and then getting Sai Sudarshan to play a false shot after Sai had played so well. All that patience, and then to decide to try and go for the hook, getting caught at fine leg, was a disappointing end for what was an excellent innings, a comeback innings really from Sai Sudarshan, being dropped for the last 2 tests. Watchfully played there by Shardul, just trying to get that through the slip area. Good fielding there by Ben Duckett. Washington Sundar, 11 of 37. I'll decide to continue with his pace. Oh, brilliant. What a ball. That is from Stokes. It hasn't got the edge of Shardul, but wow. Incredible from Ben Stokes. They are thinking about the review. I don't think the entire slip cordon went up in unison, so that might just save Shardul Thakur. It's a ripper from Stokes. Wow. Stokes decides to take it, but with 1 second left, England have 2 reviews remaining, so why not? But I think Shardul would be hoping that there's no tickle, no feather on it. Brilliant from Ben Stokes. First over, third delivery, second delivery rather, he gets that ball to talk. Really leapt off the surface, and it caused all sorts of problems to Shardul Thakur. Let's have a look here. Well, in this situation, they should just go straight to Snicko, man. Wow, what a ball that is. It has travelled. Well, it almost feels like Shardul felt that the ball was coming close. Let's have a look here. Hopefully it's missed the glove. Oh, it has missed the glove. Shardul gets away with that one, and it is the tiniest of difference between catching the glove. Might have just flicked the thumb area. Stokes was hoping. England have just the 1 review remaining. It's not something that they would really mind. Again, in the hopes of trying to break this partnership open and get into the tail as quickly as possible. It has leapt after the ball has left. Look at that. Brilliant from Stokes. Fuller delivery. What a shot by Shardul. Well, it was full. There was width on offer, and he hammers that through the covers for a boundary. A loose delivery there from Ben Stokes, really, considering the excellent deliveries that he has been bowling. That time, far too full. Shardul with an excellent looking cover drive. Full follow through and all. Cracking shot there from Shardul Thakur, takes him to 39. 39 of 72, batting at just over 50 here as a strike rate. Washi at the other end has been solid, and that's exactly what we expect from Washi, isn't it? Just a solid innings. Doesn't look to do too much. 4 of this. Ben Stokes over and nearly gets the outside edge. Well, Shardul Thakur survives. It's 96 gone. It's 306 for 5. And that was a really excellent Ben Stokes over, really. Shake hand with the umpire. Well, Ben Stokes, he really is a difference maker. He is everything and more you need in a competitor, in a captain. Almost feels like he's going to have one of those innings with the bat that is going to really make India suffer. It hasn't happened yet. And it just feels that the longer that goes on, the better for us. But Ben Stokes, with the ball, took 4 at Headingley, didn't he, in the first test. It was outstanding, really. Effort deliveries, trying to drive his team forward. It was brilliant at Lord's, especially at the 5th day where he took the ownership upon his shoulders. He bowled 9 overs on the spin in the first session and then bowled 10 towards the end continuously. I mean, it's incredible. And Ben Stokes decides to go hero mode. Very few people in Test match cricket that can handle Stokes. Wonderful scenes here at Old Trafford where India have navigated that early dismissal of Ravindra Jadeja courtesy of a top delivery from Jofra Archer. It was a fast bowler's dream, and that first over bowled by Jofra really was a thing of beauty. Now you want to see how India try and tackle this before lunch. Might see 23, 24 overs in the first session. We're well past halfway stage of that one, so in terms of steadying the ship, we have done that. Yep, you can see Kamboj, Bumrah and Siraj, the 3 remaining after this partnership. So Pant retired hurt, but it was good to see him stand there, and it's a brave decision because Pant, if he's injured, if he calls it, if India call it, he won't be able to bat in the second innings either. So let's have a look here. BCCI released a tweet. Rishabh Pant, who sustained an injury to his right foot on day 1 of the Manchester Test, will not be performing wicket-keeping duties for the remainder of the match. Dhruv Jurel will assume the role of wicket-keeper. Despite his injury, Rishabh Pant has joined the team on day 2 and will be available to bat as per team requirements. Well. Well, Pant, he is warming up here. To his credit, it looks like he won't keep, and Dhruv Jurel is happy to. I do feel bad for Dhruv Jurel having to keep and not bat, but the fact that he is getting to play a part in this Test series is a good thing. But well, that is encouraging news, and considering Rishabh Pant has potentially a fractured foot, to go out there in any capacity, and this is where, look, if we can navigate the new ball here, keep these 2 out for as long as possible, the ball gets older, softer, and if the wicket goes, we have nothing to lose. Rishabh Pant can just throw his bat. Easier said than done. This isn't fantasy cricket, but they will try and target that foot. You can absolutely bet your bottom dollar that you will see England going a lot more fuller, a lot more straighter if Rishabh Pant is to assume the crease. So Bryden Cars coming in as second change. Cars and Ben Stokes looking to navigate this session before lunch. Width on offer. Washi goes chasing after it. Tremendous shot over point. It doesn't have enough legs to carry it to the boundary, but a couple of valuable runs. Well, width on offer straight away from Bryden Cars. Is this the bowler that India decide that maybe, just maybe, might be the source for runs here? This partnership has been steady, to say the very least. I mean, it's been more than steady. We've raced to 42 of 70 deliveries. Washi has faced 38 of them. Class shot there from Washington Sundar. That time he decides to let that go. Bryden Cast yet to pick up a wicket. I thought he was tremendous at Lords towards the end of day 4, where I just felt that India would have had that ascendancy heading into the final day, but he bowled that incredible final spell, caused all sorts of problems. England will want that, a battery of fast bowlers that can just create game-breaking moments. Fuller delivery, watchfully played there by Washi. Well, that's what you associate with Washington Sundar, isn't it? Watchful. He doesn't like to take too many risks. If the chance is there to go after the bowling, he will. Well, over an hour in the stream, it's been a good viewing if you're an Indian supporter. Nice to see Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur are two all-rounders. And they're looking for that quick single there. Washi is looking to get that strike rate moving here. (13 of 41 for Washington Sundar. Bryden Cast drifting down the leg side. Washington just prods that towards the square leg fielder. Just get a couple. We'll just get a single rather. Deciding to err on the side of caution here. And it's been a good over of Bryden Cast here. India getting runs. We talked about different objectives, different, what do you say, milestones, landmarks where we can find ourselves at a stage where we feel, okay, we are a bit comfortable now. 300 would have been the bare minimum. 320 would have been something that you see that maybe if you can get 320, 330 for the end of the session, that would be another. If you can get that score between 350 and 400, I think we would have done very well. Considering how many challenges we've had to face and the potential that Rishabh Pant might be available to bat, anything's possible. 97 gone, 309 for 5. 14 overs played in this session already. Well, the camera keeps panning on to Rishabh Pant here. He seems very settled. He would have gotten a heavy dose of painkillers to make sure that he's okay, because that foot must be throbbing. I mean, it was a full delivery, caught the under edge and cracked him right below the pinky toe. You could see how quickly it swelled up. From India's point of view, we'll want to keep this partnership going for as long as possible. The longer that happens, better for us and better for Rishabh as well. We don't want to see Rishabh Pant, risking his health. Might do that, but with Ben Stokes back in the attack. Good first delivery. Right in the midriff agent. In 130 Ks, I think the surface has offered too much in terms of quickness. There has been carry, but you don't see the ball really zipping through. We've seen that on a few occasions. Nothing that would really concern the batsman. On for 5. There goes Stokes again. Washi with a solid defense. Well, Washi is looking to occupy the crease for as long as possible. I think he would be thinking that I need to bat at least till lunch, and if he stays till tea, I mean, again, you don't want to foreshadow too much, but I would just change the complexion completely. I mean, session by session, Ben Stokes is going to make sure that India don't see any of those fantasies. Fuller delivery, what a ball! And how has Washington Sundar survived that? That was surely destined for the off stump. It's a tremendous ball there from Ben Stokes. Wow, look at this. It's full, it's straight. Washi does well to jam that out. And it just nearly trickles to the off stump. Brilliant from Ben Stokes. Oh, that was close. That was very close. You almost get PTSD seeing the ball trickle to the stumps after how the Lord's Test ended. And it's a very good single taken there by Washington Sundar. In the running between the wickets, Shardul Thakur had a bit of a nervy phase with Ravindra Jadeja early on, didn't he? In terms of running. Then as soon as he got wind, then that confidence started coursing through his veins. Suddenly you see that this partnership is offering more than a bit of hope. It's giving us really good shot in the arm here. Just what we needed heading into the lunch break. What a ball again by Ben Stokes. Again, that's on off stump. He's so accurate. Well, Stokes is looking to break through this partnership. So Shardul Thakur ride his luck, to say the very least, in that first part of the session. He got beaten on multiple occasions. Jofra Archer causing him all sorts of problems. Nicely played with soft hands to navigate that Ben Stokes over. 98 gone is 3-1-0 for 5. Well, the objectives are being met. Quite sense of confidence here. We know that England will keep coming hard at multiple points during the session, so you have to make sure that try and meet fire with fire. Eight overs gone. Washington Sundar 15 of 46. Bryden Cass, well, he got a pretty successful over off him in his first over. Well, today that is. Bowling his 18th. Oh, good delivery. Well left there by Washington. Just gets that ball to, you say, swerve in towards the lefty. Does very nicely to just let that go. Well, Washi has made sure that his wicket is not given away cheaply. He wants to definitely stay the course of the first session. Nicely bowled. Similar leave by Washington Sundar. Again, you can see Bryden Cass just trying to bounce him out here on a couple of occasions before he brings one back in. At some point in this over, he's gone with 2 short deliveries. Just feels like a matter of time before he decides to get one to nip back into the left-hander. That's where you can see this angle that he is trying to bowl with around the wicket. Getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander from this angle is going to be some task. That's why you almost expect him to get the ball to drift in. Yep, doesn't get the ball to move, but Washi is happy to leave the deliveries again. 3 deliveries where he doesn't decide to make any sort of contact. It looks like Jasprit Bumrah will be the next to pad up here. Almost feels like if we are to use Rishabh Pant at some point with the bat, it would be right at the end when we've lost 9 wickets and he can just go out there and just add a few bonus runs. Nicely worked on the onside. Washi has run hard for the first. He should get 2 here. Excellent running between the wickets. Brilliant. Exactly what you want to see. And Washi is just trying to use his experience now. Again, he took off so swiftly for the first. Made his ground quite comfortably in the end. Two deliveries left of this Brighton cast over. Again, he hasn't gotten too much, and you almost feel for the fourth fast bowler in the England side, don't you? I mean, you almost think that you might just get the new ball. I want to bowl with that new cherry as much as possible, but he was outranked. Almost looking to trouble Washi on that occasion. Straighter, and you just catch him on the thigh. Well, Brighton cast. They're showing Jofra Archer's wickets in the first, his first test, the third that is. Not much difference between the dismissals between getting Yashasvi Jaiswal out in the first innings of the third test and the Jadeja this time. Similar length. The line was absolutely spot on. Washi with another solid defense to end the over. 99 overs gone. Just the 2 runs coming off that Brighton cast over. It's 3-1-2 for 5. Got about 40 minutes of play remaining in the first session. India have done well since Ravindra Jadeja's dismissal. Shardul Thakur hasn't seen too much of the strike. Has just looked to as solid as possible. Brilliant from Stokes again. Well, Shardul on that occasion is far too expansive. He's gone to chase after Ben Stokes wide outside off stump. Doesn't make the connection, and he's happy that he doesn't. Any sort of edge there. Again, Shardul, he's not in an orthodox position. Look at his feet. Look at the movement. It is the arms are flicking around. I mean, it's not textbook cricket, but he survives. Ben Stokes again charging in here. He's just getting the ball to swing away from the right-hander. Well, Shardul's had a few battles with Ben Stokes, and what Stokes will look to do is continue to try and test the patience of Shardul Thakur. He might not get the response out of Washington Sundar, who's just shown that he has absolutely no intentions of doing anything outside the box. Shardul, on the other hand, has shown that he is more than willing to chase after deliveries she feels are chaseable. Fuller delivery worked well, but doesn't beat the fielder. Oh, Washi would have been run out if that was a direct hit. And out of absolutely nothing, England nearly break the partnership here. Needless. Oh, Washi was gone. He was gone. It was so poor. Can't believe it. Again, the run was never there. It went straight to silly mid-on. He just decided to run, and Washington Sundar nearly gifting the wicket away. Well, something or the other turns to happen out in Ben Stokes' over. That's a sensible leave there by Shardul. Whistles past his elbow. Again, heading into that 100 over rather, and that would take our run rate to 3.12, which is not bad at all. Almost felt that we would struggle for runs in this session if we are to look for preservation rather than going after. It's a stylish leave there by Shardul, looking a lot more comfortable out there in the middle. The 100 over mark is upon us. Has been overcast conditions here at Old Trafford. Fully expected that. It's not the sunshine of London. If any of you follow the Premier League, you'll know the weather of what it's like in Manchester. Always raining. It's good that so far there hasn't been a hint of rain. Final delivery of Stokes is over. Yet to concede a run. Nicely played. Has it carried? It hasn't. Washington Sundar has taken a chance and he gets away with that one. He'll get a single, but at what cost? Pant Stokes nearly delivers a dismissal right at the end of the over. Shardul survives. It's 100 gone. It's 3-1-3 for 5. A couple of nearly moments in that Ben Stokes over. First that run out chance. And Shardul Thakur at the end of the over decides to go after the one outside the off stump. And very nearly hits that to point. That was close. That was very close. But it all seems to be happening. Change of gloves for Washi possibly, but looking at the Anderson Tendulkar trophy and the first test, the way England chased that down was something to behold. What was they needed? 373? That was incredible. They did it with wickets and overs to spare. Completely lost the plot, and it just felt that heading into Edgbaston would be in all sorts of trouble as they show us the run out chance. I mean, I don't understand why Washi is diving across, but he just had to dive straight. He dives across instead, and he was run out by a couple of inches. I mean, it was so reckless. It was so needless. And Bryden Cass just continues to tempt Shardul Thakur forward. Shardul just looking to play that with soft hands. Cass yet to get a wicket. He'll be going to change that as quickly as possible. Good delivery. Ken just angles into the left-hander on that occasion, but Washington Sundar has been so solid, he's almost unfazed. That's the quality of batsman that Washi is. And Bryden Cass is just looking to tempt Washi, which is not going to really take the bait after exercising so much patience already. Just feels that Bryden Cass will have to try and do something different here instead of continuing to bowl in what I would call Chris Woakes territory, because he's just trying to tempt you outside the off stump. And Washi on multiple occasions has decided that that is not something that he is interested in chasing after. Oh, good delivery. Fuller that time by Bryden Cass. Well defended by Washington Sundar. The 3-1-4 for 5 here, India. We're 85 runs away from what I would call safety in the first innings. Still a long way to go, but Shardul Thakur 41 of 84 and Washington Sundar 17 of 55. And suddenly, seems that if this partnership hangs around, might just be very valuable for us. Good delivery, nicely played. Doesn't beat the point fielder. But Brighton Cast has just tried to mix things up in this over. He's not kept it consistent. On that occasion he goes fuller. He's tried to bring his length back on a couple of occasions. He is keeping the batsman guessing, but almost feels that it has been comfortable for Washi in this over. One delivery left in the 101st over. And they're doing a good job trying to bat as much as possible. And Washi leaves that safely. That one doesn't carry as much to Jamie Smith, but it's yet another over that India successfully navigate. It's 101 gone. It's 3-1-4 for 5. Well, this has been a very good partnership here between Shardul Thakur and Washington Sundar, our two heroes from Kamboj 2021. Nice to see them once again shining in overseas conditions. Again, not easy. There's a heavy cloud cover. I mean, it almost feels like it might just pour at any moment here. Well, Rishabh Pant seems okay. He's having chill conversations with Gambhir. He looks okay. He might just come out to bat here and India might just have bonus runs on offer. When I mean bonus runs from Rishabh Pant, imagine Rishabh Pant is always looking to score. Imagine him out there with only one intention of just having to score. He'll go after every delivery. He won't be able to dance down the track like he does. He might be able to caught in the crease, but he will try to be as innovative as possible. It just shows their toughness, doesn't it? I mean, you've got a cracked foot and you're just sitting there like nothing's an issue, and very possibly going out to bat in a couple of hours. So they really are built different, these sportsmen. Down the leg side, again Shardul. He's gone after those ones down the leg side on multiple occasions. Happy to see get none of the bat. So when Rishabh Pant got cracked on the foot, I mean, if he was caught leg before, which he might have been if the bat didn't make contact on it, but as soon as you took off his sock, you saw that swelling. Once it swells up, immediately, generally it swells up the day, during the night or in the morning. For those of you who have suffered swelling and injuries or any sort of tears, you'll know it just gets worse overnight. And it might not seem bad at first instinct, but when you see it swell up immediately, you just know that, oh, you got no chance. I'll be very curious to see how that foot is wrapped up for Pant here. It's going to be so painful wearing his shoes as well on top of it, but he'll have to almost like cotton ball and just wrap it up as much as possible. Try and protect that side of the foot, but that'll be like a couple of knives going through your foot. I mean, that kind of pain. Good shot, edge gone! What a catch by Ben Duckett. Shardul Thakur goes chasing after Ben Stokes. And India lose their 6th, and it's Stokes again. It's a terrible shot by Shardul Thakur, really. He's got the thick outside edge, but how about that for a catch from Ben Duckett? Flying towards his left-hand side. Brilliant, two-handed catch. He makes it look so easy. England have 2 wickets before lunch, and they're in a perfect position here. We talked about the tail being exposed and how Rishabh Pant might be the man to try and keep the tail away, but oh, that is such a poor shot by Shardul, who had played such a good innings. But he departs. It's 3-1-4 for 6. Oh, and look who it is. It's Rishabh Pant. He is hobbling. Oh, this is guts. This is courage. This is box office television. He is being applauded by everyone at Old Trafford. Rishabh Pant is barely able to walk, and he's out there in the middle. Well, it's great to see Pant, really, but oh, this is just incredible. Rishabh Pant resumes his innings at 37 of 48 deliveries. Look at this, for a standing ovation for India's Maverick. Where we thought we might protect him for as much as possible. It turns out that didn't happen. Ben Stokes again and again and again provides the breakthrough. I am sick to my stomach seeing Ben Stokes with the ball. But Rishabh Pant and Washington Sundar now with this partnership. Washi would have asked Rishabh, now look, since runners are not allowed, I cannot imagine us taking singles, twos, anything. It's got to be dot balls or boundaries. And this is where Washington Sundar will be hampered, because Washi is dealing in singles and twos. I don't think he's going to be able to take even a run here. So Washi is going to have to just block, while Rishabh Pant looks to just swing. Incredible scenes here. Well, Rishabh Pant is braving all the conditions. Well, there was reports that he might be out for 6 weeks. Rishabh Pant says, absolutely not. I will play this test match at least in a batting capacity. It is laudable, really. I mean, it's great guts. It's great determination. Almost reminds you of Graham Smith trying to save the test match against Australia with that broken index finger. He could barely hold the bat. Here's Rishabh Pant with Ben Stokes breathing fire. This is box office cricket. Rishabh Pant goes after him. First delivery, beats the outside edge again. Very little foot movement there from Rishabh Pant. I can't imagine him getting him that front foot forward. He's almost going to have to just throw his bat here. Oh, this would be unbelievable to watch Rishabh Pant literally on one leg. Can't believe him. Every time he puts pressure on that front foot, he'll be feeling the pain. This is gutsy. This is absolutely gutsy from Rishabh Pant. Putting his country over him first. Oh, it's brilliant from Stokes. Nearly gets the outside edge. Pant is caught in the crease. It's a wicket made in from that Ben Stokes over. 3-1-4 for 6. And it's all happening here in Manchester. Well, Shardul Thakur, unfortunately for us, could not keep his composure. Goes chasing after Ben Stokes, and Ben Duckett completes an excellent catch. And you just thought that we might just be seeing Jasprit Bumrah and the tail being introduced. Instead, Rishabh Pant, braving all the pain, is coming out here and trying to give India some extra runs here. It's a great catch by Duckett, but such a poor shot by Shardul Thakur. Well, Stokes has 3. He's yet to get a fifer, but he'll be absolutely fancying himself. Here's Bryden Cars. Oh, it's a nasty one to Washington Sundar. He does well to get something on it. Well, England are come with here. Renewed sense of aggression here. Well, now Washington Sundar will be hampered in terms of not able to take those singles and twos. He's been immediately greeted with a short delivery. It catches him right on the glove, and it's a good thing there was no short leg there. Brilliant, steep bouncer. And even someone as good as Washington Sundar, who's excellent at leaving them, has to get away from it. Again, Rishabh Pant is acting like he is going to take the singles if they are on offer. I wouldn't be surprised if he does limp and get a couple of singles here and there, but really is cruel to ask Pant to run those singles hard. Bryden Cast has gone short on a couple of occasions here to Washington Sundar. That's a safe leave there, and we are about 25 minutes away from lunch being called. Rishabh Pant in the final 20 minutes here, if he decides to just throw his bat, he might just be in a situation where we get not just bonus runs, but bonus runs quickly. Full delivery, jams that out there, Washington Sundar. Bryden Cast yet to pick up a wicket, and we hope that it remains the same. We knew that Ben Stokes will be carrying most of the load towards the end of the session. To his credit, he has done that. They've used all their 4 fast bowlers here to try and get to the Indian tail as quickly as possible. Rishabh Pant's ability to absorb the pain means that we will see. Again, it's a decent leave again. Just trying to see that ball shape away. Every time it moves away from Washington Sundar, it just feels that he is not going to be tempted. He's not going to take the bait at any moment. It just feels that he just has to keep his composure, not look to chase after. It's a good delivery again to end the over. Can Ben Stokes, well, Bryden Cast on that occasion keeps tempting Washi, but Washi isn't going to be tempted on that occasion. 3-1-4 for 6. Oh, well, no ball has been given. Still have one more delivery left here. Yep, clear overstepping there from Bryden Cast. And it's a easy leave there for Washi. Happy to see that. Well, Rishabh Pant will be on strike. I think it's going to be Ben Stokes who's going to have the ball in hand. So the two box office players will go head to head here. Again, Rishabh Pant trying to make sure that he puts a price on his wicket here. We'll wait and see. Stokes will be hungry. He'll be thirsting for Rishabh Pant's wicket here. 3-1-5 for 6 after 103. Here's Stokes. Ooh, it's a steep one to Rishabh. Well, Rishabh has been hurt already. That one will be a sore one. Catches him right on the glove. Ben Stokes, he's a real pit bull. He's a competitor. And Rishabh Pant, already on painkillers, battling all sorts of pain, takes another nasty blow there. Ooh, it's a one that just clips him on the thumb and then hits him on the bicep. Well, the England players, they smell blood. They know Rishabh is wounded. Rishabh goes after it through the offside. Does he run here now? I'll be very interested to see how Rishabh Pant completes these runs. I don't see him. Just takes the single. He can take singles. But how many? That's the question. It is going to weigh on him. He's not going to be able to take those regular singles, that's for sure. Grimacing with every run that he takes. 38 of 52. Rishabh Pant, heroic. delivery there. And what we have to try is just try and navigate Ben Stokes as much as possible. Cannot give him any more success, man. Number of times he just takes these wickets, and at crucial times too. I like the celebration from Ben Stokes and Ben Duckett there. It's just a straightforward handshake. Saying, I appreciate you there. But Shardul Thakur did very well in terms of holding his end, but it's just the manner of which he got dismissed, which is the huge disappointment. Ben's got 2 more deliveries left in this over. I've seen Rishabh Pant take a single, so he's already on bonus runs time. And Washington with a safe leave there, and this is where we won't be able to take those quick singles. We won't be able to convert ones into twos. None of that. Well, if you look at it conversely, if Rishabh Pant was not fit enough to take the field, well, our tail would have been exposed, and we're probably not looking at lunchtime. To be very honest, at least we are delaying it a little bit. Got about 15 minutes before lunch, so if we can survive this, Rishabh Pant can get a bit more treatment if needed. Shot there by Washi. Again, Pant hobbles to a single. This is just brilliant from Pant, man. I mean, you would have asked the question. Well, Washi up against Khas, and Khas just again tempts him outside the off stump. Washi doesn't take the bait as usual. The 317 for 6 after 104. Just make that quick change. The 317 for 6 here. Washington keeping his end of the bargain at his end. And I think the message has been very clear here. Just take us towards lunch. Ooh, it is starting to just drizzle here at Manchester. Am I seeing that correctly here? I don't think it is, but it just looked like it might have been. Well, Rishabh Pant is just going to try and take his time here. Call for the physio. Just, slow things down. Take us to lunch. It's a bit of hope. Again, he's going for the quick single. Well, Rishabh Pant is literally walking here. He's not able to do it. Oh, it's grimacing to watch. Really is painful. He is trying to amble as much as possible for the singles. Washi's trying to be like a ruthless cricketer, still go for those singles and twos. Well, twos is a bit of a stretch, but at least go for the singles. Brighton Cast has got 3 deliveries left in this over. Looks to go after Rishabh Pant here. Again, it's not straight, and Rishabh again gets cracked in a bit of an uncomfortable area there, and somehow he's hobbling for these singles. I don't know how he's doing it, man. Must be in so much pain. He would have felt a bit settled, I mean, before the day's play, but now he'll be feeling everything that he felt yesterday. Again, a nasty one. That one hitting him on the forehand. I mean, forearm rather. He's been hit everywhere, hasn't he? Wry smile on his face, but oof. England are being ruthless, and rightfully so. Rishabh yet to just get into his hitting arc here. He wants to not throw away his wicket. And Washi is making him run so much here. Washi, you've got to stop. You really have to stop. Cannot keep making Rishabh run here. Takes us to 320. It's another objective ticked. And final delivery of the Stokes over. Oh, Pant looks to go after him. Makes no connect on it. But it's a dot ball to end the over. 105 gone. It's 320 for 6. Rishabh Pant. Well, is that the first sign that Rishabh Pant is just looking to let loose? It's a no ball. He gets another crack at it. Brighton Cast bowling that no ball means that have an opportunity here. Final delivery, take 2. And Rishabh Pant decides to let that go. It's 321 for 6 after 105. About 12 minutes away from lunchtime. Rishabh Pant with a big smile on his face. It is starting to come down here with a bit of rain, so whether or not they will decide to call lunch now and try and protect the pitch here and bring the covers on, we'll wait and see. But as far as trying to navigate what has been a hectic session of play after Ravindra Jadeja got dismissed in the second over this morning, and then we saw Shardul Thakur and Washington Sundar put on a steady partnership. But that didn't last too long as Shardul nicked one off Ben Stokes. And yep, it is coming down with rain here. I did catch it correctly in the first time. I knew I wasn't seeing things, but yep, we're just starting to pick up here with a bit of rain. Well, Stokes might fancy himself for a couple of overs now, just before lunchtime. Might be able to squeeze another over before. We'll wait and see. It's good to see Rishabh Pant at the other end. Washi cannot be taking any more singles here. Washi is a ruthless cricketer, man. He's a technician. He is going to be deciding to take him on, and I think they might just call it off here, and they are. And I think lunch will be called at this time. It is starting to rain down here in Manchester. The covers will be on the field in no time, and it looks like India will go into lunch having lost 2 wickets in the morning session. First of Ravindra Jadeja and then Shardul Thakur, as Washington Sundar and Rishabh Pant. A surprising mention of Rishabh Pant making his way, hurt, hobbling, but full of pride and looking to try and inspire India to another 30, 40 or even 50 runs bonus But it's 105 overs gone. It's 321 for 6. And it looks like lunch will be called. And we'll be back for the next session or when the rain subsides. Hi, India to another 30. all but set for the start of the middle session. Well, Rishabh Pant has come out to bat, which means that he's good to go. And Ben Stokes fires in first up. Fully expected him to bowl the first over after lunch. Well, lunch was taken a touch quicker because of the rainy conditions in Manchester. But it's good to see that play has resumed. Covers are off and Ben Stokes can try and attack this partnership here. Washington Sundar has been steady, 20 of 73 deliveries. And as for Rishabh Pant, battling all sorts of pain, he's on 39 of 55. Well, we saw Washi take a couple of singles, didn't we? And then the grimace on Rishabh's face every time he took that single, you could see that. And it was visible. Whether or not that strategy continues in the second session, we'll wait and see, because I don't see Rishabh Pant lasting far too long in this session. Yeah, he looked to block as much as possible, and when the opportunity does arise, you can fully expect him to go after the England bowling. Again, Washi is looking for that quick single. It's never going to happen. He's such a technical, he's such an old school batsman, isn't he? He's always looking for that steady shot and then try and get those runs away. He knows he'll have to alter his approach in terms of getting those runs now because of Rishabh Pant's inability to run. He's only able to hobble around and take those singles. Other than that, Washington Sundar will have to rely on finding the boundary here. 3 slips and a leg slip in place, and Washington Sundar just lets this go. And it'll be very interesting to see whether or not the strategy remains the same here from Washi. Doesn't have to do anything in terms of chasing after the England bowling. I'm relatively pleased with the way our run rate is looking. I was hoping that it wouldn't dip under that 3-run and over mark. Done well so far. We're over that. Can we look to try and accelerate at some point during this innings here with Rishabh Pant still out there in the middle? Oh, good bouncer there from Ben Stokes. Steep delivery to start off with. Making sure that Washington Sundar doesn't have easy opportunities to try and get runs on the board here. Well, India at 321 for 6 will feel that they're in a decent position here. Would have been targeting somewhere between the 350-400 run mark after yesterday's day of play, but Jadeja doesn't last the course. He gets out in Jofra Archer's first over, second over of the day. And then Shardul Thakur's dismissal meant that our tail might have been exposed early on. Instead, Rishabh Pant is still out there in the middle, which gives Washington Sundar a lot more confidence here. Well, Rishabh Pant will again hobble for a single. And Washi will keep strike for the next over. 106 gone, it's 322 for 6. Again, Ben Stokes, the leading wicket taker of the series. He's been superb, hasn't he? That 4 at Headingley was such a big effort from him. And then he just felt that he just continued to put the pressure on the Indian batsman whenever he comes to bowl. That's the kind of guy he is. As you can see, after this partnership, Kamboj, Bumrah and Siraj will be next. So the Indian batting hinges on this partnership now. Rishabh Pant 39 of 55, Washington Sundar 21 of 78 deliveries. After Shardul Thakur's 41 of 88 came to an end, courtesy of Ben Stokes. England wasting no time here. Jofra Archer back in the attack. First over for him after lunch. It's a fuller delivery. Trying to just tempt Washi forward here. You can see 2 slips, a gully. Trying to be as attacking as possible, knowing that Washington Sundar isn't going to get too much on that front foot to try and chase after the deliveries outside the off stump. Jofra Archer was absolutely brilliant in that first few overs on day 2. That first over that he bowled, first to Shardul Thakur, first to Jadeja rather, got the edge, it didn't carry, got a couple of nearly moments against Shardul in that over, and then getting Jadeja out. Nice delivery there from Archer. Good carry there to Smith. Well, Washi will make sure that his wicket remains a premium for England. They are not looking to get any sort of cheap wicket here. Ben Stokes identifying that this is the partnership that England will have to break as quickly as possible. Last thing they'll want is Rishabh Pant to start getting a bit of confidence out there in the middle. If he starts getting a couple of boundaries here, Rishabh Pant, we might just see the tide starting to turn here in our favour. Here's Archer to Washi. Fuller delivery. He's caught right in front. Archer asked the question. And I think that's going down the leg stump. England have just the one review remaining. They won't burn this here. Archer feels that that was drifting down the leg stump. Washi gets away with that one. That is much more accurate from Jofra Archer. Well, his first over straight after lunch, nearly resulting in a wicket here. Oh, I think it's height more than anything. I don't think that's drifting down the leg stump. It's caught Washi on the flap of the pad, on the back leg, and only height the question. And because it wasn't given, umpire's call might have saved Washi there. Oh, Jofra, beauty! What a take that is! Surely he's gone now. No, he isn't. It might have clipped the thigh pad here. What a ball again from Jofra Archer. He's creating all sorts of problems here. Ben Stokes reviews, and the review has been taken. Jofra Archer, magnificent again. First over in the session. They've taken the review. This is England's final review as well. So it's a massive, massive moment in this match. Washington Sundar was caught a couple of deliveries before. This time, well, the catch by Jamie Smith was brilliant. I think it will be a height question more than anything else. Let's have a look here. Big, big moment in this match. Jofra's outswinger, perfectly pitched. Misses the bat completely, but, well, if you're looking at the pad, it's right in front, and it's only height that's going to save Washington Sundar here. Oh, I think he's gone, you know. I'd be very, very surprised. Again, it's just the height. Because it's caught him on the back leg. How much is that going over? Oh, Washi, his heart will be beating through his chest right now. India in trouble. This is a massive moment. Let's have a look. Washi has been squared. Impact is umpire's call. Wickets is hitting. And Washi gets away with that one because of the impact. That was hitting the wickets. It was crashing into off stump. Washington Sundar survives. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, Jofra Archer is creating all sorts of problems here. Squared up Washi brilliantly. Oh, the umpire's call on the impact is millimeters. You could see Ben Stokes' reaction. Jofra cannot believe it. He gets another crack here. This time Washi looks to play that on the onside. India under a lot of pressure now. Well, Jofra's bowled two absolute peaches in this first over. Just shows you the level at which he's operating. Such a dangerous bowler. He's creating all sorts of problems. Final delivery of this Jofra over now. And it's a watchful leave there by Washi. 107 gone is 322 for 6. And India will look to try and capitalize here now. Because Jofra Archer is bowling with real intensity now. Well, I'll be very, very curious to see Rishabh Pant's approach now. He would have seen Washington Sundar struggle at the other end, getting caught right behind, and now finds himself in a situation where he might look to attack. Easier said than done, considering who has the ball in hand here. It's Ben Stokes against Rishabh Pant. The two box office players in world cricket going head to head. What is Pant's approach here? They would have had a tactical meeting at lunch as to what the approach should be here. The approach would be to try and battle T. Still a long way to go for that. Here's Ben Stokes to Rishabh Pant. Ooh, Pant goes chasing after it. It's a wide and boundaries. Well, 5 runs to the India call, but you could see Rishabh Pant's approach there, immediately going after Ben Stokes' first ball. It's loose and it's 4 byes given rather than wides. Well, that was far too wide on that occasion. You can see Rishabh, he just cleared that front leg, exposed his stumps, and looked to go after Ben Stokes here. We talked about the approach, the strategy, the tactics. Rishabh just giving us a sneak peek. Ooh, Rishabh going for that quick single, and he gets it brilliantly. Very well navigated there by Rishabh Pant. That was bowled right into the ribcage. Gets that comfortably for a single, takes his score to 40. Rishabh Pant gets a 50 here, or anything more than that, it would be one of his most heroic innings. And this is including Gabba, including Sydney. This is one man's will against an entire nation. He's got support, he's got good support from Washington Sundar. Sundar knocks that on the onside. Nicely done there. He might just get a single if Rishabh Pant can make it, and he does. Well, Washi is playing in a very clinical manner here. He's not looking at Rishabh Pant's inability to run. Instead, he's finding gaps where he feels that Rishabh Pant can comfortably run those singles. Well, 6 runs of this Ben Stokes over so far, so very much job done in this over. Fuller delivery caught on the pads, and that's going down leg stump. Well, Pant again beaten by the pace there of Ben Stokes. It's because he's not able to clear that front leg with the ease at which he generally does. Just pushes that through quicker. You can see the feet don't move there for Rishabh Pant. Ben Stokes looking to attack Rishabh Pant now. 2 deliveries left. Rishabh Pant went chasing after Ben Stokes in the first delivery. Another brilliant delivery that. Oh, he's really attacking Rishabh Pant. He gets the single somehow. It's a full delivery. Again, it's targeting the pads. Rishabh Pant gets cracked on the foot again. Oh, that is so painful. Well, Rishabh has been struck on a few occasions. See that full delivery again. Oh, it's a good thing it evades the foot, because it's the same foot that is fractured. It's the front foot, remember. Just cracks him just above the ankle. Rishabh is being put through the pain rigors here. Washi to try and navigate the Stokes over. Full delivery, flashes across it, and he gets the boundary. A touch of fortune, but we'll take that. Well, we haven't seen Washington Sundar really chase after deliveries outside the off stump. On that occasion, he gets very fortunate, and a boundary to end the over. It's 3-3-3 for 6, and a very good over of Ben Stokes there. Well, he's gone fuller in that over. He cracked Rishabh once, well, on a couple of occasions really, and then he went full to Washington Sundar, which was an interesting tactic considering how Washi has been very patient in his approach. Well, it's a good start post-lunch for us, and the longer this pair can stay out in the middle, the better it is for us. Well, Pant on strike here. And this is Archer. The fun and games just evaporate as soon as Archer's got the ball in his hand here. Again, does he go full as well? I'll be very, very surprised if he doesn't. Of course, Pant is not able to clear that front leg out quickly. Might see Jofra try to bounce Pant on a couple of occasions before he decides to drive a fuller delivery first. Here's Jofra Archer to Rishabh Pant. Pant on 40. Oh, he flicks that away. What a shot that is from Pant. He'll just get a single. Well, again, the feet don't move at all. He just looks to paddle that down to fine leg for a single. Just trying to use the pace of Jofra Archer. Well, Jofra on that occasion is cranking up to 140 now. Now he has a different proposition in front of him. Washington Sundar is a lot more secure. Look at Rishabh Pant just trying his best to be as innovative as possible. He knows that his feet are not moving, but his hands do. And his hands will have to do a lot of the talking here. Try and pick the length early and just shovel a couple of deliveries to the boundary. Rishabh Pant yet to get that first one. Fuller delivery. Nice shot there from Washi. It was into the pads. Will he get the single? He does. Rishabh Pant seems to be moving a lot better now. Trying to get runs off Jofra Archer. The 3 runs already from this Archer over, and just shows you that's a decent start for us. Rishabh Pant back on strike here. 40 of 60 deliveries. Will he look to go after Jofra here? Oh, it's a bit tentative. Jofra takes the pace off the delivery. Rishabh had completed his shot. Doesn't carry to the point fielder, but nice variation there from Jofra. Let's look at this, how he's released this. I don't think it's pace off. It just catches the top end of the bat, the sticker of the bat. You can see Rishabh is not moving his feet at all here. He's just trying to get to the pitch of the ball here as much as possible to try and reach and go after Jofra. Well, Jofra will know that he's got the advantage here against Rishabh Pant. It's only whether or not he can try and take advantage of it. Oh, Rishabh goes after him. It's got it on the full. It's in the air. It lands safely. He'll get a single. Well, he does not catch that whatsoever. It spoons in the air. There's no mid-on. There's no mid-off. And Rishabh Pant just takes the single. Well, Pant's approach remains the same here. He's not going to look to settle in the crease. He's looking to go after Jofra here. He knows there's the pace on the ball. Just try and use that. Look at that. He just clears that front foot. Exposes his stumps. Right over Jofra's head. Washi with a comfortable dab. Jofra's pace hasn't gone above that 143 mark. He's just trying to see whether or not Jofra wants to really clip at that 90 miles an hour. Haven't seen those 144 and a half deliveries from Jofra this morning. Well, Washi's strike rate is that 25 run mark really. Rishabh Pant, he is box office, isn't he? One of the best sights to see as Washington Sundar with a solid defense to end the over. 109 gone is 336 for 6. And India is looking in a decent position here. It's healthy. It's nothing to celebrate, that's for sure. We're knowing that England are going to put the pressure and India still going at over 3 and over. And that's what we want to see. The run rate cannot slip under 3. That has to be the first order of business. Even though wickets are the priority and we don't want to expose the tail, but we still want to get runs, because how many runs can we expect from the likes of Siraj, Bumrah and Kamboj? I mean, 10, 15 at best. So we're looking at maybe 351 if we include their scores. So it's all about this partnership. Washi has batted for 89 deliveries. He is set out there in the middle. He has weathered the storm, and it's a different challenge for him because he's not able to take those quick singles that he would have hoped to take with Shardul out there in the middle. Instead, these two left-handers are putting on quite the resistance here at Old Trafford. It's a must-win game for India. Well, a draw doesn't hurt us too much, but really want to go into the Oval with an opportunity to try and win this series instead of trying to just level it. Don't want to reach that stage where England cannot lose the series. That's how big a result it was at Lord's, where victory was very much in sight for India, but we couldn't finish the job. Here's Stokes to punt. Full delivery on the onside, nicely into the gap. What a shot that is from Rishabh Pant. It won't race away to the boundary. Again, he doesn't really throw his bat at it. He just pushes it and punches it nicely. He'll just get a single though. Again, it's gone a long way towards the edge of the ropes at deep mid-wicket, but only a single being able to take. Again, Rishabh Pant, just that hand-eye coordination, and then just limps away to safety. He thought about two there, and just shows you Rishabh Pant's intent is not to just sit around. Oh, short delivery. Washi goes after it. Top edge. Sails over. Straight into the hands of third man. Oh, my word. Washi, what have you done? Straight to the fielder at fine leg. And you expected Rishabh Pant to go after the bowling. Instead, it's Washington Sundar. Oh, terrible shot from Washi, who exercised so much patience. And now the tail is exposed. Well, it's a similar dismissal to Sai Sudarshan. Straight into the hands of fine leg. Chris Woakes makes no mistake. Ben Stokes strikes soon after lunch. He's got 4. India are on the ropes at 3:37 for 7. Well, we expected Washington Sundar to stay the course as much as possible. Well, now we just might see Rishabh Pant in bang-bang mode. He's got no support. He's got no company. He can barely take singles. Well, Ben Stokes has gotten 2 dismissals of 2 set batsmen too in similar fashion, and that is the disappointment. Well, Stokes is on a fifer here, and Anshul Kamboj, playing his very first test match, has been sent in at number 9. Now, I don't know what kind of leadership this is from Bumrah and Siraj, but they've sent Kamboj up the order, and the only reason that looks like that's the case is because he might be a better batsman, but he's got just the 150 in first class cricket, average of 16. Oh, we just hope that we did very well to last till lunch with that partnership of Washi and Pant. Instead, Washi departs in uncharacteristic fashion, and here's Stokes now to Anshul Kamboj on debut. And it's a good leave. Well, Stokes didn't dig that ball too short for Washi, and Washi thought that the pull shot was on offer here, but it's such a disappointing way to end the innings. Straight down the throat of Chris Woakes. He's got buckets for hands, and it was a safe catch. Ben Stokes has put the cape on, the S on his chest again. Superman Ben Stokes goes again. 4 for 63. You got 4 for 66 at Headingley in the first innings after he won the toss and elected to bowl first. Similar now after India managed 471 courtesy of Shubman Gill's 147. No such centurions for India this time. We still have Rishabh Pant out there in the middle on one leg, which means bonus runs are on offer. India 13 away from that 350 mark. Well, Pant won't be able to keep now, and it's going to be a while since he takes the field here, so he might as well go for broke here. Kamboj has got 2 more deliveries, but he cannot last the course, and Ben Stokes has a fifer. It's an absolute peach to the debutant Anshul Kamboj. And Ben Stokes has 5, England have 8. And India in all sorts of trouble now. It's another brilliant delivery from Ben Stokes. Great length, nips away from the right-hander. And Anshul Kamboj departs. Just trying to fend on it. Takes a healthy edge straight into the hands of Jamie Smith. And the Indian innings is now crumbling. We were hoping that the resistance would be there up until the tea session. Instead, we have lost 2 wickets in a hurry. Both in the Ben Stokes over. And now Rishabh Pant has no other option but to swing for the fences now. He's running out of partners. The 2 tail-enders in Bumrah and Siraj remaining for India. Well, Anshul Kamboj's debut with the bat lasted all of 2 deliveries. Ben Stokes does not give you looseness, does he? He is right on the money. Well, Jasprit Bumrah is out there in the middle now. Stokes has 5 and he has an opportunity for 7 here. Rishabh Pant is still out there. And that means bonus runs are on offer for India. But that depends solely on how much support Jasprit Bumrah can give Rishabh Pant here. Here's Stokes. Final delivery of what has been a brilliant over from Ben. And it ends with a dot ball. 110 overs gone as 337 for 8. The Indian innings just starting to wither away now. We'd have been hoping to give England the last session to bat and give them some more time on the field. Instead, they'll be feeling a lot more enthused going into that end of the second session. Well, to be fair, there is a really good chance that England come out to bat in the next 5 overs. We have to see Rishabh Pant go for broke here. Ben Stokes' best bowling in Test, 6 for 22 against West Indies in 2017, 6 for 36 against Australia in 2015, against Australia again at SCG, 6 for 99. So his 3 best figures coming nearly 8 to 10 years ago. Just shows you how much they've missed Ben Stokes. It's a good ball by Jofra Archer. It's a full toss that Pant rather tries to hit down the ground. Well, Rishabh Pant is yet to find the boundary since heroically deciding that he's okay to bat again. India in all sorts, but having reached 337 will feel that they're in a decent position as Pant again. Well, you can see his instinct and his body having that clash. He wants to go after Jofra Archer. He wants to clear that front leg and go after him. But as soon as he puts like extra weight on that front foot, you can see that jolt of pain and then just withdraws from the shot. Pant is still battling here. And the longer Pant stays, the opportunity for India to get that score over 350. Fuller delivery, oh, it's a nasty one again, but Pant does just enough. I don't think he should take the single here. And one good thing for Rishabh Pant is he doesn't have to farm singles anymore. He has to protect Bumrah at the other end, and the only single he should be taking is in the last ball. We saw Washington Sundar taking that single with Mohammad Siraj at the other end far too early at Lord's. Couldn't. Again, he's trying to just target that boot of Rishabh Pant. This is aggressive bowling from England and you expect nothing less. Pant on 42 of 66. Back of the hand delivery. Pulls well. Brilliant shot there by Rishabh Pant. He picks the slower ball very early and he completes his shot, and that's a boundary that will give Rishabh Pant a whole lot of confidence. It sails over the rope from deep mid-wicket for a maximum. You can see the back of the hand delivery from Jofra Archer. Rishabh clears that front leg and pumps that for a 6. Big shot there from Rishabh. What courage. Incredible cricket here. Rishabh Pant 48 now. Slower delivery. He works that towards the pads. He'll get the single. And can Jasprit Bumrah just last one delivery here? Well, Pant looks like he can go here, and he's tied the record for most sixes for India in Test match cricket, equaling Virender Sehwag at 90. And Rishabh Pant will be looking for a couple more before this innings ends. Going after Jofra Archer, and really have to thank Archer for dropping that slower delivery. Well, Bumrah has got one delivery to survive. He has to survive. Give Pant that opportunity to go after some more bonus runs on offer here. Well, Rishabh Pant's heroics will not be forgotten in a hurry and should not be forgotten, because what he's doing here with a broken foot, you cannot discredit. Here's Jasprit Bumrah facing the heat of Jofra Archer. Just block this one, Bumrah. Just block. Full delivery. Well done, Jasprit Bumrah. It's a dot ball to end the over. 7 runs coming off that Jofra over. 111 overs gone. It's 344 for 8. And Rishabh Pant will be on strike at 49. Well, valuable runs off the bat of Rishabh Pant. And it's not just that. It's Washington Sundar who stayed an extra few overs and getting runs in the meantime. So he's done very well. Washington Sundar's uncharacteristic shot led to his dismissal. Well, Ben Stokes has got 16 wickets in this series. The top wicket taker. The England skipper, not making the impact with the bat just off yet, but with the ball, he's been brilliant. Rishabh Pant on 49. Here's the captain, Ben Stokes, already with a fifer under his belt. Here he goes. Pant jams that nicely through the covers. Should get a boundary. And he does. Rishabh Pant. Take a bow. And the 50 comes up for Rishabh Pant in brilliant fashion. It's a full delivery from Ben Stokes. And he just jams his bat at it. It's quite remarkable from Rishabh. 50 comes up for Rishabh Pant. One of his most gutsy performances here. Great shot. He's got a 6 and now a boundary. And I think the confidence now for... Look at this shot from Rishabh Pant. It is absolutely ridiculous. It's just a short arm jab. Oh, it's kept low, but he manages to get his bat on it. Rishabh Pant, he's box office. And he takes India closer to the 350 run mark. Look at this shot from Rishabh Pant, man. Just a short arm jab. How strong is he? How well has he timed that? He raises his bat to the applauding crowd at Old Trafford. It's not just the Indians that are applauding, it's the English too. They see what is going on here. It's not easy. It's guts, it's determination, it's character, and flicked away handsomely. And deep mid-wickets therefore cut that out. Good shot again from Rishabh. He won't take the single. He's got a couple more deliveries to try and navigate before he gives that. Well, he's got to try and give that single to Bumrah in the next delivery. Now Bumrah has to just block. Pant is going after Stokes here. Oh, it's another quicker delivery. He gets some bat on it. Should get the single. And they do. Rishabh has to hurry. And he does. Well, Jasprit Bumrah will have to just last a solitary Ben Stokes delivery from this over. He's got 2 deliveries rather. It is risky. It's a risky strategy. It takes India a run away from that 350 run mark, and that's something we would have been targeting since the start of day's play today. Stokes has got 2 cracks at Jasprit Bumrah here. He's got 4 slips and a gully. Oh, beats the outside edge. Brilliant from Stokes. Shapes away from the right-hander. Jasprit Bumrah just looking to fend that delivery. Completes the shot, beats the outside edge. He's just got 1 more delivery of that to continue here. Nice outswinger there from Ben Stokes. Hits the rough, takes away. Well, that's the risk of giving Jasprit Bumrah a couple of deliveries to face, especially of Ben Stokes. Well, it's, 4 slips, a gully. Point fielder also there. Oh, fuller delivery. Well played, Jasprit Bumrah. It was right into the block hole. I really hope we don't take the single there. And Bumrah survives. Well done, Jasprit Bumrah. 112 overs gone is 349 for 8. More importantly, brings Rishabh Pant back on strike. And that's exactly what we want to see. More of Rishabh Pant just trying to throw his bat at the English bowlers here. Well, an enthralling test match here. It's so finely poised. England have the lead after their come from behind victory at Lord's. India looking to respond here. India looking to hit back as we head towards the final test at Oval, hoping that the scoreline would be 2-all. Instead, here's Jofra Archer. Oh, Rishabh Pant looks to just take him down that leg side and look to flick that over. Jofra has to be targeting the stumps a lot more here. He's been going away, and every time it's in the arc for Rishabh Pant, he is looking to clear that front leg and go after Archer, so he might not go through the offside a lot more. Just trying to use his muscle really and flick that down the leg. Well, Jofra Archer, 1 for 68, that all-important wicket of Ravindra Jadeja in the second over of the day here as Archer goes to Pant. Pant clears. Oh, what a shot, Rishabh Pant! It doesn't clear the fence. Oh, it's so unfortunate. I don't think Rishabh will run there. It was a brilliant hit. He really did catch hold of that. But it doesn't find the fence, and the single isn't taken either. Big, big hit there from Pant. He's starting to middle the ball a lot more. Let's have a look here in terms of the timing. Really does catch hold of that, and because he doesn't lean into it, you can see the ball not going away a lot more. Rishabh is disappointed because he had no intentions of taking the single here. Again, he's going after Jofra Archer here. Oh, it's a beauty! It's magnificent from Jofra Archer. And we are talking about whether or not he could get the single to get off strike. Instead, Jofra Archer hits the top of off stump to dismiss Rishabh Pant, who completes his heroic knock, adds 19 runs from that overnight injury, and England are within 1. Brilliant from Jofra. Uproots the off stump, and Rishabh Pant departs. Couldn't move his feet. He's been applauded by everyone at the ground. 54 of 75 deliveries. We won't see Rishabh Pant until India come out to bat in the second innings. He can raise his bat and put his feet up for what has been a courageous effort from him. And now England can wrap this up now. We've got Bumrah and Siraj with Jofra Archer having 3 deliveries to bowl. and you can expect all three deliveries to attack the stumps now. India's innings seems to be coming at the end, sub 350, and after the end of day's play yesterday, if you had offered me 400, I would say that is ambitious but possible. But that was under the impression that Rishabh Pant won't be available to bat, and Jadeja, Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur would have had to do a lot of the carrying of the load if India were to get anywhere near that. It looks like we'll be 50 runs short, which is a huge difference really. I don't see too much being put on between Siraj and Bumrah really. Well, Stokes has got 5, Jofra has got 2, and they look to wrap things up as quickly as possible here. India won't last up until tea. And here's Jofra Archer on 49 test wickets to Siraj, who does very well. He knocks that for a single and India hit the 350 mark. Siraj gets off the mark in the very first delivery of Jofra Archer, who's targeting the stumps. And the 350 comes up for India. Brilliant delivery from Jofra Archer to dismiss Rishabh Pant. Well, he did the same to Rishabh at Lord's. He was just beaten by sheer pace. Oh, Jasprit Bumrah looks to take on Jofra Archer there. It's a wild swing and a miss. Well, the England openers will be just warming up here because they sense that they will be out there in the middle in no time here. What a delivery that was from Jofra Archer to Rishabh Pant. You can see his front foot not being able to plant that in time. And instead now we find ourselves in a situation where we never want to see ourselves here. Jofra Archer bowling to our two tail-enders with Ben Stokes breathing fire at the other end. Final delivery of the Jofra over. Oh, it's a thick inside edge. And that might race away to the boundary, and it does. Well, bonus runs on offer here. Jasprit Bumrah just looks to swing at it. He gets a thick slice of fortune and the bat. And that races away to fine leg for a boundary. 113 overs gone. 354 for 9. We're probably looking at the end of the innings here as Ben Stokes goes flying in here to Mohammad Siraj. Down the leg side it goes. Just about manages to evade his bat from it, and Stokes will be looking for a 6 for here. He'll be looking to go after the Indian tail. And Stokes will know that he has every opportunity Siraj on 1, Bumrah on 4. 5 valuable runs here from the tail-enders. And I said that between Anshul Kamboj, Mohammad Siraj and Jasprit Bumrah, if we are to get anywhere near 15 runs cumulatively, I think that's a bonus for us. Just shows you how little batting we have after our all-rounders. And Rishabh Pant just giving us 15 to 16 valuable runs. Here's Ben Stokes now, 5 deliveries to the tail-enders. Full and straight, surely. Oh, it's a good delivery. Siraj looking to play that on the front foot, misses out, and luckily doesn't catch his outside edge. Jofra Archer has got a wry smile on his face. He's got the better of Rishabh Pant on a couple of occasions already in this test series. He's only played the 2 test matches and he's dismissed Pant in both. You can see the 2 deliveries where he got Rishabh Pant cleaned out. In terms of line, it's perfect. In terms of length, there's a very little bit of variation. It shows you how accurate Jofra is. Here goes Stokes. Oh my goodness, Siraj has cleared that front, back leg, everything to go after Ben here. But Ben Stokes just has to bowl full and straight. I don't think he should try and bounce out Siraj here. I mean, if he does good, Siraj is just looking to clear out, and he's already thinking about bowling, isn't he? I think both of them here in Bumrah and Siraj just looking to add a few bonus runs for us. I don't see us getting past 360 if you're lucky. But we'll take it. We'll take this so far. Full delivery. Jams it out nicely there, Siraj. Again, he's showing all three stumps here to Ben Stokes. Stokes on that occasion decided to go full and straight. He's trying to follow Siraj here. Again, it just feels like a matter of time before one of these batsmen does something out of the ordinary, something out of the box. Nicely done there by Mohammad Siraj to get his leg out the way and get some bat on it. Can we try and get a few singles here? Would be valuable. We don't have to go after everything. That one straight. Oh, what a shot that is. Well, Mohammad Siraj goes straight over Ben Stokes' head for a boundary. That is class from Mo Siraj. He has timed that sweetly. It's caught the middle of the bat. It's a fuller delivery. Well, I wouldn't say the middle. It just slices a little bit, but what a shot that is. We're talking about bonus runs. Add another 4 to the total there. Stokes will not be happy. Oh, again, you can see Siraj just trying to give himself some room and just cut. Fortunately, no bat on it. 114 overs gone. India 358 for 9. Big smile on Siraj's face. He just hit one of the shots of the day. He went straight after Ben Stokes, right over the bowler's head. Excellent shot. These are bonus run territories for India. Well, the tactic here is to still chase after England and not look to fend too many deliveries. Well, Mo Siraj has exposed his stumps on all 6 occasions while facing Ben Stokes. So it just shows you that he's not looking to hang around here. It's Archer to Bumrah now. I think the fun and games are over. If Archer is full and straight, might see the back of Bumrah. Instead, it's such a strange delivery. It's down the leg side. Bumrah's looked to chase after him, trying to flick that towards fine leg. Oh, well, Joe Root is convinced that it's taken a nick. Well, Jamie Smith has an appeal. England have just the 1 review remaining, which they might just look to take. Smith is not convinced. Joe Root immediately is asked for the review here. Whether or not Ben Stokes obliges, we'll wait and see. Has he taken the review here? We'll just wait and see. I think they have. The England fielders converge. Jofra Archer in his very first delivery might have dismissed Jasprit Bumrah. It's a lazy shot really. Again down the leg side. Let's have a look here. Again, the accuracy is poor there from Archer, but does Jasprit Bumrah get a bat on it? Oh, I think he has. He's got a glove. He's definitely got a glove on it. Again, it was a half-hearted appeal from Jamie Smith. It's such a wide delivery. Yep, it's clearly flicked the glove of Jasprit Bumrah, and that should be that. Yep, thinnest of edges, and the Indian innings comes to an end. The resistance does not last too long. Jasprit Bumrah getting a feather off the glove, and India are all out for 358. The resistance does not last too long after lunch as Bumrah and Siraj. It was Joe Root's call. Didn't see Jamie Smith celebrating. He thought that there might not be too much on it. Clearly flicking the glove on that occasion. .358 all out India, and England will come out to bat here. After 114 overs, the resistance is finally broken, and Ben Stokes will lead his team out the pitch there. For his fifer, a sensational, superhuman effort from Ben Stokes, the skipper. He's got the ball in hand and he leads the team out. Jofra Archer with 3 and India with 358. The openers will be coming out to bat very shortly for England, and India now finding themselves at 358 all out. Well, the story would have gone towards Rishabh Pant, hasn't it? I mean, the real courage that he showed to come out there, not just to bat, but also play some excellent shots. He got a 6 off Jofra. He got a boundary of Stokes. He tried to do as much as possible. He got the 50. India's batting ends at 358. Yashasvi Jaiswal 58, Rahul at 46, Sudarshan 61. So the top 3 helping out decently. Rishabh Pant with 54, Jadeja 20 of 40, Shardul Thakur 41 of 88, and Washington Sundar 27 of 90. And between Kamboj, Bumrah and Siraj, we get all of 9 runs. 30 extras. That has really propelled us to a healthy score here. 358 after 114 overs. You see that. 5 for Ben Stokes, 3 for Archer, 1 for Wokes, and 1 for Liam Dawson. Not on debut, in his 4th test match, and a test match after 8 years. It was good to see India at least last a session, but it is disappointing having lasted that session, not able to bat too much after that. But we'll head into England coming out to bat and try and take on the Indian bowling. Well, job done for England here? I think it is. They would have been hoping that India could have been dismissed below 350. They were probably eyeing that 320, 330 mark. They wouldn't have expected Rishabh Pant to take the field. So Pant contributing valuably with that extra 19 runs. And we find ourselves in a situation where we have to look to try and get few early wickets. Zach Crawley is under immense pressure in this test series. His place has never been under question because England don't like to change too much apart from injuries or trying to reintroduce some of their star players. So it is an interesting strategy that they persist with Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. It has been their opening partnership. But now they find themselves in a situation where if they bat quickly, if they bat with real intent, they can look to try and put India on the back foot here. Jasprit Bumrah with that new ball will be looking to try and wreak havoc at the England openers. I'd be very interested to see Anshul Kamboj bowling at the international stage. We thought that Akashdeep's injury might result in Arshdeep getting a chance, but he's not fit enough to take the field, so that's why we see Anshul Kamboj here. He will be coming on as first change. Well, the kind of wickets that we lost today is a touch disappointing. I mean, Jadeja was the first one to depart. He got a brilliant delivery from Archer. Shardul's dismissal was very, very curious. Again, he went chasing after Stokes. Washington Sundar did the same to Stokes, and he saw His shot going straight down the throat of fine leg. And then between Kamboj, Bumrah and Siraj, not too much to celebrate, but Mohammad Siraj hitting that shot straight over Ben Stokes' head was one of the highlights of this session. The main highlight really was Rishabh Pant walking out in the middle, hobbling, limping, unable to put any sort of weight on his foot. And he not just scored runs, and he not just looked like trying to go after the England bowlers, he also ran quite a bit. It just shows you the kind of fighter that he is. He's not just looking to hang around. He wanted to really contribute, and Washington Sundar really made him run on a couple of occasions. 3 boundaries and 2 sixes in Rishabh Pant's 54. That 6 of Jofra Archer was really special, and that boundary of Ben Stokes, where he just put a short arm jab right through the covers. Well, Rishabh Pant's job is done here in terms of the first innings. He will not keep for India. It will be Dhruv Jurel, so Pant can receive further treatment on that crack. I mean, what can you actually do, really? If you look at the most runs by a wicketkeeper in a test series in England, Rishabh Pant 479 in 2025. Alex Stewart in 1998 has 465, and Jamie Smith has got 415. So the 2 wicket-keeper batsmen have really made merry. Over 800 runs between the 2 wicket-keeping batsmen for England and India, both with similar styles really in terms of counter-attack and how they play fearlessly. So we look at the fall of wickets for India. There were a lot of disappointing ones. I think Rahul's, even Jaiswal's, even though it wasn't a soft dismissal, just to try and just prod forward. And Shubman Gill's dismissal, I think, was the worst amongst, offering no shot to Ben Stokes, getting caught right in front. And Sai Sudarshan, who exercised so much patience trying to pull Ben Stokes. Ravindra Jadeja getting dismissed in the first Jofra Archer over in the morning session. That's a very good catch by Ben Duckett of Shardul Thakur, who went for the cover drive of Ben Stokes. Washington Sundar with a uncharacteristic dismissal, really. He played so patiently. To see himself get dismissed in that fashion was disappointing. And 3 deliveries later, he picked up his 5 for dismissing Anshul Kamboj, and then Jofra Archer breaking through the Rishabh Pant defence. And then Jasprit Bumrah with a feather to wrap up the innings. Well, the England openers will have been padded up and ready to go here. Well, Jofra Archer and Joe Root's reaction to Jasprit Bumrah's dismissal is quality, really. Both of them with the smirks on their faces. As we look at the most wickets in this series, Ben Stokes at 16, averaging at 24.8. Siraj with 13, averaging at 32. Bumrah with an average of 21 with 12 wickets. And Akashdeep and Josh Tongue, both who are not playing this test match, with 11 wickets each. Well, Bumrah having missed Edgbaston, played at Headingley, played at Lords, and now playing at Old Trafford, as the umpires are ready to take the field. The Indians will be discussing in heated discussion, really, to put pressure on the England openers. It won't be easy. They will be looking to counter-attack here. Well, they've got, I would say, about 12 to 14 overs remaining in this session. England like to bat quickly. England are positive in their approach. We will see Bazball in full flow once these 2 openers take the field here. It's up to India to try and break this partnership. Bumrah and Siraj with the new ball. We might see, or we might just see Anshul Kamboj with the new ball and Mohammad Siraj as the first change. But I don't see Siraj not putting his hand up to try and get that new ball and attack the England openers. Well, the rollers out of the pitch. The maintenance has been done. The Indian players have taken the field, and the 2 England openers out there in the middle. all but ready for a cracking end to the second session of day 2 here. We want to see England bat at some point during the day. We're hoping that it would be after tea. Instead, it's just before tea. And now we've got Jasprit Bumrah with an average of 19.49 in Test cricket, with 217 wickets in 48 matches, marking his run up here. It will be Zach Crawley who will take the first delivery here. It's an opportunity for India to put the pressure right back on England. Zach Crawley with an average of just over 30, 3,151 runs with a best of 267 for the dashing English opener. Well, it's Jasprit Bumrah versus Zach Crawley as the England innings is about to begin. Here goes Bumrah. Oh, good delivery first up. Shapes away from Zach Crawley. Dhruv Jarrell immediately in the action there. Jasprit Bumrah, he's been England's biggest challenge by far. We saw Siraj and Akashdeep pick up 6 wickets each at Edgbaston in the absence of Jasprit. That's a nice delivery. Again, just keeps a touch low there. 131 Ks. Bumrah is just starting to warm up here. Shubman Gill will try and captain his team here. He cannot affect the game. He can only do it with the bowling changes and the field setup. Unlike Stokes, if it doesn't work with the bat, he can always contribute with the ball. But Shubman Gill will have to contribute with his captaincy here. Have to be attacking. It doesn't matter if England get some quick runs on the board. It also gives them a bit of confidence. Just have to try and bowl those attacking lengths. We've got 3 slips. And Zach Crawley, he'll be looking to try and make one of these innings count here. He hasn't been amongst the big runs. I think him and Ben Duckett in that chase where England needed 370 plus at Headingley, he was outstanding along with Ben Duckett. Crawley got 65 if I'm not mistaken, and Ben Duckett with 149. So just shows you that these two openers, when they do stick around, can be really problematic for us. India have to bowl well. India have to field even better. They have to try and get some sort of advantage. Oh, brilliant from Bumrah. Crawley goes after the fuller delivery there, nearly getting an edge. Nicely bowled there from Jasprit Bumrah. Full delivery, shapes away from Crawley. He completes that shot. He was trying to go through the covers. Again, nice shape there from Bumrah. Just gets the ball to angle away the flick of the wrist. Good start here from Jasprit Bumrah. Nice delivery there, right on off stump. Good shape again. Almost starts at middle stump, then shapes at right on top of off. Again, you fully expect Jasprit Bumrah to have one of these starts where he causes all sorts of problems. Again, really good seam position there from India's ace. Zach Crawley has left a couple of deliveries. We don't see Ben Duckett doing that too much in terms of leaving the deliveries. Nicely played there, right on top of off again. It's a maiden over to begin with. Jasprit Bumrah right on the money there. 1 over gone, it's none for none. Well, India have 358 on the board. means England will be looking to get to that 400 mark if they're to try and establish a bit of dominance. And we talked about this, the new ball going to the debutant, Anshul Kamboj. 25 matches in first class cricket, 79 wickets at an average of 22.89. The best of 10 for 49. Wow, incredible. Give us something like that, Anshul. He's going up a level here against one of the best test openers in world cricket in Ben Duckett. Average of 42.82, 11,220 runs for Duckett. Here's Anshul Kamboj. Well, it's a different solution here for India. Anshul just running through the crease quickly there. 124 Ks now. That is a bit concerning in terms of real pace to try and trouble the English batsmen. Won't be coming onto the bat as nicely as they were hoping for with the likes of Siraj or Bumrah, who bowl in that 135, 140 mark. Anshul Kamboj will be feeling the butterflies. He can go out there and express himself. Edge! Oh, there's a chance there! And it races away to the boundary. Now, did that hit the glove? England get off the mark here. Ben Duckett gets boundaries to his name here. And that clipped the glove down the leg side. And Anshul Kamboj, in his second delivery in Test match cricket, nearly produces the one. He's missed his mark. Oh, that's a clear edge. And Dhruv Jurel at full stretch gets nowhere near. Very, very fortunate for Ben Duckett there. He doesn't let too many go. He goes chasing after Anshul Kamboj. Oh, big, big chance. Width on offer. Looks to slap that through the offside. Again, Anshul not bowling too quick here. Well, they're showing Ben Duckett's career. I think they just messed up his stats. Look at that chance there. Clearly clips the glove, and it doesn't even hit the webbing or the flap of the glove for Dhruv Jurel. Just shows you how far he was despite putting on a full-length dive. But that was a half chance for us. That's a better delivery there. Very well bowled. Well, it's a sharp delivery from Anshul Kamboj, which just nipped in towards the top of off stump. Ben Duckett loses his bat. He wasn't expecting the steepness in the swing there. Nicely bowled there from Anshul Kamboj. Again, going through the crease nicely. Good swing there. And that bat nearly lands on top of the stumps. Well, Ben Duckett has lived a charmed life so far. Could have very easily fallen on top of the stumps. Nicely worked on the onside. He should get a boundary for this. The timing is exquisite from Ben Duckett. And he gets the boundary. 2 boundaries off this Anshul Kamboj over. Well, the first one was fortuitous. The second one, a lot more intent behind it. And Ben Duckett is well and truly on his way here. Targeting the debutant. Nicely worked. Square leg region. Gets the boundary. The timing is exquisite, really. Well, 8 runs off Anshul Kamboj's debut over in tests. And his second delivery had the chance, the half chance, try and dismiss Ben Duckett. Fuller delivery, works that brilliantly. What a shot by Duckett. Well, he's got 3 boundaries in the over. He's really gone after Anshul Kamboj with a touch fuller delivery on that occasion. Works that off the pads for a boundary. England well and truly on their way here. 12 for no loss after 2. Well, we fully expected the England openers to get that fast start that they were looking for. And no surprises, they went after the debutant Anshul Kamboj. Again, just drifting towards the pads, and Ben Duckett is far too good a player to miss out. Sheer timing on both those boundaries after getting lucky with the first. They've got 3 boundaries on that over. It'll be very interesting to see what Zach Crawley's approach is against Jasprit Bumrah, because Crawley is yet to get off the mark, but he is a front foot player. Here's Jasprit Bumrah. Again, he's just targeting the stumps there nicely in the first delivery. Very well bowled there by Jasprit. Well, there was a lot of doubt whether or not Jasprit Bumrah would play this test match, but because of the perilous situation we find ourselves in and the fact that there was a large enough break between the 2 tests, means that Jasprit Bumrah plays this one and will miss out at Oval. So England know that they have 2 bites of the cherry here to try and win this test match with and without Bumrah. Down the leg side, crashes into the pads here. They angles that with pace there, Jasprit Bumrah. Again, it's that wrist position where he just decides when to flick it with real pace. That's the difference, which gets the ball to just angle on either side of the bat. You look at Crawley's dismissals in this series, and it's been a wide variety. He's been chasing after a lot of them outside the off stump. And you can see out of the 6 dismissals, 5 of them have been wide outside off stump. So that is definitely a ploy for India. Try and get Crawley chasing after those deliveries. Again, Bumrah very accurate, trying to aim right at the stumps. The length has been varied for Crawley, but the line is what's crucial here. Ben Duckett is yet to face Jasprit Bumrah. He'll be happy to try and take on Anshul Kamboj as much as possible here. Crawley yet to get off the mark after 9 deliveries. Very un-Crawley-like. And it's a leave there. You can just see, it might just be the pressure, because there's been a lot of chatter about Zach Crawley and the art of not scoring runs, because it always looks like he is well on top of the situation. He plays attacking brand of cricket. He almost embodies Bazball here. And it kind of does, because England don't win too many test matches, but still have this reputation. And that's what it shows, that it's all about the perception, isn't it? Zach Crawley, patient. Ooh, that's very wide there from Bumrah. They're not letting Zach Crawley have anything easy here for him. I've seen Zach Crawley do a lot more of this leaving outside the off-stump business here, which just shows you that he is looking to dig in as much as possible. That one false shot where he went for that cover drive and just missed the edge. And the longer it takes for Zach Crawley to get off the mark, the better for us, because Ben Duckett is striking at 200 here after a very fruitful over against the debutant Anshul Kamboj. Much better there from Jasprit Bumrah, right on off stump. 3 overs gone, it's 12 for no loss, and Bumrah has bowled back-to-back maidens here. Zach Crawley has pretty much fended off Jasprit Bumrah in the first 2 overs. Well, Anshul Kamboj will be under a lot of pressure, having seen his first over disappear for 12 runs. Ben Duckett will be getting all the confidence he needs to take on the debutant here. It's challenging, it's not easy, and your captain has trusted you with the new ball, considering Mohammad Siraj is there and would love to have a crack at one of the openers with the new ball. Kamboj has an opportunity to try and right that first over. 12 for no loss after 3. England, again, we talked about how quickly they score, but ready on 4 and over. Here's Kamboj. With on offer, straight down the ground. Well, doesn't time that well. Well, Ben Duckett has a wry smile on his face, because he knows that he's missed out on a certain boundary there. Again, with on offer, Duckett is not going to let that go. Kamboj is just hoping that it just hoops away from him. Oh, yep, it hit Zach Crawley's toe end of the bat, which prevented the boundary. Big smile on Duckett's face. He's really middling the ball. Kamboj under pressure. Again, we'll see his pace here. Bowled in the 120s in his first over. He's be a lot quicker. Ooh, that keeps low, and very well done there by Dhruv Jurel to take that in. Yep, you can see they're now starting to creep up of that 130 Ks. Again, not much carry there on that occasion. Good presentation of the seam there from Anshul Kamboj, and you can see there just hitting that area of the pitch where it just dies down. 12 for no loss, 3.2 overs. Width on offer, flashes well through the offside. Won't get a boundary, but should just get a couple with ease. England well on their way here. They don't look to muck about whatsoever. They are very much a front foot team. They score quickly. They are a problematic team, really. When they're in full flow, they can be. You can see the cloud coverage there. The thick dark clouds might just assist Anshul Kamboj here. Fuller delivery, whacks that. Can't beat the fielder that covers though. Jasprit Bumrah is there. Well, Kamboj is trying to be a lot more attacking with his length here. He's trying to go a lot fuller to Ben Duckett. Well, Duckett is the most fluent of players on both sides of the wicket, so it's not going to be easy to try and trap him in one side. Siraj will be a bit disappointed that he doesn't get the new cherry. Flashes hard through the offside. Again through that point region just for a single. And Zach Crawley, for the first time, with one delivery left of this Kamboj over, looks to go after the debutant. Yeah, 15 for no loss after 3.5. Anshul Kamboj now has an opportunity against a player who's yet to get off the mark. And that just means that you just have to try and bowl in an area which prevents Zach Crawley from getting easy runs and off the bar. Kamboj looking to finish his second over, much better after his first, just the 3 runs from it. Here he is to end the fourth. Oh, that's wide, but should be okay, and he navigates that. His speed is a lot better now at 134 Ks, but his 4 overs gone. It's 15 for no loss here, England. Well, positive start here for England. We've been hoping that they don't lose any early wickets. That's exactly what has happened in the first 4 here. They've managed to keep India at bay, and Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball. And is that a missed opportunity for India to not go with Siraj as the first change, but you can see what they're trying to do here. Go with the likes of Bumrah and Kamboj and then use Siraj as first change just to keep the pressure on them. Should not feel that if they have navigated the likes of Bumrah and Siraj, and then they can have an easy go at Anshul Kamboj. Well, this session has seen 4 wickets being tumbled, all from the Indian end. All started with Ravindra Jadeja, then Shardul Wicket disappeared for a very patient knock, faced well over 80 deliveries. So for him to have that shot in his locker at that stage, it's a very curious decision, really. Well, Jasprit Bumrah is yet to concede a run. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 52 runs in this session already. Jasprit Bumrah this time will have a fresh crack at Ben Duckett for the first time. He's bowled to Zach Crawley. 12 deliveries which were all fended away. And now Bumrah has an opportunity to get the danger man here. Here's Bumrah to Ben Duckett. Good delivery, just looking to leave the left-hander on that occasion. Nicely bowled. You can see Ben Duckett, 15 of 12 already, and because of that start, it just gives him that confidence to play very much on the front foot and in an attacking brand of cricket, really. So you know that the pressure will be on Jasprit to try and bring down the run rate, and in the hopes, try and pick up a wicket here. Oh, flicked off the pads. Brilliant shot there from Ben Duckett. That should race away to the boundary as well. Past the fielder at square leg. And Ben Duckett is having a confident start to proceedings here. It's an ominous sign. Jasprit Bumrah goes for runs for the first time, really. It is aerial, but in a very safe zone there. Timing, placement, everything spot on there from Ben Duckett. 19 of 13 deliveries, doing 100% of the scoring for England. Bumrah now trying to be a lot more accurate. Almost squaring up Ben Duckett on that occasion. Again, the pace of Jasprit Bumrah, just at 132 Ks. Aren't seeing express fast bowling, really. Well, 3 deliveries off the Jasprit Bumrah over so far. Nothing to shout about. Flicked away off the pads. That should race away to the boundary, and it does. Well, England are putting us under all sorts of pressure now. The runs are not just coming off Anshul Kamboj. They're coming off Jasprit Bumrah. And 2 boundaries of the Bumrah over already. And both of the bat of Ben Duckett. Poor from Bumrah there. Drifting down the pads. Down to fine leg for a boundary. Well, this is the scenario we were trying to avoid. Having scored 358 to try and get a couple of early wickets before lunch, before tea rather. Instead, it is Ben Duckett who's gotten off to a flyer here. 23 of 15 deliveries. That's much better there from Bumrah. Okay, now we're going to see 5 overs from Bumrah and 5 overs from Anshul Kamboj. It'll be very interesting to see whether now Shubman Gill persists with that plan. Well, Bumrah has dismissed Duckett already once in the series in that first test where Duckett played on. Again, looking to square him up. Instead, he tickles that towards fine leg. He'll just get a single. Again, a successful over navigated for England. 5 overs gone. It's 24 for no loss. And England are scoring at nearly 5 and over here. Almost 2 runs quicker than India. Just shows you that it's not just the way they score. It's not just how many they score, but it's how quickly they score. And that's the difference. Well, Zach Crawley has yet to really make an impact, but he's happy to see what's happening at the other end with Ben Duckett doing the bulk of the scoring. That's the ex-Everton man, Peter Taylor. What's his name? Peter... don't remember, but Kamboj to Ben Duckett. Peter Reid. That's the man. Yep, there he is. recognition from the comment box. Well, Anshul Kamboj really had the welcome to international cricket moment in his very first over, going for 12. Did very well to pull things back in the second. The delivery watchfully played there by Ben Duckett. Zach Crawley yet to get off the mark in 13 deliveries. In the previous test where he took about 20 deliveries to get off the mark. That's very un-Zach Crawley-like. Anshul Kamboj now getting into stride, hitting his mark a lot more. Width on offer, slashes. Well, he gets away with that one. Well, both Duckett and Kamboj get away with that one because it was not the best of deliveries. There's width on offer there for Ben Duckett. And he throws his bat at it. Jasprit Bumrah at short cover. Well placed. Well fielded too. It's almost silly mid-off, isn't it? That position. Kamboj continues. That's a much better delivery. Targeting the top of off stump there on that occasion. There you go, Anshul Kamboj taking 4 wickets versus the England Lions earlier in June in Northampton, which gave him the nod over. Oh, that nearly took the stump. That kept low. Ben Duckett went for the pull shot. And how close is that to the off stump? Again, there's absolutely no carry there. Dhruv Jurel having to get down acrobatically. Oh, that's very close. That's very, very close. He'll need some sort of encouragement here. Final delivery. Kamboj looking to bowl a maiden. And nicely punched through the offside. Runs should get a couple. Might even get 3 here, but I think he will settle for 2 here. Kamboj won't get that maiden over. 6 overs gone, it's 26 for no loss. Well, England, especially Ben Duckett, looks absolutely solid here. And you have to find a way to try and disrupt this partnership as quickly as possible, really. You want to see the likes of Ollie Pope and Joe Root at the crease as quickly as possible. Here's Bumrah to Crawley. Crawley yet to get off the mark. It's the 14th time the charm here. It is. Oh, it's a steep one as well. Catches the index finger of Zach Crawley. That will be painful for the opener. Well, he will look for a bit of a medical timeout here. Steep bounce there from Jasprit Bumrah. Just leapt off the surface. Zach Crawley gets off the mark, but suffering personal injury in the process. I think you can see that index finger immediately swelling up there. It's an uncomfortable one. But it's never comfortable facing Jasprit Bumrah, and rightfully so. Well, a couple of deliveries that has just shaped away. This time, coming back in here, and good to see Zach Crawley not requesting for any sort of treatment. Puts his gloves back on. Oh, that's a very tentative looking shot there from Ben Duckett. You don't really associate that from him. where he looks to try and cut with so much width, and the ball did keep a touch low. It's much better this from Bumrah. We need that dismissal to come through Jasprit Bumrah as quickly as possible, really. Don't want this opening pair to settle in here. Yep, that's a sore one for Zach Crawley. And nicely tucked away for a single on the onside. Duckett is playing some sensible cricket here. Knows that he has every opportunity. When he gets stuck in, when he digs himself, he is very much capable of scoring runs in bulk, and that is something that India have to guard against, and that's why his wicket, if you ask me, would you like to take the wicket of Crawley first or Duckett? It's Ben Duckett every single time. Here's Jasprit Bumrah. Nicely worked off, and he'll get the single, this time off the bat. Zach Crawley will be feeling a whole lot better after getting bat on ball for the first time for runs here. Again, England motoring along far too smoothly here. 29 for no loss already. It's not a good sign for India. Shows you how aggressive England are when the opportunity does arise for them to go after the Indian bowling. Bumrah's got 2 deliveries left in this over now. Ooh, gets the leading edge. It doesn't find the fielder at point. Get a single. Just like that, England on 30 here for no loss. Just shows you the difficulty we have. Zach Crawley, in his 7th innings, has scored just the 130 runs at an average of 21.67. The only 50 came in the very first test in the chase. Since then, it's been a real struggle for the opener. Final delivery of Bumrah's 4th and India's 7th. Here he goes. Good shot through the offside. Brilliant from Crawley. Cracking sound of the blade. Does it have enough legs to reach the boundary? It doesn't. Very well fielded. But they should get 3 to end the over. Quality shot. Well fielded there by Anshul Kamboj. Oh, and how about that? Zach Crawley has run 4 on that occasion there, having put in the dive to get 7 runs out of that Jasprit Bumrah over. Good effort there in the field by Anshul Kamboj. But Zach Crawley still manages to get 4 runs. 34 for no loss after 7. But in terms of trying to get a wicket in the first 10, those hopes are slowly dwindling. .34 for no loss after 7, and Mohammad Siraj being introduced. Not waiting for the 5 and 5 from Bumrah and Kamboj, instead going with the experience where England are just starting to take this session away from us, completely dominating the day's play so far, getting those 4 quick wickets and 6 wickets in no time really. And Siraj with 113 wickets in his test career, looking to break open this partnership. He'll be looking to bowl to Ben Duckett. 28 of 26 already for Ben. How quickly he bats, man. Here's Siraj. First delivery for him. Short delivery. Pulls that away. He's got that into the gap. Just get a single. Gets Crawley to face Siraj for the first time. Zach Crawley can just relax a little bit, can't he? He knows he's under pressure. He knows that. But he has the comfort that his opening partner has gotten off to a flyer. All he has to do is just put a premium on his wicket. And from India's point of view, we have to keep teasing him outside off stump. Have to keep going there and make sure that Zach Crawley chases after a wide delivery. We saw his dismissals in the series so far. 5 of them coming from way outside off stump. Is that the ploy here? Try and get Zach Crawley. Instead, it's solid delivery from Siraj to begin with. In terms of trying to put the pressure right back onto England, hasn't worked so far. They've raced to 35 for no loss after India managed 358 in their first innings. Ooh, he's gone for the pull there, Crawley. The ball keeps a touch low and he misses out on that occasion. Nicely bowled there by Mo Siraj. You can see there it was definitely not in a pullable length. Crawley 6 of 18, Duckett 29 of 27. Siraj trying to bowl with as much discipline as possible in this first over. Over 4 hours into the stream and a lot has happened since the start of day 2. Here's Siraj. Again is crashing into the pads. Again, whether or not this is the right tactic to Crawley, considering he's not really scored runs in this innings so far, to not try and target him outside off stump here. Is it because Siraj is worried that he might get a couple of boundaries and then confidence starts coursing through his veins? Still have to go with the technique here, that the intent to try and dismiss him rather than be defensive. Drifting down the leg stump there. It's a wasted delivery there from Mo Siraj. It's been a solid one so far. Untitled Kamboj might have to do his damage with the older ball. Or will we see? Yep, definitely Bumrah has got a couple more overs to try and get these opening pair partnership out. He has to try and dismiss Ben Duckett here. Yes, Siraj, final delivery of his first. Nicely worked on the onside. Should just get a single and he'll keep strike. 8 overs gone. It's 36 for no loss. A single of the first delivery and the single of the last, as Crawley will keep strike. Siraj bowled his first over. Untitled Kamboj getting 3 overs. Wouldn't have minded that as a start with the new ball, but no real success for the debutant. And in terms of pace, India really struggling. Akashdeep was bowling at a decent clip, and his injury is a real unfortunate one. Really hope that he is fit enough to play the 5th and final test at Oval. But fast bowling injuries, they do not recover, they do not heal that quickly, do they? Well, Bumrah is back in the attack. He's gone for 4 and over here. Just shows you the intent at which Ben Duckett especially is taking him on. But Zach Crawley has been very watchful against Jasprit Bumrah. He had to really take him on. I'll be very, very surprised to see Crawley chasing after Bumrah wide outside that off stump especially. We're in session 2 of day 2. England will feel that they're just trying to regain a bit of control in this game. Try to chop down on India's first innings score as much as possible and as quickly as possible. And if these two bat past tea and a few overs after tea, I think India will be very much on the back foot. .36 for no loss here. Here's Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, it's a quick single, a bit of yes and no, but they make their ground safely in the end. Zach Crawley looking to deal with Bumrah in a more reserved manner. He's not looking to go after Jasprit here. Jasprit hasn't offered too much width to Zach Crawley so far. The way Ben Duckett played Jasprit Bumrah in the first test at Headingley was a thing of beauty, especially in that chase. He did score 149, but the ease at which he played Jasprit Bumrah was a very concerning sight. And England 37 for no loss. Great guns here. It's a nice delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah. Well, Ben Duckett, having scored that 149 at Headingley, would have felt that his wickets were given away in a bit more cheaper fashion in the second and third. England bat deep, and we've already seen Braden Carr score a 50 in the series so far, so you're adding the number 9 who's capable of batting too, so it's only like Jofra Archer and maybe Liam Dawson who can't really bat. Other than that, England are solid and they will lean on their lengthy batting lineup. Again, flicked off the pads. This is food and drink for Ben Duckett. It might just race away to the boundary, and it does. Half square leg for a boundary, and when Jasprit Bumrah starts going for boundaries, just might be a bit of a concern. He has 6 boundaries already for England, and this is not including the 4 that Zach Crawley ran. Quality shot again. Just uses the pace of Jasprit Bumrah. Flicks that nicely past square leg. Well, Ben Duckett and England really have gotten onto a flyer here. 41 for no loss. Final delivery of Bumrah's 5th and India's 9th. Oh, what a comeback that is from Bumrah. Nearly beats the outside edge. That's a good end to the over. 9 overs gone is 41 for no loss. And that's the first time really that Bumrah has gotten the better of Duckett. Duckett has raced to 33 of just 30 deliveries. He's playing a white ball innings here. Okay, to just take the game and the day away from India. And if Ben Duckett stays the course, whoo, we're in trouble. We're in big, big trouble. And that's why his wicket is so crucial for us. Mohammad Siraj back in the attack. Like 18 overs have been bowled in this session so far, so we might just see 5 or 6 overs. Yeah, we might just see 5 before tea is called. India find themselves very much on the back foot here. England are just looking to cut that first innings score down, bring that sub 300 in real quick time here. Here's Siraj. Again, it's such a poor line. Oh my goodness, we're getting punished. It's a boundary for Crawley too. He's just drifting towards the pads. Easy pickings for Zach Crawley. Helps that towards fine leg for a boundary. India have not bowled well in this session whatsoever. We've completely missed our line on multiple occasions. England don't need a second invitation here, and it just looks like we're just starting to struggle. Anshul Kamboj had no real luck with the first 3 overs that he bowled. And now we find ourselves with Bumrah dealt with relative ease. And Siraj now going for a boundary the first delivery. Oh, brilliant. Good comeback. Very good comeback there. Good delivery, just catches him on the thigh pad on that occasion. .45 for no loss. Siraj looking to make himself a nuisance here after that disappointing first delivery. It's much better. Just tempting that fifth stump line. 45 for no loss is not what we were hoping for before the end of the break for tea. England would be looking to add another 20-25 runs before tea, and they'll find themselves at 70 for no loss heading into the final session, and they'll feel that they're well on top despite India scoring 358. So it's just the fear factor that England have put into everybody's head because of the speed at which they're scoring here. Going at nearly 5 and over. It's brilliant from them. Shot. What a shot from Zach Crawley. He climbs all over that and he pummels that through the offside for a boundary. Through the covers. All the fielders just stand and admire. 8th boundary already. And Zach Crawley is joining in the action. And it's such a comfortable area for Zach Crawley to attack. Doesn't have to go chasing after it. It's very much in the line which he's looking for. Stands tall, transfers his balance, and eases that past cover for a boundary. Quality shot, 49 for England. Ooh, gets an inside edge. Cracks him right onto the pads there. Siraj cranking up the pace on that one. 139 Ks. England going at nearly 5 and over here. Pressure, what pressure for them. And if England are to win this test match, they will wrap up the series. Jasprit Bumrah can fly back home after that. Still hoping that we take it to Oval. The game tied at two tests each, but England's start is making me nervous. There goes Siraj, final delivery. Can nearly taking an inside edge. 10 overs gone. It's 49 for no loss. England batting at nearly 5 and over here. Duckett 33 of 30, and now Crawley starting to get a move on at 16 of 30 deliveries. Will India find themselves in a situation where wickets are critical? Critical. We have to break this partnership before the tea break. There's no two ways about it. Have to, simply have to. Not something that we were hoping for in terms of starts. Needed one of the opening pair to be back in the dugout as quickly as possible. Instead, they've settled in nicely. Both have played 30 deliveries each for the 49 on the board here. And Anshul Kamboj back into the attack here. None for 17 in his first 3. Well, his first over went for 12. He's done very well to bring things back here. Now looking to have a fresh crack at Ben Duckett. Nicely played through the offside. He'll just get a single. Might even get 2 if he hurries. Decides to stick to 1. And the 50 comes up for England in very quick time. 50 for no loss after 10.1 overs. Just shows you how positive England have been. They've approached this like a white ball game. And they've really reaped the rewards. Swift batting. Well, Ben Stokes with the binoculars in hand. He can put his feet up after a magnificent performance with the ball. Picking up his fifer. crowds here at Old Trafford. We've seen a brief spell of showers just before the lunch break. Feels like there's one more bout of real rain about to attack the ground here. Still nice and sunny though. Here's Kamboj. Again leaves the right-hander on that occasion. Zach Crawley took an age to get off the mark, but now that he has, he'll feel a whole lot more confident. He's gotten a couple of boundaries too. He got a boundary and then he ran 4 on one occasion, but he's just showing you that confidence is the key here. Zach Crawley now getting on that front foot a lot more, trying to get on top of the bounce because of the height that he has. Well, Shardul Thakur has made an impact with the bat. Might need him with the ball to try and break some sort of chance here. Again, it's very easy pickings here, and they're taking quick singles to boot. And he's there at short. Has to try and stop that single there, but England getting a move on here, having no issues whatsoever taking on the Indian attack rather. They're doing it with relative ease. It's the lack of pace from the Indian bowlers. It's just on a couple of occasions where we've beaten the outside edge. A couple of times of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley getting fortuitous on a few occasions, but other than that, in the 60 balls that they've faced, they've looked comfortable. Well, Ben Duckett with a rare defense. Again, Anshul Kamboj's pace just about 130 Ks. You know that Siraj is trying to reach that 140 kilometer, and this is where India have to work. I mean, I've been crying out for someone who can add that X factor in terms of pace, especially at first change. We've got the likes of Akashdeep, Harshit Rana. Even Arshdeep is capable, but have to start developing fast bowlers who are capable of. What a shot that is from Ben Duckett. Doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on, but talking about that battery of fast bowlers, real pace, and I mean pace has to try and trouble. No ball there from Anshul Kamboj. Good call there from the umpire. Hasn't been the best of starts here for the young debutant, but still trying to keep his wits about it. Nicely tucked down the third man region. Shot third is there. Just takes a single. Ben Duckett has really shown the way here. He's taken on the Indian quicks. A lot of ease and very little danger. Lovely conditions here in Manchester. England winning the toss, the 4th toss on the bounce in the series. India losing 16 tosses in a row. That's incredible. We need to start practicing tosses, man. It's just not happening. Can't be on the back foot every time. Oh, it's a quick single and very easily taken here. It's not just the boundaries that they're dealing with. They're keeping the scoreboard moving. They deal with Anshul Kamboj's over with relative ease. It's 11 overs gone. It's 54 for no loss. And England are batting consistently at just under 5 and over. India went at exactly at 3 and over in their first session. Then dropped it down to about 2.76 in the second. This is about yesterday. And then brought it just over shade over 3 in the third. So we kept it at 3 and over throughout. England are just blowing that to bits here. Siraj back in the attack. None for 10 in his 2 overs. Heading towards that tea break here. We might just see 4 or 5 overs still to be bowled here. Bumrah's first spell was navigated with relative ease, and it's flicked off the pads again. Siraj's discipline has been terrible so far. It's easy pickings for Zach Crawley, and it's another boundary. That is not good. Really are struggling. England are taking their time and they're waiting on the bad balls. And they're taking full advantage here. Once again, getting a boundary in the first delivery. It's delicately played there by Zach Crawley, who really struggled for runs and suddenly finds himself at 22 of 34 deliveries. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous how we just let that side. Both are faced identical, 34 deliveries each. Ben Duckett going at just over a run a ball. Better, good shot again through the covers, leans into him, and it's back-to-back boundaries. What a way to start this over here. 62 for no loss England, and they're having the time of their lives here, the two openers. This time a touch fuller in the slot. Zach Crawley is never going to miss out on that one. Well, to be honest, India are drowning out here. Shubman Gill has got no answers. He's tried to switch his bowlers around. You saw Anshul Kamboj getting just 3 overs before Siraj was introduced. Siraj has been dealt with so much ease. And that's the concerning part. Wow, England are batting at nearly 6 and over now. This is getting ridiculous. Oh, good delivery. Very well bowled. Good comeback there from Mohammad Siraj, bowling at 140 clicks on that occasion. And you can see that big patch on Zach Crawley's sweater after having run 4, having pushed one through the covers and having to dive to complete the 4th one here. Well, we're in trouble. Real trouble. Ben Stokes has got his feet up. He would be loving every single moment here. Having done the job with the ball in hand. Now seeing his two openers take the attack to India here. Again, a bit of width on offer. Well, Crawley cannot help himself. He will keep chasing after those deliveries outside off stump. Whether or not we can test his patience enough. It's easier said than done. Siraj has gone for well over 6 and over already. Not the start that the first change was looking for. It almost feels like Shardul Thakur will be introduced at some stage. And if England see Shardul Thakur before tea, they'll feel that they have dominated the proceedings. Absolutely dominated it. Because when you see your 4th quick being introduced in very swift time, just feels like the captain's almost running out of ideas here, or trying to search for new ideas. Oh, brilliant! He's not offered a shot there. Siraj asked the question, and I think it's the height. Well, Siraj challenges immediately, and because there's no shot offered, Zach Crawley is under a bit of tension here, and out of absolutely nothing, do India rather have their first breakthrough. It's in the same manner at which Shubman Gill was dismissed, where he does not offer a shot, but I think height would have saved Zach Crawley on that occasion. Caught him on the back leg. Good delivery this from Siraj with a scrambled seam. Ooh, again. And if that is skidded on, Crawley could be caught here. Well, Siraj was convinced. He asked for the review almost immediately, and this is a massive moment in this match already. Just before the tea break, to try and break open this partnership would be crucial. Let's have a look here. It's in line. Yep, wicket's missing. It was always a height issue. We've burnt a review. It was a good decision from the umpire. Well, one review gone. At 62 for no loss here, England surviving their first scare. Nice ball there from Siraj. That scramble seam. Just nipping in, and yeah, you can see the height there. And Zach Crawley is a massive individual. Better from Siraj after being cracked for 2 boundaries to begin the over. Needs a bit of a comeback here. Final delivery of the 12th. Watchfully played there from Zach Crawley. 12 overs gone. It's 62 for no loss. We're heading towards the tea break here. England are having no such issues in terms of navigating the Indian quicks. You see 62 for no loss after 11. They've gone well over 5 and over at this stage now. And this is starting to get really concerning for us because we played at 3 and over throughout. England play at a completely different pace here. They're well over 5 and over now. And Anshul Kamboj back into the attack. He's gone for over 5 and over in his 4 overs so far. It's been really a welcome to Test cricket moment for him. Over 4.5 hours in the stream, and it hasn't gone India's way in day 2 so far. Flicked off the pads, brilliant from Ben Duckett. He really is piling it on here. The timing is exquisite from Ben Duckett. What a shot that is. It's just the most delicate of flicks. He's got that through the mid-wicket region for a boundary. It's a quality shot, really. Brilliant. Just the timing, just the flick. Excellent shot by Ben Duckett. Anshul Kamboj is just not able to find solutions here. He's gone for over 6 and over already, and we saw Siraj's over begin with 2 boundaries. And Ben Duckett has started Anshul Kamboj's over with a boundary here. So England well on top, completely dominating proceedings here. Flicked off the pads again into the gap. He won't get a boundary this time. He should just get a single. Again, his timing is a thing of beauty here. And Ben Duckett has just raced to 40 of 36 deliveries. We're in trouble. We're in real trouble. How do we get ourselves out of this situation here? Wickets. That's what it's going to take. It's just wickets. Have to try and break open this partnership. Shubman Gill scratching his head for answers. As Anshul Kamboj tries to attack Zach Crawley now. Crawley helps that fine to leg side, just a single. Well, a boundary here for England to finish this over, and it takes them at 6 and over. That's double speed at which we batted. So it's not just the lack of wickets, it's just the speed at which the assault from England is going on here. Slower delivery that from Anshul Kamboj. And Jaiswal giving him as much encouragement as possible, as is Shubman Gill. Well, Shubman will know that his captaincy will be scrutinized here, especially on the days where he doesn't score. Anshul Kamboj got 3 overs with the new ball. Almost bat bowling second change here. Ooh, it's a half chance there. Nothing really to trouble Ben Duckett. Well, Ben Duckett's speed in his innings is starting to make me nervous. It's well past nervous now. It's really anxious times here for India. How are they going to try and get out of this situation, try and break this partnership. It's been far too easy for the England openers. Well, we saw what happened in the first test when these two really get a hold of India. We seldom have answers. We need early breakthroughs. That hasn't happened. And it's nudged for a quick single to end the over. Excellent again from Ben Duckett. 13 overs gone. It's 69 for no loss. India struggling before tea in the hopes of trying to break this partnership. England, on the other hand, have had it far too easy, batting at just under 6 and over. After India really struggled out there in the middle, batting at 3 and over really. England shows you how it's done, to bat with speed, with real panache. And Siraj back in the attack. None for 18 in his 3 overs. He's been taken to the cleaners. And Ben Duckett keeping strike means that he's trying to go after Siraj again here. This is objective 1 being emphatically ticked by the English openers. They would have said, just try and last this session just before tea, make sure that we don't lose wickets. What they've done is, they've not lost wickets, and they're going at well over 5 and over. Again, this is easy pickings for Ben Duckett. Just runs that down towards third man for a single. 70 on the board already for England. They are making light work of the Indian bowling. Just like that, 288 the difference. That's how quickly England bat. And that's why I have this argument, or debate rather, with my friends and family who know a lot more cricket than I do. But then I always talk about the speed of the innings. And we always say, no, this is test match. We have to be preservative in our approach. Conservative is another approach. England don't do that. And when you're trying to battle fire with fire, good shot, straight down the ground. Zach Crawley, stop that. Outrageous straight drive. It's an on drive really, but it's such high quality from Zach Crawley, who continues to feast on Mohammad Siraj here. India have no answers. Zach Crawley is really making us suffer here. Zach Crawley, after taking 13 or 14 deliveries to get off the mark, is now on 31 of 41 deliveries. Ben Duckett, 42 of 40. India, all sorts of trouble. Again, an inside edge, doesn't catch, but they take a quick single too. Well, if it's not the middle of the bat, England still making sure that they keep the scoreboard moving here. Well, Siraj has gone at 6 and over throughout here, and he's already gone for 6 runs in this over. Needs to try and pull things back here. Well, England's run rate is improving incrementally with every over here, and that is a huge cause of concern. How do we break this partnership? Do we have to introduce spin already? Are we running out of ideas? Do we have to introduce Shardul Thakur? Because between Kamboj and Siraj, it's just been easy pickings for the English openers. Worked off the pads. Again, this is far too easy. Just take a single. Siraj is not bowling attacking. He's not bowling attacking here. It's simple as that. He's drifting far too much towards the pads. He's trying to get the ball to leave the left-hander. I haven't seen that once from Siraj really. Again, it's the angle. Could he go over the wicket to the left-hander? Takes the leg before out of the play, but might look to try and tempt Ben Duckett outside the off stump. To the right-hander, does it get better here for Mo Siraj? Good watchful defense there from Zach Crawley. Well, towards the end of the 14th over, England's current run rate is an absolute joke, man. Clarity of thought, attacking, batting, and taking full advantage of India's lackluster bowling. So Jasprit Bumrah beat the bat. A few occasions saw Siraj inducing a few inside edges, but other than that, it's been easy. It's been light work for the English openers. Then watchfully played. He'll take a single and he'll keep strike. 14 overs gone. It's 77 for no loss. And that's tea. Tea has been called, and England have dominated this session. They've not just dismissed India swiftly, but they've put 77 on the board in very quick time. 14 overs bowled, 14 overs brilliantly navigated by the English openers. 114 runs in this session, where it looks good for a session card because England have scored 77 off that. Without the loss of a wicket, it's been a brilliant session for England, and they can enjoy tea here at 77 for no loss. Well, in terms of sessions going against us, this one tops the list, really. England will be looking to really attack and plunder towards the end of the day's play here. And the longer these two stay, and if these two stay till stumps, well, I can confidently say the test match is over. Even at this early stage, it's just how good these two are when they're in a pair, really. And if you can't dismiss their weak link, that is Zach Crawley, it just feels like we're just going to have one of those days where we struggle to dismiss the openers. 77 for no loss after 14 overs, and it's time for tea. Well, we're back after tea. Well, their tea and my dinner has all been completed, and England have completely dominated the session before tea. The pressure is well and truly on our shoulders now. That went as terrible as possible. You could have imagined in terms of a session, 77 for no loss, and it just took them all about 14 overs to get there. And this is a sign of panic already. Seeing Shardul Thakur being introduced to the fray, this is where England could really cash in after tea. Zach Crawley, 33 of 44, having really struggled in the early on. First ball after tea. Oh, it's a withdrawn shot there to begin with. And this is where England will now look to pile on the pain on England. Shardul Thakur, we've really struggled with pace, haven't we? With Anshul Kamboj not bowling at the pace required to really trouble either one of these two openers. We know that Shardul Thakur isn't the quickest. He does get the ball to just nip away from the right-hander. And that's exactly what he's done. But he's got that through the gully region. And we have the first runs after tea. And that might just run away to the boundary. Oh, it does. A poor dive there from KL Rahul. And we've gotten the first runs straight after tea. And it comes from the bat of Zach Crawley. Another quick boundary here. They seem to be getting these early boundaries. And once that's the case, it just feels like we are in the back foot really to try and attack the rest of the over, with England having done the hard bit early on in the over. Well, this is where India find themselves very much on the back foot here. Got absolutely nothing. Shardul goes for a quick boundary early on. Nicely looks to just drive that straight into the hands of mid-off. Again, 128 Ks here from Shardul. This is not the kind of pace to trouble the England batsmen. Siraj bowled pretty quick. He was in that 138, 140 mark. We'll need to try and get Jasprit Bumrah 4 or 5 overs before the end of day's play here, and that might not be enough because of the way England have dominated proceedings. They're going at over 5.5 here, having far too much ease. Flicked off the pads. He's got that fine enough. He'll just get a single though. Well, India have used all their 4 fast bowlers already. Absolutely no success. What, 15 overs being bowled already? That selection of Anshul Kamboj, a lot of question marks would have been placed behind that. Hasn't started off well, but he still has enough time to try and turn things around. He picked up a 10-for against Kerala in the Ranji Trophy match. Playing for Haryana as Ben Duckett, 43 of 41, faces Shardul for the first time and drives that through the covers nicely, just leans into it. Jasprit Bumrah will give chase. Should get 3 here if they really push. And they get there easily. Well, the pain continues straight after tea. England, they have not let off here. 8 runs off the Shardul over already. And we still have one more delivery to bowl. So, well, England continuing their good start here. It just feels like nothing is going our way. We need to break this partnership before Stumps, because if these two bat for a couple of hours, goodness me, could be the worst real test here for India. Down 2-1. 5th test might just be academic if these two decide to really put it on here. 15 overs gone. It's 85 for no loss. That current run rate keeps increasing with every over. Now at 5.67 an over, showing how quickly England bat. India were going at 3 an over at best throughout their innings. This is a huge credit to not just the England bowlers, but also a few questions regarding whether or not India rather can bat at a similar pace to England, and that isn't the case really. Nobody can bat the way England do. That's what makes them such a dangerous team in Test match cricket. You feel that you've got runs on the board, but the speed at which they bat always feels like you've just about 50 to 75 runs short. Bumrah back in the attack. Run for 22 of his 5 overs. England have dealt with him rather comfortably. Need the breakthrough here. Here goes Bumrah to Duckett. Worked off the pads. He's got that fine enough. He'll just get a single there. Works that down to fine leg. And Ben Duckett has shown that he is very comfortable facing Bumrah, especially once that shine of the new ball is gone. Can look to just take over, and this is where India can try and curtail England's run rate when Bumrah bowls, but he's got no support at the other end. Everybody has gone at a healthy amount of runs. Siraj has gotten 6 and over. Saw Shardul's first over going for 8 runs, and then Anshul Kamboj has been not really threatening the English batsmen, so pressure at one end is not enough. Bumrah needs support. Bumrah needs a breakthrough. And that's wide outside off stump. Zach Crawley, having faced 50 deliveries for his 38. You forget about his slow start where he really struggled to get runs in the first 13 or 14 deliveries. Ben Duckett at the other end, well, he had no issues whatsoever. He took Anshul Kamboj for 12 runs in his first over, and since then he hasn't looked back. It's all about navigating Jasprit Bumrah from an English opening point of view. Again, width on offer. Crawley is not going to be tempted, especially against Bumrah, and that width is offered to him. He's more than happy to let that go because of the damage they've already done with the bat here. So can afford to be watchful in a few overs just after the tea break. We're looking at a point where India will have to look for wickets here, or if they can try and stop the flow of runs here, because England are having it far too easy. It's all going their way here. Wide outside off stump. These are wasted deliveries from a Bumrah point of view. He's not making Crawley bat here. Crawley happy to see those 3 deliveries past his off stump. It's the next delivery from Bumrah. Going to just hoop in here. Try and attack the stumps as much as possible. Give Crawley a few problems to solve here. Shubman Gill just trying to rally his troops. That's much better there. Right on top of off by Jasprit Bumrah. His overs are the ones where India can just look to pull England back a little bit because of the manner in which they've just dealt with the other 3 seamers. Almost feels like all the pressure is on Jasprit Bumrah to try and deliver here. Siraj or Shardul Thakur trying to keep Jasprit Bumrah company at the other end here, but having seen Shardul bowl his first over, I think he'll be back for a spell here. Bumrah to finish off here. Watchfully played there by Crawley. 16 overs gone. It's 86 for no loss. Bumrah again hovering at that 135, 137 mark in terms of pace. It's nothing rapid, it's nothing express to trouble the English batsmen. The surface is good for batting, and England have doing very well to erase as much of India's first innings deficit as much as possible in real quick time too. So they're looking to go after the Indian bowling. And as I mentioned before, if these two stay till stumps, almost feels like the test match has slipped away from our fingers. Because these two bat, the pace at which they're batting, trouble, real trouble, as Duckett flicks that onto the onside. He'll just get a single. And the scoreboard has been moving relentlessly for England. They are not hanging around. They're very seldom giving India positive overs. It's only Jasprit Bumrah where they're not looking to go after. Everybody else, it seems like fair game for the English openers. The Indian bowling coach, Moni Morkel, he wouldn't have been too pleased with what he's seen from our seamers so far. Oh, brilliant from Shardul. First time really getting the ball to kick off the surface. Again, sub 130. But Crawley on that side was beaten emphatically from a good delivery from Shardul Thakur. Nice outswinger there. Shapes away from the tall opener. Yep, nicely done there. Lovely shape. Now we find ourselves in a situation where we have to try and keep attacking. Cannot go back into our shell here. Oh, again, this time Crawley throws his hands at it. And that's the area where Zach Crawley has been dismissed 5 out of the 6 times. Wide outside off stump, especially when the pace is not there. Crawley doesn't think twice before he looks to hit that through the offside. Good comeback over this from Shardul Thakur. And good movement away from the right-hander, and Zach Crawley has looked assured for most of his innings. Fuller delivery, caress through the covers. What a shot! Zach Crawley. Again, the timing on it is impeccable. And yet another boundary for England. Takes them to 91 already. Well, Zach Crawley is starting to dominate now. Another outswinger, but this time a lot fuller to the tall opener. Again, gets into position early. That front foot is out, pointing nicely, and then just leans into it. Both openers on 40 now. Flicked off the pads. It's another easy single for Zach. They were, what, 77 after the tea break, and they've raced to 92 for no loss. Just 2.5 overs. And post tea, they're striking at 7 and over here, the English openers, and that is a huge cause for concern here. We are not just unable to break open the partnership, but England continue to score at over 5 and over. Again, 6 runs coming off the Shardul over already. Final delivery. Oh, width on offer there. Duckett could not help himself, and he's happy to not make any contact in terms of edges. Shardul's over comes to an end. It's 92 for no loss after 17. And where do India go from here? Almost have to tempt England to a few false shots, it feels like it. It doesn't feel like we're going to beat the English batsmen in terms of pace or movement. So it's going to be Jasprit Bumrah at the other end. Shardul Thakur trying his very best, but he's gone for 14 runs of his 2 overs. We're 5 hours into the stream here, and this has not gone according to plan here for India. Felt that the game was level after day 1, but heading in towards the final session of day 2, England very much in the driver's seat here. Crawley, 43 of 58, looking for his second half century in this series. Really has struggled for runs, but just another moment where Crawley feels that he's due a big score here. Again, about, what, 126 runs before the start of this innings, and that's nowhere near enough. Imagine one of India's openers having all of 126 runs in 6 innings. I feel that he might have been dropped after that, but England persist, and whenever Zach Crawley manages to score runs, it's almost like a vindication to the English think tank, because they are remaining patient with a man who doesn't score a bulk of runs. Again, it's this line that will not really perturb Zach Crawley, because it's so far off his off stump and because of who the bowler is. Now, if Shardul or the likes of Kamboj looks to bowl in that similar line, you'll see Zach Crawley going after them for sure. Because it's Bumrah, you can see the reservation and really going after him. .92 for no loss. Both openers have got 91 from their bats. Oh, leading edge doesn't carry to point. First time that we've seen Zach Crawley not time that in the intended direction. Again, every time Jasprit Bumrah comes into the fray, that current run rate just starts to depreciate, and that's exactly what we need to see, but it can't just happen from Bumrah's overs. Need somebody at the other end to try and support him. Shardul's 2 overs have not helped so far. England on the cusp of 100 already. Again, they will be so happy to see Bumrah's statistics here. None for 23 from 6.3 overs. Just shows you how well they have navigated the Indian ace. Flicked off the pads brilliantly there. It's another boundary for Zach Crawley. Well, 96 for no loss here as Crawley and Ben Duckett continue the pressure. And when Bumrah starts going for boundaries, it almost feels like you're in a helpless situation. Not a good delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. Again, it's on the pads, it's flicked that, and it's meat and drink for Zach Crawley. Both batsmen on the cusp of their half centuries. Look at this partnership, 96 of 107 deliveries. Absolutely brilliant. That's called taking the game away from the opposition early. Because they bat this way, they can really swing that momentum swiftly against the opposition. Crawley, 47 of 63, faced a whole lot more deliveries than Ben Duckett, who's just taken a side role for the moment. It was all Ben Duckett in the beginning of the innings. Now looking to just share the load here. Zach Crawley on 47. Bumrah's final delivery of his 7th. Plays that nicely there, but gully fielder's there. It's a dot ball to end the over. 4 runs off the Jasprit Bumrah over. 18 overs gone. It's 96 for no loss. India still looking to break this partnership, but to no avail. Crawley and Duckett well set out there in the middle and looking to take the game away from India. Now, look, India scored 358. England are looking to cut that first inning score, that deficit, down to about 200. If they can get about 150 after the end of day's play, I think they're very much capable of getting more than that. But if they get 150, 175 for the loss of maybe 1 wicket, they'll feel well on top here. The longer these two stay, that run rate will keep troubling us. Nicely played. He's so late on that shot there, Duckett. Just runs that down to third man. And if he runs hard, he might get 2. And he does. And the 50 comes up for Ben Duckett. Outstanding from the English opener. Continuing his good form. And he really is causing all sorts of problems here for India. Getting the reward for his positive start. He saw that Zach Crawley was struggling at the other end, but it didn't change his approach. He still went after it. And he's got the rewards here. Half century in very quick time. His 13th 50 in Test match cricket. And when Ben Duckett gets a 50, he often goes for big runs here, and that is a warning sign for India. Again, he looks to play that late. And I don't see how India break this partnership if they continue to do the same thing over and over again. This is a time where we might just have to throw in Ravindra Jadeja or even Washington Sundar Saw Washi get 4 wickets at Lords. He was absolutely brilliant in that second innings, dismissing Brooks, Root, and who else did he get out? Got two other set batsmen out and cleaned them all out, by the way. Pulls well. Ooh, Crawley's been sent back, but it's a misfield. Well, Siraj not quick on his toes on that occasion. Zach Crawley feels that the shout was there from Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett saying that it was never really the shout for a run there. Maybe it's a run out that breaks the game open for us, but as it stands at 5.3 and over, England are dominating proceedings here. Nicely bowled there, again trying to target that off stump. Well, we were hoping, weren't we, for a few wickets, a couple of wickets before Stumps. We still need that to happen. We were trying to hope that England wouldn't be going after us with such intensity, but that's exactly what has happened. Now we find ourselves in a situation where we're well and truly on the back foot, looking for a breakthrough here. Punches that through the offside. Great shot from Duckett. And it's a boundary to end the over. Well, it brings up the 100 for England in some style. Great shot. Again, the lack of pace is never going to trouble Ben Duckett, is it? So he just gets into position early and then he can just pick his spot. Again, it's a short arm jab from Ben Duckett. And he is continuing to punish the Indian bowlers. The 100 comes up for England. And in such quick time, Shardul goes for yet another over. Over 6. It's 102 for 4 after 19. Shardul not making the impact with the ball that we were hoping for, but well, it's not Bumrah. Somebody else needs to stand up and make themselves counted here. Cannot be on the back foot any longer. And the longer this stays on, it just feels that England are just going to run away with this game. The deficit now reaching that 250 mark, and that is concerning considering we haven't picked up a wicket yet. They're striking at 88.7 and over. Well, 88.7 strike rate rather. That is unhealthy from an Indian point of view. Here's Bumrah again into his 8th over, and that one keeps very low. Again, wide outside off stump, you won't see Zach Crawley going after Jasprit Bumrah. If it's the other bowlers, he might have a go, but if Bumrah keeps tempting him wide outside off stump, I don't see Zach Crawley looking after it. He's going to let that go every time. 47 of 65 for Zach. There's Jasprit Bumrah now. Again, 0 carry whatsoever. My goodness, it's going to be hard work for the Indian bowlers. And if Jasprit Bumrah is struggling, what chance do we have? Zach Crawley, 47 of 66 after really struggling in the early stages. He looks a lot more confident and he looks to dominate the opposition. He is a front foot player. He's aggressive. And if it clicks for him, it could be a very, very long evening for India. Duckett, on the other hand, has had no troubles whatsoever. Just continues to put the pressure on. Been placed behind her. Well, 102 for none. Jasprit Bumrah looking for the breakthrough here. Again, a safe leave. Again, it's outside off stump. Every time it just shifts away, just feels like a missed opportunity for us. Bumrah running through his over without much of a trouble, but again, it's not causing the English openers too much problems here. And that is something that we have to try and rectify as quickly as possible. Well, the English team are well on top. Crawley on 47 of 68. Solid defense from Crawley. Again, Jasprit Bumrah's pace has been sub 140 throughout this inning so far. He's not really looking to crank up that pace. One or two for no loss, heading into the 20th over. Here goes Bumrah. Again, 8 overs without a response here. That's much better as he gets that to tail into the right-hander, but it's a dot ball and a maiden over. 20 overs gone. It's 102 for no loss. And this is where it's such smart cricket from the English openers. You see, Crawley doesn't really want to go after Jasprit Bumrah, but he's happy to really play out these dot balls because he knows that they can take on the other 3 seamers that India have in their ranks. Shardul Thakur has gone for +6 in every over. He hasn't really been able to stem the flow here. He's not really looking to crank up that. Well, India need to find a way to break this partnership. They have to try something out of the box. But they continue with the same tactics here. Shardul Thakur, none for 20 after his 3 overs. He gets another go here. Whether or not the likes of Jadeja would have been more useful for us, won't come to know here, as Duckett and Crawley have had no problem with pace. Quick single, very much on offer. Again, that's how they target the bowlers apart from Bumrah. Zach Crawley has looked in real assured mood here. The 100-run partnership has come in just over 120 deliveries. It just shows you how well they have navigated under pressure the situation. They've put away the bad balls. They've defended the good balls nicely. And now we find ourselves in a situation where both openers are set with a 100-run partnership, looking to add to the troubles. Nice shot through the offside. Zach Crawley gets that into the gap. Might look for 2 here. Settles for a single. Again, a gentle delivery there from Shardul. Even if Zach Crawley is to mistime it, it almost feels like it won't carry really. Stands outside the crease, throws his bat at it. Yeah, just by defending it, just feels like it won't carry it. Zach Crawley will have to try and attack outside that off stump. That current run rate just starting to dip a little bit in our favour, but still over 5 and over doesn't really help us. Worked onto the onside this time, we'll get a single. Again, it's easy runs on offer from the Shardul Thakur over. Just shows you that India still on the back foot after tea, and we aren't really troubling the English openers. They haven't been just less of a half chance really. The only chance came off Duckett early on in his innings, where that short delivery from Anshul Kamboj flicked off the glove, and Dhruv Jurel with a full dive couldn't get his hand to it. And other than that, Crawley and Duckett have been flawless. Shardul again, he gives a nice juicy delivery right outside off stump to Zach Crawley. Crawley doesn't need a second invitation, especially after blocking all those Bumrah deliveries. Crawley has seen mid-off, cover and deep backward point all in place here. So that offside field is being packed as much as possible here. If he decides to go with a bit of elevation here over the mid-off fielder, easy pickings for Crawley. Deep breath taken by Zach Crawley. Cuts well. Has that got fine enough? It has. And Zach Crawley brings up his 50 in some style. Width on offer there from Shardul Thakur. And no second invitation required for Zach Crawley. Rocks back onto the back foot. Cuts well. And both openers now have completed their half centuries, as England are now at 109 for no loss. And they continue to pummel the Indian fast bowlers. They're going at 5.23 and over. Shardul Thakur in every single one of his overs has gone for runs. Brilliant opening partnership from, I want to call them Little Big. It's a better delivery from Shardul, but it ends the over without success, and 7 runs from that Shardul over. It's 21 gone. 109 for no loss, and at some point, guys, we need a wicket, and we need a wicket quickly. This is turning into a nightmare for the Indian bowlers, and it just feels like there's nothing really in our arsenal to try and disrupt this partnership. It's pretty much Jasprit Bumrah and pray, but that is not a tactic that is going to help us whatsoever. We find ourselves in a situation where England are dominating, India are dormant. Well, Bumrah is back in the attack. It's almost like India have no other choice but to rinse Bumrah in this test match. There's a good chance he won't be playing at the Oval, so this is where Jasprit Bumrah will just have to go at full clip as much as possible. Watchfully played, and it's a quick single taken by Ben Duckett. 110 now for the England openers. This partnership is blossoming, not just into a fruit, but at a full-blown tree here. Crawley and Duckett, their partnerships versus India, 17 innings, 837 runs at an average of 52, 250s and 200 run stands by the two English openers. Well, if you couldn't dismiss Crawley, who hasn't been at the best of forms, it just feels like it's going to be a very long day for India. And trying to work that fine. He should just get a single. 111 for no loss. And the runs keep trickling from the Bumrah over. Might not be boundaries that England are looking for, but it's just those singles. If they can get 3 or 4 runs off Bumrah's over, they'll feel his job done, and then they can look to target the other Indian bowlers. Shardul, they've made really light work of Shardul's bowling, really. Just seen him beat the outside edge on maybe 1 or 2 occasions. Other than that, the English batsmen have been well on top. It's almost like Duckett has an extra second to try and defend because of that lack of pace. Again, I say lack of pace. Bumrah is bowling at 138. It is not slow by any stretch of the imagination, but it is not troubling pace, if you know what I mean. It's not pace that gets the openers uncomfortable or wanting to go on the back foot. You still see Crawley and Duckett looking to play on the front foot. And they've got that. They're trailing by 247. I mean, that's ridiculous considering 358 on the board, hoping that we could put England on the back foot after tea. It's gone south for us. That's a beauty from Bumrah. Beats the outside edge. That's the first time really that we've seen Duckett beaten. All ends up after a long, long time. Well, Jasprit Bumrah trying his level best, getting no support at the other end. Keeps Duckett on strike here. 57 of 56 deliveries. Crawley trying to get a move on. 52 of 75 for him. Again, watchful, very watchful this from Duckett. He knows the risk-taking time it's completed for England really. They don't really have any reason to really chase after the Indian bowling today, but they know that the opportunity to cash in after tea is very much there, especially when Jasprit Bumrah finishes his spell and then you're exposed to the likes of Siraj, Kamboj and Shardul Thakur, and that's where England will really start to punish us. Oh, it's another lovely delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah to end the over. Much better from Bumrah. Duckett finally being troubled on a few occasions, but it's 22 overs gone. It's 111 for no loss. And 5.5 hours into the stream here, and it's been all England, hasn't it? In the very first over of Jofra Archer in the day, second over in the day, getting Jadeja dismissed, squaring him up, and from there it always felt like India would be on the back foot. And once Jadeja was dismissed, we saw Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur trying their very best to keep a very solid partnership. Again, Washington Sundar just took his time out there in the middle, just trying to delay the inevitable, but felt like he needed a bit of support at the other end. And once Shardul lost his wicket, Rishabh Pant tried his very best. It was heroic by Pant. He managed to get yet another 50 overseas, but that was that in terms of impact. Shardul back in the attack, still going at over 6 and over here. It's much better there, targeting the stumps of Zach Crawley. Well, we saw what happened in Headingley after these two got off to a flyer where they had to chase for 370 plus, and once that opening pair caught on fire, India were always on the back foot, and the opening pair have caught on fire again. Just the ease at which they're scoring the runs, which is the most concerning part. Oh, it's flicked off the pads. It's light work for Crawley. It's another boundary for him. This is really poor bowling from India. Again, the number of times we've drifted down the leg side, and it's been easy pickings for the English openers. They've got 18 boundaries already. They're really making it light work of the Indian bowling. This is very poor from Shardul Thakur, who continues to concede a boundary every over that he bowls. You can see deep backward square leg was placed, and Crawley hit that fine enough towards fine leg for the boundary. 115 now for England. Again, it's nicely played. Full face of the bat presented by Zach Crawley. This is hard work. This is not an enjoyable watch by any stretch of the imagination here. If you're an Indian fan, if you're a neutral, if you like watching good batting, this is brilliant from England. 9 overs of Jasprit Bumrah navigated with safety. 3 maidens, no problems. Good delivery. Another boundary. Well, it's getting very, very painful now as England race away to that 120 mark in no time. They've just gone up a gear after tea. They continue to punish. I mean, why is Shubman Gill persisting with Shardul Thakur at the other end? I do not understand. It's a good delivery, but it's another couple of boundaries in the Shardul over. It's gone through the slip cordon. Plays with soft hands. Gets that into the gap. Huge puff of the cheeks there from Shardul Thakur. But the 40 runs that he scored with the bat has been neutralized in about 5 overs by the English openers. A nice gentle delivery there for Zach Crawley at 130 Ks. Again, it undoes all the work that Jasprit Bumrah does in the over before. He tries to keep the pressure on at one end, tries to bowl a maiden or just concede a run or two, and then in the very next over, they just go after Shardul Thakur and say, no problem, Jasprit Bumrah, every time you come, we'll just look to knock you around, navigate, stay alive, and then we'll go after your colleagues in ruthless fashion. It's a dot ball to end the over. 8 runs from that Shardul over, 23 gone. It's 119 for no loss. It doesn't get better, does it, for India? After tea, we were hoping that Jasprit Bumrah could have tried his very best to try and get a couple of wickets. There was 77 for no loss after the tea break, after 14 overs. And India have bowled, what, 8 overs since then? 43 runs, with 42 really, but in no time. (42 and 8). They're just going at 5 runs and over, just punishing the Indian bowling really. They're making light work of this. Zach Crawley, 60 of 81 deliveries. He was cracked on the index finger early on by Jasprit Bumrah, but he has managed to shake that off. And since then, he's been in great touch. England trailed by 239. Watchfully played. It's a quick single taken by Ben Duckett. And is this the last over we see of Bumrah in this spell? And that is something that England will be hoping for, because once Bumrah goes off, it just feels like the England openers were going to look to cash in and cash in quickly against these two. Lollipop, hoping that he won't have to come out to bat today, considering the excellent work of the two openers. Here's Jasprit Bumrah, our only hope. And he's worked that on the onside. He'll get a single. We don't mind dealing in singles with Jasprit Bumrah here. Again, I think England have recognized this situation that Jasprit has come out firing since tea, but to no luck or avail. And once they navigate the 5 overs of Bumrah, might just see Siraj come in with Shardul Thakur at the other end, or we might see Siraj and Anshul Kamboj trying to navigate. But it's high time we see Jadeja, man. It has to be. I mean, what are we waiting for? It just isn't working. Takes that one shot. Duckett comfortably leaves that. Yep, 136 Ks has been pretty much where Jasprit Bumrah has been operating in this first innings. Duckett was looking to cut that. Again, it's the temptation of going after Bumrah. It won't be there. They'll still know that if they start taking Bumrah on for runs, India will be truly helpless. Here's Ben Duckett. He's seeing the ball like a watermelon here. Need that to change quickly. That one angling in towards the top of off stump. Well defended by Ben Duckett. And for 30 for Jasprit Bumrah. Playing what looks like his final test of the series here. And we all know about a record with and without Bumrah. And that is, I mean, what do you do about that record? I mean, every time Jasprit Bumrah plays, we lose. And when Bumrah doesn't play, you start to picking up victories. So what is the solution here? We need a balance. Needs something to go our way here. Oh, does he get the edge? He doesn't. Good delivery that from Bumrah. Well, this is the third time in a few overs that he's troubled. Well, he's nearly got the outside edge of Ben Duckett. Good delivery again. Well, the England batsmen, to their credit, have really made that ball. Oh, look at the ball now. Look at the condition of it. Once the pace is taken off, it is light work for these two. Bumrah continues to trouble. We're at 121 for no loss. England are motoring along smoothly here. Final delivery of Bumrah's 10th. And it's a watchful defence to end the over. 24 overs gone. It's 121 for no loss. Is that the end of Jasprit Bumrah's spell? I think it is. And I think the England openers will have a massive smile on their faces now. They have navigated all of Jasprit Bumrah's 10 overs. Now we need more Siraj to step up here. Siraj will need to step up, shoulder some of that responsibility. Well, Siraj has gone at over 6 and over. Can't say it's been going any better for him, but he is our second most important bowler. So we need him to start chipping in here. Try and break this partnership. If you ask me who's the more important wicket here, Zach Crawley or Ben Duckett, I would say either. Just get a wicket. Here's Siraj to Zach Crawley. Worked on the onside. Easy pickings for Crawley. Should get 2 if he pushes. He pushes really well. Good running between the wickets. And that's been a hallmark of the two England openers. They haven't really tried to bludgeon all the shots to the boundary. When the opportunity has presented itself for quick runs, they've taken it. We've already seen Crawley and Duckett run 4. India trying their very best to try and break this partnership, but to no avail. Dot ball there from Siraj, and Zach Crawley, his best was 65 of 126 deliveries at Headingley, where his opening partnership with Ben Duckett pretty much killed the game despite England having to chase 370 on the final day, and they did that with some aplomb. They're having a similar opening partnership here to not just take away the game, but the series away from India. 123 for no loss. Duckett 63 of 84. Crawley rather 63 of 84, and Duckett 58 of 63. Here goes Siraj. Watchful again. Very watchful. Well, it's 9:20 India time. Will we see another 2 hours of play? I'll be very curious to see whether or not that's the case. And I think that is Jadeja who's warming up here. Well, it isn't. It's Washington Sundar. And it seems that he'll be the first one to be called up in terms of spin after this. Because Jasprit Bumrah's spell's done. And India need to try and pump the brakes on England here. Nice shot on the up here, but no run. Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off. That's his favourite position to field, isn't it? Again, the way Ben Duckett just deals with Jasprit Bumrah, you know that he's going to get beaten on a couple of occasions. You almost make peace with that. It's how you deal with the next few deliveries and how you try and navigate that situation. 1, 2, 3 for no loss. Siraj looking to put the effort in. It's another watchful defense here. We saw 14 overs before tea. So we might see England play another 25 overs. It's a good chance that might be the case. And look at Morny Morkel's face. It's a forlorn figure, and it's the first time really after a very long time England are scoring at just under 5 and over. It's taken about 25 overs for that to happen. Shows you how brilliantly these two have batted. Final delivery of Siraj is over. Again pushes through the covers. Just get a single to end the over. 25 overs gone. It's 1-2-4 for no loss. England keep chugging along here with minimum fuss. We saw Washington Sundar just stretching and getting himself ready. Will we see spin at both ends now that Jasprit Bumrah's spell has been completed? Will we see Washi and Ravindra Jadeja just try and pump the brakes on the English innings here? It's been far too easy for them. Well, it's not Washi, but it's Jaddu. We expected spin. We've been waiting for spin. It's taken a long time to get there. But it's finally here. And it's Ravindra Jadeja. 84 matches, 326 wickets. You're seeing the battle of the two best all-rounders in world cricket in Ben Stokes and Ravindra Jadeja. We've seen what Ben Stokes has done with the ball. We've seen what Jadeja has done with the bat. So it's almost like trying to cancel each other out. And this is where India will have to try and bring that run rate down. Again, it's the first time we've got them at under 5 and over, but still have to press on here. Oh, Crawley goes big. What a shot. That's a maximum and a welcome to the crease moment to Jadeja. In his second delivery, Crawley goes down the track and he pumps him over long on for a maximum. What a shot that was from Zach Crawley. This takes a couple of steps. Massive hit that. And they've greeted every new bowler in a similar manner really. Go after him early. Put the pressure on the bowler. Well, for all of Crawley's struggles, he's on 70 of 91 deliveries. Struggle? What struggle? Absolutely none. Duckett has just gone into a shell and not faced too many deliveries. Oh, that's very clever. Very, very clever by Crawley. Just lifts that towards the fine leg region. And 10 runs off the Jadeja over already. And India looking to introduce spin. But England continue to plunder. Clever. Just a clever paddle lift. Just scoops that over. Premeditation from Zach Crawley. Deft touch. I saw Zach Crawley with Della Hunt written on the back of his bat. Is that because he looks like one of the characters from The Departed? If you know, you know. Oh, that's a chance! It's a big opportunity. Thick outside edge. And it races away to the boundary where leg slip was in place for exactly that situation. Instead, it runs away to the boundary. That comes quickly to Washi. Oh, it's hit come off the pad. It is not a chance, but it's a boundary nonetheless. 138. Jadeja has gone for 14 in this over. Well, Jadeja's over has gone for 14 runs. That is 4 leg buys. India running out of solutions here. Jadeja is trying to go through his over swiftly here. Bowls a no ball. And it's a watchful defense to end the over. Another productive over this for England. A massive over for England. 26 gone. It's 139 for no loss. Well, 12 overs in this session and it's all gone England's way. I would say maybe one or two deliveries that has beaten Ben Duckett, but that aside, it's looking long. When you look at the Indian bowling card, and it doesn't read a good sign. Bumrah, Kamboj, Siraj, Shardul and Jadeja all been used within 26 overs. And England have made merry. 139 for no loss. Everybody's economy rate except for Bumrah is an absolute shambles. 5.8 for Kamboj and Siraj. Shardul going at 7 and over. And Jadeja's first over going for 15, but the 11 being accredited to him, so nightmare. Well, England have their foots on the throat of India right now. They can run away with the situation, and if these two stay till stumps, yep, the test is over. Not just the test, but the series is over. Well, Siraj is back into the attack. None for 29 in his 5. You can get a quick drinks break here. In 12 overs into the final session. Still have maybe another 20 overs to go. England, if they go at 5 and over, are seeing at another 100 runs here. And they could very easily, I say this with no pleasure whatsoever, end the day trailing by 100 runs. And that would be an absolute catastrophe for us, considering what a struggle it was for us to get runs and how England are making this look like food and drink. Light work. Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. 6 hours into the stream. And it hasn't been fun. Oh, Duckett gets another boundary. It's clever. He plays it late. And he just guides that towards third man. Again, every single over starts with an England boundary here. And this cannot continue here. But make no mistake about it, it will if you don't do something different here. It's been a hard watch. It's been a real struggle. Nothing going our way. Ben Duckett, 62 of 64, striking at nearly 100 here. Siraj with an effort delivery, worked off the pads towards fine leg. He'll just get a single. Brings Crawley back on strike. Well, Zach Crawley, 74 of 95, will be eyeing that century. He has taken an enormous amount of flack. He somehow managed to keep his composure and his spot in the team. And now he's 26 runs away from repaying the English selectors with the century here. Crawley 74 of 95. Here goes Siraj. He's got 4 deliveries left in this over. Against that lack of pace, really, man. It's coming on far too comfortably to the English batsmen. Even though Siraj is trying to bowl at 136, 138, it's because of the slowness of the pitch. It just feels like they have that extra second to just get into position and maneuver the shot according to where they want it. So, again, the lack of pace. When will we address this situation? We need bowlers who can bowl at that 140 clicks and not use them in white ball cricket. We have to just put them in the test program. Can you bowl 140? There you are, straight into the test. Not just bowling 140, but can you bowl 140 in 5 over spells, lengthy spells, under hot conditions, under pressure? Well, this is, I want to say, Siraj's first over where he doesn't really go for runs, but I say that after he's taken a boundary in the first delivery. So England trailed by 214 runs. That is outrageous. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett going to make India pay here. Have to break this partnership. Here goes Siraj again. And hit him straight down the ground there. Well fielded by Siraj off his own bowling. And 5 runs of this over. England very much ticking that box. Again, they don't have to score this quickly, you know. They can go at 4 and over and be on top of India very easily. But they just take it one step ahead to make sure India have no chance. And they're almost scratching their head as to how England are playing so fluently, and so India have to try and find a way to do this at some point, especially when you're playing England, man. Nobody talks about the run rate at the speed at which we score our runs and they score our runs. They score their runs, rather. Siraj's final delivery of his 6th over. And on the front foot, a bit of hesitation, sent back. 4 dot balls to end the over, 27 gone. It's 144 for no loss. As an Indian fan, you're almost hoping for rains at some point. Whew. How has it gone so pear-shaped, so quickly? Felt like the game was in the balance yesterday. Solid. But that morning session today, unacceptable from an India's point of view. Jadeja getting dismissed far too early. And then from there, you just find yourselves on the back foot, knowing that our tail might be exposed quickly, even though Rishabh Pant came in there and tried to give us a bit of a lift and give Washington Sundar a bit of company at the other end. Did hit some cracking shots there, Rishabh Pant, but not nearly enough in terms of trying to trouble Jaddu's first over was expensive. Zach Crawley in the second delivery of Jaddu went down the track, and Duckett looks to sweep, and he misses that completely. Good delivery from Jaddu first up. Brings his length back just a touch. And nice stride forward there from Ben Duckett, trying to just negate the spin on that occasion. Jaddu going through his overs quickly here. In 144 for no loss. If you're looking at Stumps, what is a acceptable score from an Indian point of view? He looks to sweep. It's got right in front there. Is that the opportunity? But it was hit way outside the line there. But you can see Duckett is almost reaching that front foot, almost towards silly point there before he decides to sweep. Again, Jaddu just pushes a quicker one through. Ben Duckett was looking for the ball and he sweeps again. The same result, he's getting caught outside the line, which is in favour for him. But it's the first time really that we're seeing Duckett struggle. And it's taken a very long time to see the England opener just start to feel his way here against Jadeja. That's a watchful shot to just get a single. 145 the score for England. This is a much better Jadeja over. 15 runs came off this over. His first over rather, and now just the one coming off this one. So marked improvement from Ravindra Jadeja. Shubman Gill adjusts his cap. Might be scratching his head underneath. Oh, inside edge. It was far away from the stumps, but that's the kind of opportunity that you're looking for. But Jaddu ends with just 1 run coming off the over. 28 gone, it's 145 for no loss. Good delivery there from Ravindra Jadeja, just varying his length and pace to try and trouble the two openers who are well set. They'll want to bat the day here, and if they bat the day, it is a huge psychological boost for them and a huge psychological damage for us heading into day 3, because we are heading into that halfway territory of the test match, and then you just feel that England, despite losing a lot of the sessions, still managed to win 2 out of the 3 tests. What happens when they start dominating sessions, once they start going ahead in a lot of the situations? I shudder to think. Mohammad Siraj going at just under 6 and over after his 6. Again, Duckett and Crawley have been targeting the bowlers early in the over. Does that continue? Just dabs that on the onside for a single. Well, the 150 partnership is just 4 runs away for these two. What a platform, what a time to put on this partnership here in a game which could finish the series off. India had a healthy score, you'd say 358, pretty decent. But the speed of England's batting always concerned me. And the fact that they have not lost a wicket here, this makes it even worse. 146 the partnership out of 171 deliveries. That is ludicrous from Duckett and Crawley. Duckett has faced 71 deliveries for a 65. Crawley on strike, having faced 100 deliveries for a 74. Good shot through the offside. Doesn't beat the cover fielder. Mohammad Siraj and Jasprit Bumrah, the 2 senior bowlers for us, drawing blanks. Almost puts the pressure on the likes of Shardul Thakur and Ravindra Jadeja to try and get those wickets for us. Again, Bumrah, before Stumps, will have a couple of overs to try and break this partnership. Really hope that it doesn't reach that stage where these two are batting till Stumps. Oh, fuller delivery, better, quick single taken regardless. Very good running between the wickets. Well, these two are very limber. Quick runs when it was not on offer. It's a decisive call from Crawley, and Duckett quickly obliges. 147 the score here, and where do we find ourselves? Yep, that bowling card, absolute nightmare. Shardul has gone for 7 and over. Jaddu has gone for 6 and over. Kamboj just under 6 and over. Short ball, pulls well into the gap, and that races away to the boundary as well. The 150 comes up for England. It's another half tracker really from Mohammad Siraj. And the England openers continue to punish. Okay, not enough pace. Almost keeps low once it arrives to Ben Duckett, who just maneuvers himself and helps himself to another boundary, to the applause of the England fans in Manchester. 151 for no loss. 28.4 overs. Duckett on 69 of 72. What an innings this has been. Again down the pads. Should just get a single. Takes him to 70. Well, both the openers now on that 70 run mark. Well, both openers will be eyeing 1 centuries here. Make no mistake about it. Heading into tomorrow with both of them getting centuries, it's a wrap. It really is a wrap. Again, we talked about the possibility that England could very easily cut down India's advantage to about 100 runs by the end of day's play here. And they are about 100 runs away from that. They trail by 206. Incredible batting here from the two openers. Nicely punched again through the offside. The length is comfortable here for Crawley. It's a tall man and he manages to just caress that through the cover region. Takes a single to end the over. 29 overs gone. India in all sorts of trouble here. All sorts of trouble. Well, the hard work continues for the Indian bowlers. Ravindra Jadeja back into the attack. None for 12 after 2 overs. Zach Crawley 24 away from his century. Duckett 30. Just shows you how well these two have batted. I mean, it's outstanding batting really. Chalk and cheese. They're two openers between us. Not just in terms of getting the runs, but how quickly they get the runs. That will always be my case. When you play England, it's almost, you know what they say, styles make fights. You have to almost match your style if you're trying to beat England here. They're always ahead of the game because of the way they score, how quickly they do score. So, it's just a tricky situation here for India. Oh, he goes for the reverse there. Well, that's the first time Ben Duckett has done something out of the ordinary. He's trying to take on Jadeja. Completely misses out. Jadeja's given a few troubles to Ben Duckett. More than any of our bowlers. So, long may that continue. We won't see Duckett do that again as he helps that for a single. .155 now the score for England. They trail by 203 runs. Crawley on the back foot. Looks to just pump that through the point region. Watchful defense there from Zach Crawley. Heading into the 30th over. Jadeja looking to bring things back here. Much better over this from Jaddu. Just the 2 runs from it so far. Gives him the charge. Plays that through mid-off for a single. And he'll keep the strike. 30 overs gone. It's 156 for no loss as the two England openers motoring along far too smoothly here. The drinks will be called here for India, and it's a time to rethink our strategy. I'm just having a look at Twitter. Well, Hulk Hogan passed away. Damn. Age 71. We lost Ozzy yesterday. Ozzy Osbourne. The Prince of Darkness. And now Hulk Hogan, the iconic wrestler. that's that in terms of catching up on the news. We have pressing concerns here. So we have tried 4 paces. Jadeja as a spin option. Yet to break open the partnership. It's almost inevitable that we will see Washington Sundar roll his arm. And we're looking at this stage where just about an hour is left to play. Just over an hour. And if England knuckle down here and really want to grind India's nose into the dust, yep, they can get another 100 runs. 30 overs, 156 for no loss. It's only 7 extras, so they've done all the bulk of the scoring here. It's just been brilliant batting. Well, Jadeja back into the attack. England trail by 202. Not ideal for us, but we find ourselves in the situation where not just on the back foot, but we are in the risk of getting trampled. Batting card there from India, not bad. Sai Sudarshan, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rishabh Pant all scoring in excess of 50. KL Rahul missing out by 4. And if you said India are scoring about 360, 375, I feel that just might be enough in terms of a troubling total for England. But when we scored 471 at Headingley, England scored what, 465, something like that. But the speed at which they scored their runs was truly eye-opening. I mean, we went at just about 3 and over. England went at 4 and over. It makes all the difference. And not only that, it keeps the hopes of having a result alive in the 5-day test. England play quickly. England want a result. And 157 for no loss. Mohammad Siraj trying to get the all-important breakthrough of Duckett. Ooh, there was a chance. Half chance, really. Again, these are not deliveries that are really going to trouble Duckett, are they? Just hoping for a bit of an inside edge. Something to fall fortuitously in our favour. Zach Crawley 79, Ben Duckett 71, 150 off the bat of these two. And this is exactly what we didn't want to see. The two openers making merry, looking comfortable and looking to cash in after tea. Watchful defense played by Ben Duckett. And they'll be happy that they've navigated Bumrah so nicely here. Made sure that India's danger man has got no wickets to his name. They still managed to take him at 3 and over while going after the rest at just about 6 and over. So it's been a perfect batting display this from England. Yet to see the likes of Pope, Root, Brooks, Stokes, Jamie Smith. Oh my goodness. Even Chris Wokes can throw his bat. Braden Carse has shown that he's capable of scoring runs. England bat deep, and once they are ahead, that's what I said, if they are about 100 runs, well, they trail by 100 runs after the end of today, and they get that next 100 runs within that first session tomorrow, well, they're going to go 6 and over, 7 and over, chasing after us tomorrow, and that could be real pain. If you think it's painful now, all that can change if you can just break through this partnership. Just give us a glimmer of hope. off the pads. Kennedy's looking for that quick single. The running between the wickets has been so impressive, hasn't it? They don't take the single on that. Okay, they take the single, but this is how quickly they run. Very active. They're not just looking to bludgeon the boundaries, also looking for these quick singles just to keep the strike moving. Not everything has to be a risk. Crawley 79, scored half their runs. Duckett on 72, 7 extras to help the England cause. Siraj to finish his 8th. Full delivery, crunched. Doesn't carry. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 8 overs of Siraj, 31 overs gone. 158 for no loss. And 158 for no loss. England now 200 behind India. There you have it. England trail by 200 runs in just 31 overs as Duckett goes for the reverse. Gets the single of Jadeja's first delivery. And look at this session here. 17 overs bowled, 82 runs. Going at nearly 5 in overs. Absolutely bonkers here. They've seen Bumrah away. We have yet to see a lot of Anshul Kamboj, which wouldn't do his confidence too much good. He got the new ball, couldn't make it talk, and these are easy singles here for England. They're almost looking to preserve now, isn't it? They've done the hard work. About 12 overs remain for the end of the day. They want to try and just make sure that they preserve this partnership and really make India suffer tomorrow. England trail by 198. Crawley 80. Duckett on strike on 73 of 81 deliveries. Still playing very much a white ball innings here. Crawley, in comparison, is crawling. So Jadeja now going at just under 6 and over. Better from him. Again, Bumrah can't be the only one who's not going at 6 and over here. Need support, need company. Attacking field set up there, and brilliant shot there from Duckett. Goes to sweep that again. It's a very attacking field here. He's got a leg slip. He's got a slip. He's got a leg slip. Forward short leg now being introduced here. But you see that Duckett is unfazed. He still goes after him. Again, the ball is tossed up. Is there to be swept. He will sweep. So it's about India trying to change this approach. A more defensive field for Crawley. And Crawley cuts. Can't beat the fielder there at gully. Washington Sundar yet to get a chance with the ball. He'll be disappointed in the manner of his dismissal. He done so well to hang in there for as long as he did. Nice sweep again from Crawley. This one is fine and races away to the boundary. Well, the punishment continues from the bat of Zach Crawley. England raised to 165. 23 boundaries and a 6. Jadeja ends the over, conceding a boundary. 32 overs gone, 165. I think there's one more delivery left. Yep, might have just called that early, but takes Crawley to 84. Again, both have looked to sweep on multiple occasions here. We've seen Ben Duckett try the reverse on a couple of occasions. Crawley, Jadeja strikes. And it's Zach Crawley who cannot believe it. Well, Jadeja just pulls his length back a touch. Zach Crawley looks to defend. And of Jadeja's final delivery, it was a no ball in the previous one. India get the advantage. Jadeja uses it. Gets the extra ball. Well, they are calling for the third umpire because Zach Crawley hasn't walked here. Crawley hasn't walked, which means he's not convinced whether or not that catch was taken cleanly here. Ooh, I think KL Rahul should be fine here. It's like Harry Brooks' catch here. I think he's got his fingers underneath. And Rahul is he's a fair play cricketer. If he feels that the ball had touched the ground, he would have called that. Again, it's a lazy shot there. It's a safe catch. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Right in the bucket. Fingers underneath the ball. Yep, absolutely safe as how. Brilliant. Finally. And it takes the experience of Ravindra Jadeja to break this open. Surely he's gone. Rahul, very good fielding. And he had to be alert. India were toiling out there in the middle. We're getting absolutely no joy. And Zach Crawley's impressive 84 of 113 deliveries comes to an end courtesy of Ravindra Jadeja. 166 for 1. And Jadeja, having gotten that extra delivery off the no ball, which got cracked for a boundary, turns into success for us as we get that extra delivery and Zach Crawley has to depart. Well, it's the first time really the game is broken open for us, and it's taken a long time. But now if India can get a couple of wickets swiftly here, and I mean swiftly, likes of Ollie Pope and hopefully even Joe Root or Ben Duckett, then suddenly we feel that the game just starts to drift in our favour. Well, it's a brilliant opening partnership, taking the game away from us. Well, Ollie Pope is out there in the middle. India finally get the breakthrough, courtesy of Ravindra Jadeja, forcing Zach Crawley on the front foot, a healthy edge and an excellent catch by KL at first slip. Boy, oh boy, we needed that. We needed that. Ollie Pope comes into the crease, average of 35.22. He's 13 runs away from 3,500 runs in Test match cricket. Here's Siraj to Ben Duckett now. Ooh, takes an edge and it runs away for a boundary. No one there at second slip. Well, Ben Duckett continues, despite losing his opening partner, can plays that with soft hands through the slip cordon for a boundary. Siraj continues to go at 6 and over here. And is this a time to really bring back Jasprit Bumrah? You think about it. New batsman out in the middle. Almost like every time there's a new batsman in, just chuck the ball to Bumrah and says, try and get him out. Now, Siraj is bowled with a lot of heart as usual, with no real success. And if you look at it conversely, it's really gone for runs. So we get Zach Crawley out. The danger man Duckett is still out there in the middle. 78 of 84 deliveries. 170 for 1 here, England. In good solid defense shown by Ben Duckett. And we get really fortunate for the wicket because it had to take something special and it had to take something out of the ordinary and it took 7 deliveries. Let's be honest. The 6th one was a no ball and boundary. That's a lovely on drive there from Ben Duckett. That will race away to the boundary as well. 2 boundaries in the Siraj over soon after losing Zach Crawley. No such problems for Ben Duckett. He's into his 80s now. 82 of 85 deliveries. The 25th boundary has been hit already. Nice on drive there. Good balance by Ben Duckett. Timing on it just enough to beat the fielder there at mid-on. Again, 8 runs off the Siraj over already. They continue to target him and they've gone after a second bowler. Just shows you how confident they are. And oh, he looks to pull and he just does the right thing there, Duckett, in terms of just withdrawing his bat. He was beaten by sheer pace there. Siraj bowls the bouncer, nearly gets the edge of Duckett. And if India can get one more before Stumps, it just feels that it just lifts the dressing room atmosphere. Oh, beaten by sheer pace there, Ben Duckett. His bat is nowhere near that. Mohammad Siraj is fired up here. Charging in here. Another short ball. Oh, he's put that away with real disdain. He'll just get a single there. Deep mid-wicket in place. And it's Siraj who's really bowling with the speed here. He's been regularly hitting the 140 mark. Haven't seen Bumrah hit that. Now I'm going to see Kamboj or Shardul Thakur get anywhere near that. So India find themselves in a situation where we have to rely on their experience, and Jadeja breaking that partnership through just asks the question that whether or not he could have been brought in slightly earlier. You're crying out for something to break open their partnership. $175 for 1 here. It's a watchful defense by Ollie Pope to end the over. 9 runs coming off that Mohammad Siraj over. 175 for 1. Well, we're glad that we got the wicket. We had to try and break that partnership some way or the other. Jadeja back into the fold here. Oh, Ben Duckett again goes for the reverse. First up there. Just tossing that up there, Jadeja to Duckett. Duckett looking to go after him. The very first delivery. They've done that multiple times, haven't they? The England openers. The very first ball, they target the bowler. Just put the pressure right back onto the bowling side. Again, he sweeps and sweeps well. Fielder at fine leg, cuts that out. He'll just get a single. Brings Ollie Pope on strike, and this is where India have to attack now. We cannot go into our shell whatsoever this. Have to make sure that we put the pressure. Don't allow Ollie Pope to, look in good touch, because Ollie Pope has struggled. He really has. I mean, that 100 he scored at Headingley just feels like an age ago. There's a lot has happened since, and Ollie Pope has not been at the front or the forefront of any of the good things that England have been doing with the bat. So this is an opportunity for India. If Ollie Pope gets runs, and I mean like 40 or 50 runs, that's a sign that it's over for us. Really is. Ben Duckett, 84 of 89. He's just shown all sorts of class today. And nicely worked on the onside. They might look for a couple here. Shubman Gill giving chase. And Ollie Pope gets off the mark and gets 2 runs on the board. 2 deliveries left of this Jadeja over. Ollie Pope looking to get a move on. Try and support Duckett at the other end. It's a good delivery there from Jadeja. Don't think Pope read the length on that occasion. Just about gets his bat to it. Nice revs on it. Good spin away from the right-hander. Jadeja with a lot more of a fuller delivery to end the over. 34 gone. It's 178 for 1. Well, England's run rate is at what, 5.24 and over? That's excellent. It really is. Well, Siraj back in the attack. Flicked off the pads there by Duckett. He's got that fine, and that races away to the boundary. What a shot that is. Again, they target the first delivery of the over. And Duckett's specialty is that. I mean, he went with the reverse of Jadeja's first delivery. Doesn't make contact. This time, helps that very comfortably between fine leg and deep square leg for a boundary. Beautifully timed. Excellent shot selection from Ben Duckett, who looks like $1 million here. 88 of 90 deliveries. England trailed by 176 with just a wicket lost. Over 6.5 hours into the stream. It's been a long, painful, and a brutal stream, let's be honest. It hasn't gone according to plan, and it's a good shot, well fielded there at point. Width on offer there from Siraj. He's been very expensive today. None for 57, bowling his 10th over. Duckett 88 of 91. Ollie Pope yet to really get off the mark here. He has gotten off the mark, but 2 of 5 is what I mean. He's not looking to chase after anything. He's just going to allow Ben Duckett to play his natural game, and Pope at the other end make sure that he just hangs in there. England will not want to lose another wicket before Stumps here, just to make sure that they can continue with their dominance. One in the 4th stump line, nicely played there by Duckett. That's it, closer and closer as we just trying to see how it looks to affect us. Only spin getting a wicket, which means that it's a bit of a, why not try Washington Sundar at the other end? We might see England take a bit more risks and try and induce a false shot here. Oh, good delivery there from Mo Siraj. Right on top of off stump. Well played there by Ben Duckett. And he's just giving Pope a quick masterclass as to how the pitch is behaving. He's just mentioning that little bit of swing, even though the ball is 34 overs old. Just trying to do a little bit, courtesy of the surface maybe. Siraj looking to end this over well. Still got 2 deliveries after being cracked for a boundary in his first. Flicked off the pads. He's got that fine. Again, 2 is on offer, but with Jadeja with the ball in hand, they decide to just stick to 1. Well, 1 more delivery for the 35th over to complete, and well, Duckett has just scored everywhere that he's wanted. Ben Duckett has handed the strike to Ollie Pope to try and navigate this delivery, which he lets go. And Siraj's 10th over comes to an end. 35 overs gone. It's 183 for 1. But we saw 14 overs before tea, and now 21 has been played. So you might just see about 8 or 9 overs to end this session. Can India break through one more time before Stumps? And that would change the complexion. You want to see Joe Root against Jasprit Bumrah tomorrow in the morning session. For that, you have to try and break this partnership open. I mean, I say this partnership, but basically try and get Ben Duckett out. Well, Ben Duckett ready with a 149 at Headingley. And now at Old Trafford. Looks well in place here for a big score. And it's not just the score, but how quickly he scores, isn't it? 89 of 94 deliveries. He looks to really chase after Jadeja with the sweep. Just get the single. Well, Jadeja at one end, Siraj at the other. This feels like a matter of time before Jadeja and Washington Sundar just try to slow the pace of the game down. The 4 stumps. Duckett 90 of 95 now. Are we going to see the first century here at Old Trafford in 2025 between these two teams? The Indian batsman tried, but 61 from Sai Sudarshan's bat was the highest that would go in terms of individual scores. Oh, it's 2 runs taken very well. Excellent running between the wickets. It's not just the boundary shots that have been impressive from England, but it's the way that they have run. It's been excellent. Now Ollie Pope joining in. 2 quick runs, keeping the scoreboard moving. Make sure that Duckett at the other end doesn't feel the pressure of, or the burden rather, of going after the bowling here. Watchful defense by Ollie Pope. And Ravi Jadeja trying to ask questions here. Trying to almost tempt Ollie Pope forward in a similar manner of how he dismissed Zach Crawley. Just tempt him forward, get one of these edges, plays that late, the cut's well fielded there. Again in the gully position. You can call it shot third. Oh, it's a good delivery there from Jadeja. It's a quicker one that almost catches Pope by surprise. That's a nice delivery. Yep, it's the quicker delivery. Just turns late. Takes a thick inside edge. Final delivery of Jaddu's 6th. Beats the outside edge. Magnificent bowling from Ravindra Jadeja. It's a dot ball to end the over. Well, it's the first time really like we feel that might just have a bit of momentum here. It's a delivery that tempts Pope forward. Well, they looks like they're going to ask the question whether or not Pope had his feet, well, his foot rather, behind the line. I think he's fine, but they're just having a look. I don't think there's any problem here. The over has been called. And it looks like Anshul Kamboj back in the attack here. 186 for 1. It was a good delivery there. You can see Pope just grounding his foot. Never left the crease. Israel asking almost politely there. Yep, not out there. The over has been signalled. And Anshul Kamboj now bowling to Ben Duckett. Well, Duckett would have had an early sighter of Kamboj. Kamboj nearly going at 6 and over. Not ideal, but when he looks at his left and right, apart from Jasprit Bumrah, that is, you look at Shardul going for runs, you look at Siraj going for runs. It's almost like trying to navigate the situation by your lonesome and trying to give support to Jasprit Bumrah. Not easy for Anshul. Here he goes though to Duckett. Accurate delivery. Well, he bowled 3 overs up front and then bowled 2 towards the end, and just feels that Kamboj just starting to get his rhythm here. He'll have to bowl with a lot more regularity and he needs the confidence here. Duckett on 90. Here's Kamboj. Nicely punched through the offside. Just a dot ball. Again, Ben Duckett is... That's another no ball. Just the extras are starting to creep in here. Anshul Kamboj on that occasion bowls the no ball, and we saw Jadeja bowl that no ball and having to bowl that extra delivery which resulted in Zach Crawley's wicket. It's just going to be something of a similar ilk here as Anshul Kamboj just tries to navigate the crease here. It's a second no ball. Played nicely on the onside. Should get a single. Takes them to 188 for 1 here. Well, 22 overs since the tea break has been bowled. Might see 7 or 8 before the close of play now. Is India's tactic trying to just go through them quickly or try and attack just before stumps? We need one more wicket. We have to get Ben Duckett dismissed as quickly as possible. Almost feels like let him get his 100 and just feels something in terms of a lapse of concentration or a loose shot resulting into his dismissal, because Anshul Kamboj still bowling at that 127 pace. It's not something that will trouble the batsman here. Ooh, that leaps up and it just beats the gully fielder. That could have very easily been Anshul Kamboj's first wicket. Instead, it's a boundary for Ollie Pope. Really just leapt on the right-hander. Made sure that it was just about soft enough to get away from gully. Yep, it's far away. Between point and gully. Enough space. It was a lot closer than it looked. Good delivery there from Anshul Kamboj, getting one to really kick off the surface. It almost feels like if he can get one more before stumps, just be that kind of tension that we needed. Again, that's a good quick delivery there from Kamboj. I say quick again, it's relative, but 132 for him is quick. Again, 6 runs off this Kamboj over, including the no ball. Well, talked about that extra ball that Jadeja bowled, which resulted in a wicket. Can he try something similar here up against Ollie Pope? 8 of 14 here, Pope. Kamboj looking to wrap up his 6th. It's a safe leave there by Ollie Pope. 37 overs gone. It's 192 for 1. Well, heading into the 7th hour of the stream, it's been long, it's been arduous, it's been brutal at times, and that opening partnership of England almost made me rage quit. It took a very long time to break open that partnership. Crawley and Duckett batted superbly to not just negate the threat of Bumrah, but to score at an alarming pace. Well, England on the verge of 200 runs already, having faced pretty much a session and change, really, session and a half, and they're on the verge of 200. Jadeja back in the attack, leg slip and a slip in place for him. Duckett on 91 on strike, gives him the charge, plays that on the full. Should get a couple here, might end up getting more here because Jadeja is having to do the chase himself after bowling, and he will get 3. Good running between the wickets again and again. England continue. Takes Duckett to 94, a 6 away from his second century in the series. He got one at Headingley when it mattered the most in the chase, and now he looks set to get one to close out the series. Ollie Pope, 8 of 15, had a streaky shot against Anshul Kamboj. Saw that shot between point and gully. Again, he doesn't look very compact, does he, Ollie Pope? Does expose the stumps to Jadeja. Now, can he slip that quick one through him? Nicely bowled there, very nicely bowled. Ravi Jadeja, the only bowler with any sort of success so far, getting the all-important wicket of Zach Crawley. Oh, that one almost crashing into the off stump. That was close. That was very, very close. Well, Ollie Pope was caught in two minds there. He decides to play that on the back foot. The quicker one almost slips through there. Well, Jadeja is creating the opportunities. And it's a watchful defense. Well, Ollie Pope is living dangerously here. You have to try and dismiss this man. Good shot through the offside. Good fielding there by Bumrah. Oh, I hope he hasn't hurt himself in the process. Well, we cannot afford another injury-related issue here. Can't see Rishabh Pant. Although he can bat, won't be there keeping the stumps. I say he can bat. We saw him come out today. It was heroic, but it wasn't really ideal, was it, to see Rishabh Pant literally on one leg, completing singles, wincing in pain. Had a couple of shots where just felt that he might look to go through, but once Siraj Archer just castled him, it felt like India's innings was all but over. Anshul Kamboj back into the attack. Oh no, getting the edge and he's gone! Anshul Kamboj! He gets the all-important wicket on debut. He gets Ben Duckett. Outstanding from the debutant. What a wicket. Oh, we needed that. Oh, we really needed that. Well, both openers finally depart. And it's the debutant Anshul Kamboj. It's an uncomfortable length for Ben Duckett. Takes a thick edge straight into the hands of Dhruv Jurel, who makes no mistake. And the decision to persist with Anshul Kamboj pays dividends. Look at the reaction there from the Indians. They know what a massive wicket that is. Ben Duckett has to depart after an outstanding innings, really. He was, 6 runs away from his century? He won't get it. And Anshul Kamboj, well, does his very best. 197 for 2 here. Oh, we needed that. Oh, we needed that. Are we back in the game now? Is that the moment to just shift the momentum by the slightest? Well, we knew it was going to be hard work. It was going to be stressful. It's going to be all sorts of problems. But it looks like we might just end the day having some sort of momentum on our side. And more importantly, we have a crack at Joe Root just before Stumps. Got about half an hour's play remaining. Might be a little less than that because of the overcast conditions in Manchester. So both openers finally gone. Duckett goes for 94 of 100. Kamboj now bowls to the best batsman in Test cricket right now. Ooh, it's a full delivery. Root was tempted. Well, we talked about the levels of international cricket. Anshul Kamboj gets the big wicket of Ben Duckett. It's the effort delivery. Good length. Again, Ben Duckett just looking to cut. Thick edge straight to Jarrell. Thank you very much. Ben Duckett couldn't believe it. He felt he was inching closer to that century. Instead, it's the debutant, the young gun. Well, we've finally reached a position where we can see two new batsmen. Although England have done enough damage with the bat and they find themselves in a strong position at 197 for 2. India can get one more. It will feel like we have dragged this day back in our favor. Not quite our favor, but you can say it's like a even day. But we need to get one more. That's the caveat. And if it's Root, well, Root gets an easy single to get off the mark. Just works that off the pads. Anshul Kamboj couldn't have had a bigger moment in Test cricket, dismissing a set batsman looking for a century. And that's a sign that you want to see. Jasprit Bumrah taking a bit of electrolytes, stretching, because if Anshul Kamboj can bowl 2 dot deliveries here, we can have Jasprit Bumrah versus Joe Root, a fresh Joe Root. We allowed Joe Root to really settle at Lords. That was a big mistake that we made. We weren't aggressive enough. I don't think Shubman Gill will make the mistake again this time. Full delivery, well played there by Ollie Pope. He should get a couple, even might get a boundary. That's a quality shot there from Ollie Pope. Should get 3 here. Does get that with relative ease as the 200 comes up for England. 201 for 2 after 38.5 overs. Good fielding there by Shardul. Hopefully his foot didn't touch the ropes there. Oh, I think it has. It's a boundary. Surely a boundary. And Pope will keep strike. Yep, clearly a boundary there. The ropes are in the air. Shardul has the ball in his hand. Boundary has been given. Pope will get that. And again, the tactic here is to get Joe Root versus Jasprit Bumrah in the next over. This has to be a dot ball. I don't mind if it's a boundary either. So have to make sure that Joe Root, or Jasprit Bumrah rather, gets a fresh crack at Joe Root. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 202 for 2 as Anshul Kamboj gets the all-important wicket of Ben Duckett in that over. And now we might just see the battle that everybody has been waiting for. Jasprit Bumrah versus Joe Root. Well, 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. Jasprit Bumrah, wicketless. Will that change once he has a good look at Joe Root early on? And the conditions at Old Trafford look fantastic. Almost like not a single cloud in the air. It's 10:30 India time. This is the final half an hour. Ooh, well, have you missed the trick here? Jadeja bowls to Root. It's not just Bumrah. And Root looking for a quick single. India have to put pressure here. Have to make it difficult for Root to get the runs. Easier said than done, considering we're looking at the best batsman in Test match cricket in the world right now. So it's all about whether or not we can make it as difficult as possible. I want to get Jasprit Bumrah to have a crack at Joe Root before he really settles in here. That's the trick we were talking about. When Joe Root is fresh and to the crease, just have Jasprit Bumrah bowl just a solitary over maybe, just to try and trouble Root or ask a question. Joe Root is an excellent player of spin, but Jadeja is known to be a sneaky customer. Nicely bowled, well defended. Well, Jadeja is rapidly going through his overs here. It's a quick single there for Joe Root. Keeps Pope at the other end here. Two or three for two here. Final delivery of the 40th. Oh, he plays that late and he just jabs his hand at it. It might run away from third man. Should get a couple. Yep, it's 2 runs to Ollie Pope to end the over. 205 for 2 after 40. Surely now we see Jasprit Bumrah versus Joe Root. We have to. I mean, fair play to Anshul Kamboj for getting the wicket of Ben Duckett, but Joe Root is still relatively new to the crease here, and we have to attack him. We cannot lay back and allow Joe Root to settle in. We were hoping that Joe's 100 would take a long time. Did arrive finally when they did go after us. Well, Joe Root on 13,261 runs in Test match cricket. He's 5th and he is 27 runs away. Well, 27 away from Dravid and 28 away from Callis. So Joe Root is about 30 runs away from being the 3rd highest scorer in Test match cricket. If that's incentive. Again, have you missed the trick? Again, we see Anshul Kamboj in the attack against Joe Root. This is where you want Jasprit Bumrah. Well, Root has already faced now 9 deliveries. He's just starting to get set here. Once he faces 15 to 20 deliveries, it almost feels like you've lost that initiative against the fresh Joe Root. As I mentioned before, Root just 30 runs away from being the 3rd highest test scorer, behind Sachin and Ponting. Watchful from Joe Root, and every delivery Joe Root plays, the more he gets set. Well, the delivery to Ben Duckett really did surprise the opener. It was the pace, really. Wasn't expecting, almost expected that to come nicely onto the bat where you could just cut that towards the point region. Instead, it was the pace and the extra effort from Anshul Kamboj. Slower delivery there to Joe Root, who just hits the on drive. And good balance shown by Joe Root. He's a fantastic batsman to watch, really. So enjoyable. I mean, technically perfect, really. Plays very compact. He's almost stopped all those reverses that he was very famous for under Brendan McCullum. Almost back to a serious batsman. Now he finds himself in a situation where he'll be lauded as one of the game's greats here. a safe leave here. Don't mind that really. Happy to play out a couple of maiden overs. Well, Root will know now. Those 2 quick wickets that went, I say quick wickets, but it went in relatively swift time. Just changes the complexion a little, but shouldn't change England's approach because they're very much on the front foot here. 205 for 2. They are about 153 runs away from India. So it's a chance really for England to try and end the day on a positive note. But if India can break this partnership, especially get Joe Root out, we're in business tomorrow. Plays that late cut, straight to point. Anshul Kamboj now looking like a seasoned pro here, bowling 5 dot balls to the best batsman in Test match cricket. And take you through Anshul Kamboj waking up yesterday, getting the cap to play for India. India being put into bat. Would have had a nervous night's sleep yesterday, waking up this morning knowing that he would be bowling at some point. Gets thrown the new ball, got taken for runs in his very first over. Somehow manages to get Duckett, and that's finally played there by Joe Root. Tickles that fine, races away to the boundary. Fine leg, far too wide on that occasion there, Jasprit Bumrah. And Joe Root gets his first boundary. Right at the end of the over. 41 overs gone. It's 209 for 2. Well, it's time for Jasprit Bumrah. We're waiting no more time really, but Joe Root is off strike. He'll still have a go at Ollie Popen at number 3 here, and it's a chance for India to strike before stumps. A wicket before stumps really would change the game. But if England can survive, they'll feel that they are very much on top to really make India pay tomorrow. There you have it, Jasprit Bumrah. He's got Joe Root out 11 times in Test match. An average of 28.4. So this is the battle that we're waiting for. I think it's an over too late because now Ollie Pope is on strike. He's well set with 23 balls faced. Joe Root just happily played out a maiden. And Bumrah's line has just been lacking, hasn't it? He's not really attacked the stumps. 10 overs, none for 30 for Jasprit Bumrah. As I mentioned before, it's seldom that he goes a day without picking up a wicket. Hasn't had a full day of bowling, but you know what I mean, like he's reaching towards the end of that day where 10 overs, Jasprit Bumrah not able to get a wicket. That's when you know from England's point of view that they've done very well to try and navigate, but they'll be disappointed losing wickets to Ravindra Jadeja and Anshul Kamboj. Again, wide outside off stump. Pope is not going to go after that. Pope is happy to see the ball. Bumrah has got 2 deliveries that has gone away from the right-hander. Almost waiting for that big hooping in-swinger to trouble Ollie Pope. He's already bowled Ollie Pope on a couple of occasions. Again, a nice prod there. Plays that a bit late. Just looking for that quick single. He won't get it. 209 for 2 here. And we're looking at Bumrah's pitch map in terms of his lengths. He's not gone full at all. He's bowled that good length delivery 70% of the time. He's bowled the short ball 25%. So he's kept that good length to short, but other than that, he's not gone full at all. He's rarely bowled a bouncer, so again, it's like a deliberate ploy really from Jasprit Bumrah, isn't it? When he doesn't go full, when he doesn't look to bowl those Yorkers, You know what a dangerous man he is when he gets those Yorkers going. Can he look to try and catch Pope out here? It's almost like he's not going to bowl a full delivery until he does. Again, not getting a crack at Joe Root is disappointing, but this over from Bumrah hasn't really threatened Ollie Pope. And watchfully played there. Good solid defense by Ollie Pope. And heading into 42nd over. Jasprit Bumrah wicketless, going at under 3 and over. The only real bowler to cause England that kind of problems until Ravindra Jadeja was introduced to get that wicket off Zach Crawley. Here's JB again. Bumrah to Pope. Final delivery. Works on the leg side. He gets that fine. Just get a single and he'll keep strike. 210 for 2 after 42. Well, 28 overs rather have been bowled in the final session so far. Are you going to see the last 4 overs? 4 or 5 overs, but if Ravindra Jadeja can come and quickly go through a couple of overs swiftly, we might have a few more cracks at England just before Stumps. Sun is starting to set here in Manchester. Sunlight's all gone. Can expect the cloud cover shortly as Anshul Kamboj back into the attack here to Ollie Pope. Kamboj getting a good spell here. Going at just under 6 and over is decent from Kamboj considering how it started for him. There you have it, Joe Root, 13,265 runs. Jack Callis, 13,289 runs in third. And Rahul Dravid just a run behind Callis, so brilliant. Well, by the end of the series, it's very much possible that Joe Root is the second highest run getter in Test match history. I didn't see how much Ponting scored. It's 13,300 something. Let's have a look one more time at the graphic if they are kind enough to show it. It's a beautiful aerial shot of Old Trafford here. Yep, Ricky Ponting, 13,378. So yep, like I said, Joe Root by the end of the series could be second in the all-time list. Incredible from Joe Root. I mean, the last 5 years of Joe Root, have you seen anything like that? I mean, it's a miracle that we had to wait till the third test to see Joe Root score his first century. But his production levels are absolutely incredible. Again, we've just missed the trick here. Joe Root, 6 of 14 deliveries, very much settled in here with little to no trouble really. Just feels like Joe Root, once he settles in, has a nice couple of overs tomorrow morning. Could be a very long day for us. Oh, there's a wide delivery there from Kamboj. That's a boundary. It'll be signalled as byes. England race away to 214 for 2 here. The deficit now 144. Swift. It's been very swift the way England have dealt with this one. I mean, it took us an age to reach 300. England have taken 42 overs to be on 214 here. Joe Root just asking the umpire, is it a good time to call for Stumps now? goes Kamboj. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just shaped inside there to Ollie Pope, who plays that very nicely. Again, it's an over that has 4 runs coming off it. It won't be credited to Kamboj because it was 4 byes, but England won't care whatsoever. They continue to motor along. 214 for 2. Final delivery of Kamboj's 9th. 1 for 44 for the debutant. Got 2 slips, 2 gullies. I don't know why the 2 gullies. I mean, it really doesn't make sense, does it? Do you see Ollie Pope or Joe Root really going after him through the offside? I doubt it, but 43 overs gone. It's 2 on 4 for 2. Heading into the 30th over in the final session. It's Bumrah against Root. England trail by 144. This is the box office clash that we waited for. It's finally here. Oh, it's a brilliant delivery. Jasprit Bumrah asked the question. The umpire's finger is unmoved. How about that from a first up delivery from Jasprit Bumrah to Root? Beaten all ends up there, Root. We were talking about this contest. What a delivery that was. 2 seconds remain. We don't take the challenge. Shubman Gill resisted the temptation. He knows what a big moment that could have potentially been. Well, Jasprit Bumrah gets that ball to nip in. Completely beating Joe Root here. Outstanding in-swinger this. Ooh, it's a good delivery. It's beaten Root, but this catches him, and height is definitely the question there. Indian fans wanted the review to be taken, but can't afford to burn these reviews on a hunch, really. That's what we wanted to see. Joe Root under trouble for the first time. This is exactly what you wanted. As soon as Joe Root takes the crease, you just got to throw the ball to Jasprit Bumrah and say, go. Just go. Like, it's fine. Like, this is the last test we have for you. Yep, you could see the impact was outside. Good decision to not go for the review there. Well, the fielders at the slip position were convinced that Jasprit Bumrah broke through there. Much better this from Bumrah. Kept a touch low there for Joe Root. Just wanted to see Jasprit Bumrah have a couple of goes at Joe Root before Stumps here. Make sure that Joe Root doesn't have a comfortable sleep, at least on a couple of occasions where you can try and dismiss him here. You could see the Indian reaction for what they thought was a certain dismissal of Joe Root. Here goes Bumrah. He's got 3 deliveries left. It's a wise leave there by Joe Root. It's disappointing again from Bumrah. Just goes outside the off stump. Those areas where Joe is happy to just let that go. Oh, no ball from Jasprit. Single added to the England cause, taking them to 215. 143 runs the difference between the two, and it's just the speed at which England have batted has been dizzying. Well, under 10 minutes remain here, and this is why we see Jasprit Bumrah having a crack at Joe Root before Stumps. safely navigated here in Bumrah. We saw that delivery to Root where he was beaten comprehensively. Well, the impact was outside off stump, so that would immediately rule out the leg before. Excellent decision by the umpire. That's the first time really we saw Joe Root struggle. And you want to see that. We want to see more of Joe Root struggling. Wide outside off stump again. So nothing delivery. Nothing that Joe Root can't handle. Well, final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 12th over here. Might get one more over after this. I would be very surprised if he does. But this just might be this to try and dismiss Root. Here's Bumrah to Joe Root. 3 slips and a gully in place. Nicely played there by Joe. Just about jams his bat there in time. He'll get the single and he'll keep strike. 44 overs gone. It's 216 for 2. Just having a look at the umpires. Got about, like you mentioned, about 6 or 7 minutes to go here. And if Jadeja can run through his over quickly, we might be able to sneak in one more Jasprit Bumrah over just before stumps. It's been a fantastic days of cricket in terms of ebbs and flows. England got the wicket right at the start, just put India on the back foot, and since then they've taken complete control of this test match, finding themselves at 216 for 2 after 44 overs. And here's Anshul Kamboj to Joe Root. Full delivery. What an on drive that is. Magnificent from Joe Root. Quality shot. Races away to the boundary. We talked about confidence. It's a huge part. So where Joe Root operates. 30 boundaries already in the England innings. Touch fuller on that occasion. Beautifully stroked. Straight down the ground. Boundary first. Pressure on young Kamboj already. First delivery going for a boundary. England trailed by 138. Oh, it's edged and it doesn't carry. Again, the pace of Kamboj is not going to make it difficult really for Joe Root to edge something unless he looks to play at it with real hard hands. Soft hands there from Joe Root. That on drive was a thing of beauty really. The timing, the balance, everything about that shot exquisite from Joe Root. Here's Kamboj steaming in to complete his 10th. Nicely punched off the back foot. Straight to the fielder at point. Well, 220 for 2 is not a scenario where we were hoping to end today's day's play. We were hoping that we would bat as much as possible, at least till tea. That didn't happen. England had 14 overs before tea where they were 77 for no loss. They caught on like a house on fire. The two openers who couldn't get to their centuries, they will be disappointed that Crawley gets out in the 80s and Duckett in the 90s. But England find themselves in pole position here to take full control of this test match and possibly win the series. Short delivery. Root had made his mind up quite early that he's going to let that go. Again, England's approach of scoring a boundary early on in the overs has been excellent to watch. I mean, you can see it just throws the bowler off their rhythm. You almost feel under pressure on the back foot immediately for the next 5 deliveries. And a decent comeback this from Anshul Kamboj after being cracked for a boundary. 3 dot balls to respond with. That one again keeping a touch low there for Joe Root. Final delivery of the 45th here. Again, Ben Stokes would be absolutely over the moon with the start that his batsman has given him. 220, having to chase down 358, try and get some sort of a lead, and you fully expect England to go into the second innings with India having to claw back a lead here. Well, this just might be that in terms of the final delivery. 2 minutes remain for 6:30. Anshul Kamboj bowls the last delivery, and it's a watchful defence. We'll have a look at the umpire whether or not he decides to call stumps here. He will give one more over by the looks of it. And this is where Jasprit Bumrah, with everything he's got, will have to try and give us one more breakthrough. He hasn't really provided for us. We've seen Ravindra Jadeja and Anshul Kamboj get the wickets. And now it is time. It really is time for the big man, Jasprit Bumrah, to break this open. Surely now the final over, or will they call for stumps? Yep, they will call for the final. Let's have a look here. Yep, it's Jasprit Bumrah. He'll get a crack at Ollie Pope here. 45 overs gone, 220 for 2 here, England. Looking to navigate the final few overs of what has been a successful, well, not just a session, but a day's play for India. For England, rather. Good delivery, looking for a quick single. You can see what Ollie Pope does. He wants to take that single and make sure that he bats tomorrow. Joe Root has got a wry smile on his face. He says, no, hang in there. Do it yourself. And that's the fear factor that Jasprit Bumrah bowls with. And talking about fear factors, he bowls yet another no ball here. You see that he wanted that quick single. Joe Root says, nope, absolutely not. Have a look at each other. 221 for 2 here. Jasprit has 6 deliveries. 7.5 hours into the stream. It's been monumental days of cricket. Short delivery, well ducked. Again, has Bumrah attacked the stumps as much as you would have liked him to see? I think the answer is no here. There's a lot of deliveries that you've seen the batsman leave, and I think when you get Bumrah to go away from his line and start seeing the batsman leave a lot more, it just feels that they might have a shot here in terms of navigating Bumrah. Okay, again, like I mentioned, the in-swingers, the full deliveries, the Yorkers have been completely zero. Almost feels like towards the end of the day, Ollie Pope is desperate to get off strike here. He does not want to face Jasprit Bumrah for 6 deliveries here. 221 for 2. Joe Root is going to be absolutely happy to stay at the other end here. He's going to make sure that Ollie Pope faces every delivery of Jasprit Bumrah here. 4 deliveries left. Can Bumrah break through here? Needs one of that deliveries to sneak in. Again, can he bowl this full and straight? Again, nicely worked. Comfortable for Pope. Well, Brendan McCullum will be, can't see it from his face, but he will be ecstatic with the way this day's play went. India would have felt that they were slightly on the ascendancy after yesterday, despite losing Rishabh Pant to a possible injury, but had a chance to really pile on the runs and get near that 400 run mark. But having lost early wickets, 358 seemed like a decent enough score for India. But the way England have responded just shows you that they bat swiftly with intent, and their 2 openers nearly took the game away from us. Well, Bumrah's got 2 more deliveries left. All smiles between Siraj and Jadeja. Jadeja with the breakthrough that finally broke open that opening partnership. Bumrah's got 2 deliveries. Can he look to try and get one before Stumps? It would be a massive boost for us. Joe Root has shown no intentions of running here. He stayed at the other end. He's happy to see Ollie Pope show off his expertise and his experience. 16 of 40 deliveries. JB's got 2 more deliveries here. Go on, boom. Full delivery. Finally, we see that. And he's punched that down the ground. Excellent from Ollie Pope. He not just fenced that away, he gets a boundary. Well, that's the first time we have seen Jasprit Bumrah go full and straight. And he's got the full treatment for it. A boundary with an extraordinary looking straight drive from Ollie Pope. Well, he's dug that out brilliantly. He's gotten enough off the bat and to beat the fielder for a boundary. And this just might be that final delivery for Jasprit Bumrah's over. 225 for 2 here, England. Here's Bumrah, bowls a short delivery, well navigated by Ollie Pope. England 225 for 2 after 46 overs. Are we going to see one more over? Surely not. That just might be that, and Stumps has been called. England thoroughly dominant. What a performance. First with the ball to restrict India to 358, and then with the bat. They have been absolutely ruthless. 225 for 2 after 46 overs. The third session had 148 runs to it, and it's because of England, where they went full clip at 4.63 after they went at 4.92 in the second session. They were brilliant. Ben Stokes with a fifer leading from the front, and now we've seen his batsmen take them into a very good position where they are about 133 runs behind India, and they'll look to knock that within the first session of day 3 tomorrow. Well, day 2 very much in the hands of England. India on the back foot now, having to do a lot of work coming from behind. It's been a tough days of cricket. We hope that we get a good night's sleep and come back tomorrow fighting and ready to go and try and break open this partnership between Root and Ollie Pope. A fantastic stream again. I've had an absolute ball commentating on the 7.5 hours of action that we've seen today. England end the day at 225 for 2.